Should I stay or should I go now? Do, do, do. Should I stay or should I go now? Do, do. I don't really know what to do. I came on here to be with you. Do, do, do. Hey, boys or boy, we got one live one out there. Wow. Guess my gal's in the Christmas spirit, hanging up more lights. Oh my goulash. Oh my. As you just seen at the beginning of the show, why is it? Do I really need the air conditioner on it here? You know, we are so dang spoiled around this establishment here. I'm just putting the damn fan on. For God's sakes. It's you, Big Birch. Well, you said you're Thai dog man. Which one are you? I didn't see anything on Facebook. No contact. Okay. Weren't you the one that said you're going to contact me? Let me put this background off here a minute. You know what? I'm going to tell you a little secret. I eat too much fiber. We'll leave it at that. It shows my email. Your Big Birch on Facebook? Let's try to check it. What's wrong with this fan now? You know how many hours her son was spending on the idea of putting this air conditioner up? You know why? Do you know why? I got a drill. Some cheap piece of shit. Now, every drill I've ever had, hand drill, you know, you had this kind of attached Allen wrench on it. And you had a hole. And if you want to take your bit out or put one in, you know, you could open up that little butterfly piece. It opens up like magic as you turn the Allen wrench. And you could take or put in another bit. Well, it's stuck on stupid, so can't open it up. There is no hole there. It's just that you have to take the head of this thing and turn it, but it doesn't want to let it loose. So we do got a bit in there. He's been playing with this thing into concrete on and off for about 3 or 4 hours on and off, trying to create 4 holes to put the brace in there. Well, yeah, you know, the drill is fucked up, and I'm not even sure the drill bit that I had in there, it was actually for concrete, so it might be a wood drill bit. So anyway, it's not even up yet. It's not even up yet. You're not on the Facebook. I didn't say it was well, it was somebody else then. I don't even want to contact me or something. I don't know what the hell. I guess it wasn't you, I guess. Don't sweat it. So wait, you're saying that Thai dog man, you're actually Big Birch? Is that what you're saying? Why would you go into 2 names? But then that's a stupid question. Why is anybody going into different soccer account names? So why don't you just go under one thing or the other? Which one are you? Make up your mind, boy. No, we didn't go nowhere. We're not going tonight, and there's no possibility tomorrow morning. We've been putting off because I have a few projects going on around here besides let everything settle down with the ferries and all that shit, you know. You know, settle on one name. What are you trying to do? Going under 2 names. You trying to hide? You can't hide on my show, you know that. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? I'm just trying to be true because my channel just loves you. Sing along, Popeye. Come on, break loose, Popeye. You gotta loosen up, my man. You gotta loosen up, for God's sakes. Jesus Christ, put the oil on or something. Lubricate your joints or something. I don't know. Some people are so stagnant that they absolutely rust. You got to get your joints lubricated, you know. Take some, I don't know, chondroitin sulfate, whatever, with MSM in it. That might be a start. Before YouTube showed me as Birch, now it's showing email. I don't know what it's showing. Guys, we got 4 strong on here. How do I even came on? Oh, shit. I was watching a movie about with bats. I don't know, some screwy scientist did something, made these bats kind of batty. They kill, and Jimmy Schmitz was in that one. You know that one? I like things that Jimmy Schmitz are in. Usually sci-fi movies and crazy movies like that. Jimmy Schmitz. I don't know what he's doing these days. No biggie, back to our regular scheduled program. Yeah, there you go. Bats. We got bats around here. Every now and then I see them flying around at night. Yeah, not the kind of bats that are going to hurt you. Just small bats, fruit bats or something, you know. But they got these big-ass ones, too. I don't know where certain places. I don't know about out here, but they got those gigantigorous, you know, bats. Gigantificus. I used to worry about a bat getting stuck in your hair or something, because they'll dive down on something that moves, but the bat's radar type of mechanics they're made of, they get detected if it's a small object or larger object, they'll fly away. Doesn't mean that a good-sized bat will go for a little chihuahua or something, but who knows? Nah, they go for mosquitoes and stuff. I don't worry about bats. I don't like them. They're mean looking. They say they're rats with wings, sort of, but a little meaner looking than a rat. But you got that, what do you call nose? Bull nose bat, whatever it's called. It's got a flat pig nose like Ricky, you know. Those are scary looking things. Their teeth. Hi, God, their teeth. Enough to give you a heart attack. A hot attack, as Popeye says. A hot attack. His Bostonian misuse of the English language. Oh, I'm not even sure what to talk about. I just got on here. Of course, Jim is constantly making shows and his girlfriend. Now, this is funny too. That's also funny what's going on with that. Oh, she don't love him or want anything to do with him, but one of her shows she did today, she's playing like love songs about missing somebody. Is this some kind of a hint or something? Does she miss him and his belligerent drunkenness, or does she miss his financial support? So which is it? Yeah. Be careful. Don C may accuse you of bat misrepresentation. Yeah. There's nothing you could say on here they're not going to jump on you about. Now you're going after the bats of the world. Let's file a complaint that he don't like bats. Don C. I call him Don Cunt. So what am I missing? Am I missing anything? So many characters on it. You've got, well, you know, Philippines Antics, right? Okay. I think, you know, a lot of you might know her background, or maybe you don't. She spent time in prison because she, many moons ago, I don't know, she had a drug habit for pills or something, pain pills or whatever it was. And I think it was 2 pharmacies that she robbed. She went in with a makeshift bomb on her. Well, it wasn't a real bomb. And I don't know how much time she got for that. So the question is, the key question, how the hell, being a felon from America, did immigration allow her into this country? That's what I want to know. Ty Dogman says it's funny how Jim's doofiness appeals to so many viewers. Everybody likes a freak show. There's your answer. Barry, all the people from the past and present, Fazio, Popeye, you know, Nico, and the list goes on. They all like a freak show. Ever been to a freak show other than social media? God, I was in New York. My dad, me and my brother, we went downtown of all the places. He got curious. They actually had these fucking freak shows down at Times Square. What didn't they have down there? We went in there out of curiosity. There's like the elephant woman. She had to oil her skin all the time. She had elephantitis or something. Guys swallow, swords, whatever. And I don't mind seeing that on TV, but that kind of bizarro world I really don't like. I don't like people putting people on display as freaks, and that's all they can do to get a job, which is really very sad. The circus freaks and all that stuff, and midgets and all that. And this is just an example of our society. How I like to make fun of people that are different, It's really horrible. They can't help being born the way they were. Like some people on here with mental illness, there's plenty of them. Maybe it's genetical, I don't know. Maybe something happened. Heidi has that cafeteria lunch lady thing going on. And she still eats sugar. She ain't going to give up this. She ain't going to give up that. Well, sign your death warrant. Come on, get the piece of paper out. Death warrant with the devil, whatever. Sign it and drop dead. Do it to yourself because that's what you are. Great TV series about traveling freak shows called Carnivate. I'll have to look that up. And luckily they're being, there's not many of these things around. You don't even see many circuses around. And anything that's around, they're not, because you got all the animal societies now, and I'm glad they do. They mistreat their animals. How do you think they get them to cooperate? You think it's a love affair with them and their animals? Hell no. They get them to do it by whipping them or hurting them in some way so the animal will cooperate. But then, that's not always the case. The animals will sometimes get revenge and go on the attack and, like somebody putting a complaint on somebody, revenge. And I'm glad, Barnum and Bailey and all that. They still have certain things going on with that, I guess, with Barnum and Bailey or something. But there's just more tame. People go to see someone get killed or something. They love trapeze acts because hopefully, this is the sick minds of people, hopefully they're going to miss that and they're going to fall off the trapeze to their death. That's the way people are. Have you just figured that out? Yeah, I have to see that. Carnivale. Sounds familiar, though. Sounds familiar. So, with that being said, there's just freaks everywhere. More so these days. The no generation. The now generation. The woke generation. Although they're walking around fucking brain dead. Bats. Oh God, meteor night. I don't want any more meteors. I can't, I'm so dying to find something really interesting and new. You know what? They're just not making any new sci-fi movies or disaster movies. The only thing you're going to find on YouTube and Netflix is, something that played 20, 30, 40 years ago, perhaps, or 10 years, or, it's just, like, unless something like, what's his name, I Am Legend or something with Will Smith, which is not 40 years old or nothing, but you might find things like that, I mean, how many Jason Statham movies can you see? He only made so many movies. Some of them sucked. Some of them were good. Jason Statham. I like anything he's in. Some of these people are dead. There's nothing really new and exciting on there anymore. There really isn't. Not much. Not much exciting on here either with 3 viewers. That's charity, my friend. That's charity. I'm not complaining, though. We're not upwardly mobile on my channel. I just come on and do a show, and whoever shows up, shows up. That's how I work things around here. Ooh, went up to a 4. Wow. But yet, dumbasses like Jim and people like that, they get a lot of viewers. They talk about the same shit over and over again. Same shit. Slightly different title, perhaps, or maybe some clickbait. But they all, it's the same shit. And they get hundreds, if not 1,000 viewers. Go figure. Go figure. I can't figure it out. Well, maybe it's because we were talking about earlier. That YouTube is nothing but a fucking freak show. They come to see the freaks, I guess. And we can name names. Some have their own harems. Some are very lonely. They haven't been laid for like 2 or 3 decades. Some again are just, born into weird family situations like, incest. Yeah, we got all the winners on here. We got all the winners on here. Every one of them. All got skeletons in their closets. But they always wind up finding their way out. They get animated after a while. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? I think I should just go. All right. I think I had enough. She's putting some lights up or something. I think we'll be out of here tomorrow morning. Go to the big city. Go to the big city with the cement ponds and tall buildings and all that crazy stuff. And mud in the street from flooding. Lots of mosquitoes from all the water. Crazy traffic and terrible pollution. Good place to go. Hey, thank goodness for those malls. They're not even built that great. Some of them get flooded. Should have thought about that, shouldn't they? And their design. But the malls are great because it's a place of refuge. Think about it. They got generators. They got air conditioning lights because they got generators. In a heat wave, you could go in there to cool down. Disaster, everybody could run into the mall. So, malls serve more than one purpose. They do. Be happy for the malls in Cebu. Or wherever you happen to be. Manila, whatever. Malls serve a purpose. More than one. It's a meeting place. A pickup place to many foreigners. Hanging around Bo's Coffee, Starbucks, Greenwich, whatever you call it. Go out on the terraces, make yourself known and seen. Just act desperate and maybe some whore will come up to you. Hey, Joe, got any chocolate or nylons for me? Hey, Joe. They don't call people Joe anymore, do they? That was just about the Vietnamese that did that. Hey, Joe. They were all Joes. All Americans were Joes because Joe is a popular American name. That's where it derived from. I believe so, anyway. Hey, Joe. Everybody was Joe. They loved their chocolates and nylons. They did. They still like their chocolates and, well, I don't know about nylons anymore. I think they demand a lot greater than that these days. Frank, Ayala or SM, which I always like Ayala. I don't know, because I've always been to Ayala Mall. SM's good too, but I was always used to going to Ayala Mall. I don't know. I don't like the what do you call block Ayala, which is over at IT Park, center block or whatever they call it over there at IT Park. It's okay, but it's not like the original Ayala. SM's great though. I mean, but I mean, my choice is Ayala. And when I want just small time shit, go to like Robinson's on Fuente. Some basic shit, whatever there. It's not a huge place, but They got the food court, and they have, and guess what? I never know what to buy in the food court. That's one of the reasons why I always go to that, what do you call it, Italian New York place there? The fuck is its name? And I'll get some lasagna or something there. Because, which is down near the food court. And I go there when I can't decide on anything else. That's why I go there. SM has 2 new Italian restaurants. Cibo and Travolta. John Travolta, huh? Oh. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. Maybe I will. I gotta watch this pasta. What do you think I ate for lunch and dinner? She made we had some penne pasta. And whatever ingredients we had. We had some ground beef left. We had some tomato sauce. And I had some grated Parmesan cheese, but it was lacking some other ingredients. It wasn't great, but, it was at least edible. So I had that for lunch and dinner. It's a little bit too much carbs for me. Right now, to tell you the truth, I could go for something sweet. Something sweet to eat. At least should have bought some oranges today. I got these pear apples. I don't know what the hell they are. I had one last night. It was totally tasteless. It was edible, but just tasteless. But we had these pears, some kind of pears, some form of pears. I don't know what the hell they are. They call them out here. They're pretty good. Or just regular apples. Oranges, apples. Oh, shit. There is one thing I would have ate that was naturally sweet. Well, she makes a damn good banana cake, It's like a loaf, and there's a certain kind of flour that she needed to buy. For some reason, she couldn't find it locally. She has to look around. Bananas are easy to buy. And when I really get a hunger thing, I'll say, hey, make this banana cake. And that's really good. Yeah, nice and hot out of the oven. You know what I mean? When it's nice and hot out of the oven. Banana cake. Could be worse. She don't add no sugar to it either. She don't add any sugar to it. So a lot of people would add sugar to it, but I think it's fine without the sugar. I'm sure it would taste a lot better and sweeter and all that if it had, but no. Hey girl, what, in and out? What, every 5 minutes, 10 minutes? You want out, then you want to come in, then you want to go out, then you want to come in? I think I need to turn on some lights. Besides, she got all the Christmas lights out there, but I say a lot, by the way. Okay. So have anybody peering in my windows like fucking Brevis, a pervert. Gotta shut these curtains. Yeah, I know, girl. I know. Yeah, let you out again. Go ahead, go see what Gilda's up to. Go ahead. Put the lights on. Go ahead. They sneeze when they're excited. Have you seen dogs do that? I thought Ginger was the only one that did that from allergies or something, but both of them now. When they get charged up and they get excited, they I don't know where that came from, how it started. They're very unusual dogs. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? You decide. We'll do a poll sometime. How many people want me to do shows? How many people says, Frank, just give it up, pal. You had your day in the sun. So, what? I'm on the phone, that's what. And she's hanging some lights out here. That's what she's doing. The water pump is on, it shouldn't be. The photos of Avo's Bali conquests are on Discord. Popular opinion, it's a man. I don't know. Would you expect anything to be interested in Abo Man? That's what I call him, Abo Man. I think he should stay in Australia, find an Aborigine woman. They make a lovely couple. Why is everybody so mean? Why does everybody just like talking about everybody else? Oh, believe me, I do leave comments on shows, and it's not like I'm actually trolling them in that way. I'll basically tell them the truth. I said, man, are you kind of like really desperate for new material? Like I said, I could come up with a topic matter within minutes. I mean, it's not hard for me to do. It's never been talked about before, but it just seems that a lot of people are really spending a lot of energy of making even more and more shows. Now, some of them that never went on more than once a week or twice are now doing daily shows more than once. I do that, but I'm not monetized. Don't matter. It's like I have a certain motive here. Money is not a motivation because I'm not making money on here. Somebody asked me, do you have any way of sending me money? I said, the only thing I have is if you're in the Philippines or something like that, all I have is Gcash. That's all I have. And I don't even ask for that. And I don't post it either. But a lot of people like to tease me. Hey man, I'd like to send you some cash, brother. Yeah, right. When my dogs could fly. Stop that scratch. Ginger. No scratch. All right. How many times I say that a day? No scratch. Ginger, no scratch. A lot. Let's put it that way. Then my girlfriend says to me, don't scratch either. I'll tell you what, I'll take a good scratch on the back. I spoiled the other dog. Sow. Or Sow for short. I spoiled the shit out of her. She comes by my chair and she knows it doesn't take much for me to pet her. She's there and I'm rubbing her head, scratching her head, massaging her neck, massaging her back. And, she expects it all the time. Well, what do you expect? If you had somebody all the time coming up to you, rubbing your shoulders, giving you a massage, you can say, man, that feels good, don't it? Do more. Not less, more. You're such an easy target to get that massage. I mean, well, continue, my friend. That's what I say. I wish I could get my girlfriend to massage me several times a day. That does not happen all the time. Usually, sometimes, if she's busy on the phone, about bedtime, we stay on the phone a little bit, I'll say, well, do you mind massaging my neck and shoulders? Okay, she will. But she can't do it for a long period of time. I remember when I used to live at the other house I was renting, that sometimes she would give me a good long massage, and I would actually fall asleep. I'd actually fall asleep to that. It would relax me so much. Now, it don't work anymore. I mean, it feels good, but it doesn't put me to sleep. You're surprised with a really good massage. Where are you going to go? You're going to go during the day to get a massage somewhere? Daytime, you're not going to fall asleep in the day. Certainly not me. Take an act of Congress or something. Get me to fall asleep during the day with a massage. It's got to be the lights down. When the lights go down. And you're more relaxed. Got some candles burning. Yeah. Got the right mood music on. Listen to a little bit of Barry Jordan. Oh, I meant Barry White. Barry Jordan would keep me up all fucking night. Nightmares. When the lights go down. When the lights go down. It'll be funky town. I was watching a sort of documentary thing on the phone, and Patrick Swayze's movie. He plays the the bouncer in that movie, and all the characters are on that movie. And the most delicious person, is the blonde girl, not the evil one, but the one that took an interest in him, And that was a hot lady. She's still looking good at her age. She's still alive. She's close to 60 or something. I don't know, but she's still looking good. But I'll tell you what, I've seen some things on there. The most beautiful women you'd ever see on the silver screen or otherwise, what they look like today, you wouldn't even know who they were. Some of them totally let go of themselves, like YouTubers, fat, obese, and just horrible, man. It's like a nightmare. How do you let yourself go that bad? And we got YouTubers out there that are prime examples. How do you let yourself get that bad? Jeez, I'll give a little credit to myself. I'm not looking that bad. I maintain a good weight. Jesus Christ, my blood pressure's good. My sugar level is so-so. It'll probably be a lot better. I don't have diabetes, though. I mean, could be worse. But we all could be walking around with a time bomb and we don't even know it. Certain things that are going wrong with you, you may not have any symptoms at all. None. It just hits you like that. Like that. Bam! Bam! And you don't know what the fuck happened to you. Like, what the fuck? Those are the worst kinds. Anything intelligent to share with me? Am I doing a monologue here? Started off a little bit as a dialogue, but now we're back into that soliloquy or monologue that Popeye prefers. Monologue. When the lights go down. Who has the best and sexiest voice on YouTube? Let's do a poll. Of all the vloggers you've heard through the years, do I qualify on being on that list? I've had some compliments. Here's the funny thing about this. Well, it's more strange than actually funny. I'm practically deaf in one ear. Certainly more than half of my hearing is gone. Like, gone girl, It's gone. My right ear. The Popeye says, oh yeah, they need an excuse that you didn't get drafted. Frank's a draft dodge, draft dodger, draft dodger. Okay. Oh, no. It's one thing or the other. Oh, he went to college as an only child. Wasn't an only child. He went to college so he didn't have to be drafted. Well, the skirmish was still going on in 1973. That's when I went to college. And it carried on, I think, for another couple of years, before they actually pulled out. So sorry to disappoint you there, Robert Clausen. But I didn't go to college because I was trying to avoid the draft. And I wouldn't have been in anyway. And yes, it does make a difference. You can't not be drafted. Oh, do you think I made myself permanently deaf in one ear to avoid the draft, Robert? Do you really believe in that? You're such an idiot. I had infection in my ear as a kid. That's what happened. It was bad. Very bad. Mastoid infection. It's called a cholesteatoma. No, it's not a funny thing, my friends. Not a funny thing at all. Not at all. Could have died from that. I got a brain tumor. I could have got, what's that? Begins with an A. No, it's an M. Oh, what's that shit? Anyway, I could have got some bad shit from it. Yeah. But it is what it is. But they wouldn't have took me in. And you're right. And he's right. But I said, well, actually, there's no way in the world, whether I had a good, bad, good air, whatever, there's no way in the world I was going to have anything to do with the Vietnam War. I was very well versed on the war at the time, or skirmish, whatever you want to call it. Again, shit, I would have went to Canada. I would have been. Says your answer, Popeye. Yes, I would have. I would never have been to the Vietnam War. I would never join a club that would have me as a member. Let's put it that way. And that's a fact. And Popeye used to say, "Oh, Frank wanted to be part of our hate club, but they wouldn't allow him." And yeah, that's the first thing I wanted to do, is join the hate club on YouTube with Popeye and Allo and Dave Phelps and Roberto and all these clowns. Oh yeah, that's the first thing I wanted to do. Join the good old boys club. That was a real big endeavor of mine. Not. Okay, well, you guys ain't talking. When you stop talking, I stop talking. So I'm going to call this a night here. You all have a good evening, morning, wherever the hell you are. I'm trying to see if there's anything I should add in here. Oh, I don't know. I guess we're heading to Cebu tomorrow morning. We put it off again, so things calm down a little bit. What's that? Netflix brand new Stephen King TV series, Mr. Mercedes. Mr. Mercedes? What the hell is that about? Mr. Mercedes. You know the movie I did like a lot? This guy had to look for it too. Oh my God. Wishmaster. Wishmaster was a great little series, whatever. God, the guy who played that role, that face of his smile, his voice, he had it down. Wishmaster is really good. I wish there'd be some new Wishmasters. There's only, what, 3 of them or something? Or 4? I know I've seen them all. I know there was 3. But Wishmaster was really good. Now you're saying that Stephen King has a TV series. Well, where can you see it? His actor's name is Andrew Divoff is the Wishmaster. Have you seen him in any other movies? His face looks somewhat recognizable in some way, familiar in some way. He played that role really, really. I don't know who else they could have had in there, but you know, he did such an excellent job on there. Wishmaster. And you have to watch what your wishes are, because they could come back and haunt you. Doesn't always go right. You remember that part? He was in prison, and that detainee, he didn't like the lawyer he had. And what did he want? He said he made a wish accidentally. Shove his head up his ass or something like that. Well, Wishmaster gave him that. Something like that was a wish. Well, gave him his wish. Wishmaster gave him his wish. Oh, the prison one. Yeah, it was priceless. Had his lawyer. Now, what did he want? His lawyer to shove his head up his ass, or his dick up his ass, or something. I don't know. No, that was done. That's your wish, pal. Now, see, if you were granted any wishes, before you make a wish, you have to examine everything you say. Will it have a rebound effect? How will it affect you otherwise? Can it go wrong? For example, say, I want all the money in the world. If you say that to Wishmaster, they didn't have any scene like that, but they should have, that all this money would come down in tonnage, and he'd get buried and suffocate with all the money. So you got to examine, not that it's ever going to happen to any one of us, a Wishmaster's going to come along, but you got to, be careful what you wish for. It just might happen, but not the way you want. The Reanimator movies are also great too. Let me see now, Reanimator. Well, I've seen movies like that. I'm trying to think if I remember. Is it called Reanimator? Because I swear I've seen almost every sci-fi and stuff like that, and horror movie and all that. I was really big on Bigfoot and Sasquatch, all that stuff. I really love movies like that, in a deep forest. Because I kind of have I kind of have a belief that there is something like that. But here's the problem we have with that. It either has the ability to shift change or something, because people have infiltrated just everywhere. How could you not run into one? And how could you, secondly, like never find a dead body of one of them? Now, there's so many phony films that they're always blurry, or you can see one that looks like a suit, is kind of hanging and stuff, and they do a bad job on it. But the knocking, I believe that, the knocking on trees was communicating or something. That's interesting and a possibility. They throw rocks to warn you or something. Yeah, that sounds interesting and a possibility. If they do exist, the only thing I got to say about that is that they have a masterful way of hiding themselves. So, are they of this earth? Are they extraterrestrial or are they terrestrial? If they are terrestrial, where do they hide? With all the people camping in the woods, and people have been everywhere. They infiltrate the deepest, darkest places of the woods and all that, in the mountains. How could they hide that well? That's a good question. So, I got an open mind about Sasquatch, and they go into a whole different bunch of names: Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and there's different types in different regions of the world. In the Andes, you got it's sometimes called the abominable snowman or whatever. It's possible. There's a lot of things we probably haven't discovered on the earth. I'm sure there is. You just gotta have an open mind. It's just that, see, people are afraid to say anything that they see, especially like if they see what they think is a UFO or something. Of course, they call it something different now, but, it's a new world, They're afraid to say anything because they don't want to be the town fool. And I think by now people should have an open mind about this, that they should exist, that they do exist. We've been set up for this on TV with all these movies, to open up your mind. We've seen documentaries of people in very high positions that claim that they've seen them, they know it. They came over military bases, 200 feet above military bases that carried missiles, the size of like 2 football fields. That's how big they were, 3 football fields. But, the government wants to, quash everything. This is not transparent. The government is not for the people. Any government. It's not for the people. They're going to keep everything hush. They figured out, we can handle it. I think we could. Well, I think a lot of us could. But then you got the people that just fall apart on anything. Now, if something crazy happened in the Philippines, they really would go crazy here, because they're very dramatic here in the Philippines. It doesn't take much. Mostly the women are screaming, "Dear Lord, dear Lord, dear Lord, protect us, dear Lord, dear Lord." Little thing. Too big of a raindrop or something, I don't know, but it doesn't take much to set a Filipino off. Not much. I don't know if that's unique for this country, or is it just not the way it is. I think, from being exposed to all the possibilities, such as sci-fi movies and all like that, and documentaries, we should be fairly set up mentally to handle if the government came out and said, "Guess what, folks? We've been hiding this a long, long time because we didn't want to have to worry y'all, because we care about the American people." Praise the Lord. They don't care about us, first of all. They're maybe afraid that the world is going into a panic, and that maybe they're going to attack the government because they've been hiding it from us for so long. So long. Government is not your friend in America. It's just not. Just not. There's a guy that puts on a show on here. I think it's called Mr. Wright, Wright. He wears the sunglasses just like I do. He's got some chick pregnant that he's not in love with. She's going to be having a baby before you know it. She just had some medical problems, bleeding, but This guy comes on, talks about all the countries he's been to and the women and stuff. He's a sexpat, in other words. But he got stuck in this situation. He's complaining that, even though he's not exactly his mate, that she's jealous and complaining about this and that, or maybe he thinks she's irresponsible. Well, he was irresponsible for getting her pregnant, that's number one. And I guess he's not going to run away from the baby when it's born. But it's not a situation that he wanted. But he's got sunglasses on, not even stylish. And apparently he has a trucking business or something in America. Sometimes he's supposed to have money or something. Yeah. Mr. Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. Go check this guy out. Mr. Wright. And he does bitch quite a bit, too. Right now he's in America, but he goes back and forth. And they all claim they got trucking, they got big money, they like Jim's Gasian Adventures. Claims he got money, but he lives in shit shacks when he's traveling. If you got money, you get a nice place. You're not worried about the money. He's always watching his coins. He says a whole lot. You can figure people out pretty easily. Just listen to their shows. Yeah, he says he's a millionaire too. Yeah, right. Okay, sure. We believe you. Then he don't know what to say about the girl he's hanging around with. He's referring to her as his girlfriend. He says, no, she's just my friend. She don't want to get, she doesn't want to, get down and funky with his monkey, apparently. Shit, she's only about she looks like 16 years old. Seriously. I don't think he's having the greatest time in Cambodia. Cambodia, from what I've seen in videos, even the big ego meister is in Cambodia. And what he's put on video there looks nice to me. It looks nice to me. The gym, it's the greatest place in the world. But then again, he said that about the Philippines, but now he downs the Philippines quite a bit. Because he can't go back without getting into trouble. All right, this has turned out to be a monologue, so with that being said, I'm going to get off. I like to get a little dialogue every now and again. Otherwise, I just get bored. All your fault. It's all your fault. You don't have a dialogue with me. I'm not like your instructor in front of a class. You're going to sit there and listen to the instructor. You have a mouth, use it. Because I get bored. Contrary to what you might believe, I don't enjoy listening to the sound of my own voice. As wonderful as my voice is, I don't enjoy talking to myself. I haven't reached that stage of my psychology yet where I'm running around talking to myself. When I do, I'll let you know. But same on here. You like the movie talk. Yeah, but I gotta have dialogue. Dialogue, I tell you. Dialogue. Good day, Paul Harvey. Good day. Oh, I love movie talk, absolutely. And what is this, Meteor Night 2? How many movies I see on fucking meteors? And earthquakes, and tsunamis, and fucking tornadoes, volcanoes. What else is left? What else is left? Oh, electrical storms. I see them on electrical storms. EMP, electrical magnetic pulses. Creatures of the deep. Three-headed fucking sharks. Duh. I don't even bother with that kind of shit movies. It's too ridiculous. I will not watch it. When the lights go down. Well, the lights are down, my friends. I think we're off to the races tomorrow. Very early. Very early. I might wind up in Sonora at some point. It's according to how long it takes to take care of my business, if you know what I'm saying. Cebu, Cebu, the lovely. No, it's the lovely Cebu, Cebu. That's my line. I'm going to the lovely Cebu, Cebu. You got it right. You got to say it twice. Told you I'm original on here. Steve says, the Julian McMahon Tsunami movie was good. Which one was that? Julian McMahon. I got a case against McMahon, actually. Tsunami movie was Julian McMahon. I'm not familiar with the actor's name. I like some of my, you know, comfort movies with, Dean Cain. Anything with Dean Cain, Jimmy Schmidt, people like that. I enjoy those movies. A lot of these sci-fi ones. Oh, it's called Bait. Steve says, McMahon was one of the Nip Tuck doctors. He recently died. Oh, yeah? I don't even go on Netflix anymore. I'm always on YouTube on here on the TV. Netflix has shit on there, man. It's Premiere, supposedly. Premiere says Netflix Premiere. It's nothing. Well, then they have a section where, you gotta have an account, if you want to, they call it renting a movie, And it did not even anything great. I just wish I could remember all the top movies I like on here, but there's so many of them. I like was that Linda Hamilton, that one? About a volcano. It's called, I think that was Linda Hamilton in there, wasn't it? I think it was called Volcano. You remember they start off the movie, it's kind of in the beginning when these kids are over near this hot pond. But they don't realize how hot it is. They go in there and they just get boiled like an egg. What is the name of that? Dante's Peak. There we go. Clint saves the day. Clint Anson's back. Dante's Peak. Wasn't that Linda Hamilton in there, as I recall? A younger. Yeah, I think it was. I always liked that one. I've seen it so many times, though, Some movies I could go back and see again, but that one got really old for me. And even the grandmother lady, she wanted getting her acid water, her legs all eaten up because she'd saved a kid. The boat, the acid was eaten away at the boat. Remember that? Yeah. No, I don't have no subscription level, no. I don't even know how to do it. Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan. Yeah. God, you see what Linda Hamilton looks like today? She don't care. She's rough around the edges. She looks like she was rode hard, man. Linda Hamilton was kind of like, cutesy in her younger years. But her age now, she's rode hard looking, She should be at the Roadhouse somewhere, She just didn't age very well. Then Britney Spears is going crazy again. I don't know. Oh, Britney. She has so many mental problems. That's why she had to have an executor for her state. Then she wound up getting it back. And remember the time she went to a stage, she shaved her head. And she likes to take off her clothes. In fact, she did that in front of a security guard in her house. And the guy did his job well. He didn't give in to that. Man, I got to do my job. Put your clothes on, whatever. She came out naked, trying to entice her security guard. She's done some really strange shit. Strange. There was another with Anne Heck and Tommy Lee Jones. Volcano. Yeah. That was pretty good. Yeah, I know the one. Yep. Tommy Lee Jones always plays good. You can never say nothing bad about him. God, I can't believe how old Chuck Norris is, man. I've seen a photograph of him. Is time going by that goddamn fast, folks? Is it me or what is it? I mean, God. Well, Anne Heck died, didn't she? Anne Heck? Yeah, she died. And it was Anne Heck who's playing that role with, and what was the name of the movie? Explorer movie. Let my brain work a little bit here. She played good with, I'm trying to think of this movie now because I've seen so many that the titles sometimes get kind of botched up. Gotta let my mind work a little bit. It's not as young as it used to be. Yeah, Volcano. Yeah, Volcano. That was good. Anne Heck played with, the Indiana Jones guy. It wasn't Indiana Jones, but it was a movie. Were they on an island or something? What was the name of that movie? Oh, baby, ain't what it used to be. Ain't what it used to be. I know. Must be the Benzos, Popeye. Must be the Benzos. Do you realize how many movies I've seen? If I had to remember all the details and all the titles of every movie, I'm not a movie aficionado. I mean, there are music aficionados, there are movie aficionados. I'm not one of these people that can remember every title, no matter how old I am, every scene in a movie, can remember every character in a movie. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Steve, for being the other part of my fucking failing brain. 6 days and 7 nights. Anne Heck, though, she turned out to be a lesbo. Big old lesbo. And she married, who did she marry? Who's aficionado here? She married, come on. And the Tommy Lee Jones movie, The Hunted. Oh, yes, that was. I do remember Tommy Lee Jones movie, The Hunted. There's so many good movies out there. But I think since the COVID happened, all the studios kind of shut down. They weren't producing any more movies. If anything, they were trying to finish up editing some things they were doing. But nothing's been coming out as a result of that, even now. A lot of independent, and I'm grateful for them. A lot of independent movies have come out. We're not talking about the big names. There's some fantastic independent movies out there. Thank goodness for that, because those are some of the best movies. Did you ever look at a popular movie or any movie that's made it to the screen, whether it's Netflix or big screen? You look at the credits on there. I mean, the employees alone could bankrupt the movie. Do you realize how many people in a big movie are involved? Like, for example, Titanic. They've been showing a lot of shit on the internet with that, how they're doing these scenes and all that. Do you realize, I mean, I saw, it wasn't a real well-known movie, but the credits on this movie, I swear, about 15 minutes long. I'm not exaggerating. It might have been longer. Everything down to the key grips, gaffer, still photographer, extras that might have been in. I mean, it just kept on rolling and rolling and rolling. And I'm thinking, all these people got to get paid for their work. But then the funny thing happens is that you get these little independent filmmakers. And they got some, actors in there that it's just part of the agreement or something that if they make any money, they share it or something. But they're not hiring big names, and they're not getting terribly technical. And some of the best movies in the world, and Some of them can make a movie for less than $50,000. And there's been successful movies out there. I mean, look at Blair Witch, which I didn't like, by the way, but everybody's trying to copy that too, the Blair Witch Project, whatever. You know, and they tried to copy it, but he made some money on that. I don't know. He got it distributed somewhere. I don't know, but he made some money. Whoever put that together, college students or something. Who would have thought? But you don't have to, because here's the thing: is everybody's into so much action and drama on these movies, and it's going to take a lot of stuntmen. It's going to take a lot of editing. Even these days, AI could make a movie. You can make a movie with AI like crazy. You don't even need the way AI is. Look at some of the trolls on here, the stuff they put on. Your face, everything like that. I mean, they could just do a movie like that. Things have really progressed or regressed according to how you look at it. But there's no reason why somebody can't make a movie with some basic movie equipment, okay? And as long as you got a good writer, a good plot, a good story, get it around. Start small. Get somebody interested in it. You don't have to spend millions and millions of dollars on a movie. Unless you have to hire some big-time actors that all want 10 to 20 million per show, per movie. Than anybody else in the movie. Then expenses for all the employees, the cast, the crew. It's endless. The list, endless. So yes, you can make movies today that are, well, you don't have to spend a lot of money and you can make millions on it. Just come up with something different, Let it be catchy or whatever, or kitschy. People will buy into anything. So it is possible, and people have made a lot of independent movies that just really didn't go bankrupt doing it. Some of the movies surprised them. They all came out with money on it. But they didn't think it would go anywhere, Steven Spielberg started off somewhere, right? You just got to put your mind to. I had fun. I did that. It wasn't the best thing in the world, but documentary on Hawaii. But you know what I mean? I had fun doing that. It was nice. Fuck, I didn't include it in there, but I even went up on an open door helicopter to photograph the caldera of the volcano in Hawaii. I was pretty adventurous at some points on there. I didn't include it in there, but, the editor, the girl who edited my video, she didn't do a great job. And I said, fuck it, let's just go with it. Of course, I didn't sell many of these things, had to give away a lot of them. But, public TV was seen on Hawaii. Yeah, it was seen on public TV. But, the point was, I had fun making it. I really got involved with something. I even bought, a CD duplicating machine. And I'd be making it's all one big production right in my house. It would take forever to copy these DVDs. I had a machine that did it. Right? I even had for packaging. The big plastic cassettes that would come in. I bought a shitload of them. I even have a little graphic design I had printed up. I also had a laminator. Well, actually, it would actually seal the plastic when you want to package it up. Oh, yeah. I did it all on my own, except I didn't do the editing. But I had fun. I had fun doing that. Steve says, there's an Argentine dude who makes great horror movies. Terrifying when evil lurks at some Hollywood. You're talking about See, you're getting me when you just jump on me with something here. DeToro? His last name is DeToro? You talking about DeToro? You're probably talking about DeToro. I think that's who you're talking about. I forgot the first name. The name is DeToro. And I don't know if that's the last or first name. DeToro. I think that's who you're talking about. You have to look it up. But DeToro is in the name. I remember that. Don't remember the full name. It'll come to me when I don't know. And then I'll end the show and it'll wind up coming to me. Sound familiar to you? Yeah, he's got some good shit out there. No, he's Mexican. The guy is, oh, okay. Well, that's another guy. Damien Rudney. Well, look up the DeToro stuff. He's very well known. Sorry, I can't give you the full name. No, DeToro, that's different. DeToro. I think you know what I'm talking. Oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That's not the full complete name. It's a first and last, first, middle, and last. But I know who it is on the tip of my tongue. I'm thinking about too many movies right now to come up with. Oh yeah, absolutely. I love movies. You know, look, here's the thing. They're all fantasy, right? But they're entertainment, just like the assholes on YouTube. You know they're fucktards, but you like to watch them being fucktards. Same as, movie. It's entertainment. Even watch Guillermo del Toro. That's who I'm talking about. You got it. You hit it, Steve. Guillermo del Toro. That's the name I was trying to come up with. That's the one. Guillermo del Toro. Oh, did you like Kronos? The one thing I get mixed up with Kronos is that I mixed it up with something else because there was a movie, a sci-fi movie. There was this, I don't know, wasn't from the Earth. And I think they called it Kronos. It was like this big, huge fucking metal machine that stood about, I don't know, fucking 15 stories high or something. And it could move, and you could hear the pounding on the ground when that thing moved. It had almost like it was rectangular in shape. Was that Kronos? Was that Kronos? I always remember that. I think it came down to destroy the Earth, but it was a huge, big kind of machine. Kind of like something out of Transformers or something. It wasn't a Transformer movie, though. Kronos. Hey, how about the old B movies? The 50-foot giant woman. Do you remember that one? Black and white. That's going back, brother. The 50-foot woman. And I forgot how she became that big, but she had a husband or lover. I think she was looking for him, but she could pick him up in her hand. I think she actually crushed him or something. I don't know what happened, but the 50-foot woman. And whether it was actually a title or incorporated in the title, I love stuff like that. Yeah, maybe we'll do another show in the future, and we'll try to get our act together with the movies. Maybe we'll discuss specific movies. Of course, one of my great ones was, and one of the wrestlers played in there. It was They Live. Remember, they wore the sunglasses. That's the only way. Special glasses that you could actually see that these were not people on Earth. And the guy who played the leading role was a well-known wrestler. You'll figure it out. That was okay. Steve says that actress body was found mummified. What actress are you talking about? What actress and became mummified? What is that referring to? Nah, I wasn't really into Star Wars at all. Not really. I mean, I like the original Star Trek was good. I used to watch that on Star Trek, but I don't know. I mean, I've seen Star Wars, but Luke, I'm your father. Yeah. Yvette Vickers. Wow, you went and looked that up, didn't you, Steve? The 50-Foot Woman. It was a black and white movie. Yvette Vickers. I guess no one checked on her in her later years. God, even the style of hair back in those days, so funky. I was also watching kind of a little biography about John Travolta, all the losses he had. He had three women in his life die of breast cancer. Then his son winds up dying. It's just, he went through a lot of shit, this guy. And somehow he had the strength to move on with his life, and now he's like one of the richest actors. Flies his own planes, even commercial planes. The guy's incredible. He could dance too. A classic Attack of the Giant Leeches. There was also wasn't it Attack of the Giant Tomatoes? They had this thing going on with tomatoes, leeches, and then there was the Blob, of course, the Blob. It invaded the movie theater, and if you got into it, it absorbed you. I remember The Creature of the Black Lagoon was pretty good. Creature of the Black Lagoon. Show business becomes too heavy. For people. You got people committing suicide. They got these great lives, but a lot of you all don't realize what really goes on if you're that popular and you got to learn lines and you're living out of your suitcase, really, if you're successful, and the pressure in the public that's put on them. They want to know every single thing you do. You don't have privacy. It's a tough world, I know, because I'm in stardom here on YouTube, and it's been a tough going for me too. Yeah. I first saw her in the club. Okay. Lagoon Creature was top shelf. Well, you talk about the Creature of the Black Lagoon or the Lagoon Creature, a separate movie. I used to love that stuff. My childhood growing up, man, I loved these movies. King Kong used to scare me, the original King Kong movie. Or Mighty Joe Young, both of them. Then when they showed the close-up of him on screen, that was scary to me. Oh my God, yeah. King Kong and Mighty Joe Young. But it's true, when we find a creature, what do you think you're going to do with it? You're going to put it on display to make money. They took this poor turtle. It lived to 141 years, recently died. 141 years. But it was in some kind of zoo or something, I don't know. Well, I mean, at least it's been taken care of. It lived that long. Do you realize what that turtle witnessed and all the inventions and all the changes in 141 years that turtle could have witnessed if it wasn't in captivity, of course? Imagine 141 years. Would you want to live that long? I don't think so. Creature of the Black Lagoon. Yes. Oh, the tax of everything. They even had, not steelhead fish, what were they? Yeah, they grew extra big, of course. The radiation always plays a part. Steelhead. No, snakeheads. Snake Attack of the Snakeheads. The giant alligators, man. Hey, by the way, the Jaws movie. I seen the kind of the setup. I was at Universal Studios. Took my daughter many many moons ago, and I went to Universal. And they had that setup over there, and it's like a pool, and they got a big green screen behind it. It's like a pool of water, and they got this mechanical shark that comes swimming around, comes up to your little boat that you're supposedly in, whatever, on the little trailer track that you're following. And then on one side, it was subway trains that were crashing. They were all kind of separating, and it's moving towards you, and you think it's going to hit you. But I went on the one ride, which was really cool, and you don't move. This was like more of a Jurassic type thing, and you're like as if you're on this coaster and you're flying in the air, and you're not anywhere. You're not being lifted or nothing, but you're on this chair, and they move it around in conjunction with the movie scenes and stuff, and it actually makes you feel that you're actually moving and flying. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, Frankenstein movies are great. I love the one Frankenstein's wife in it. You remember she had all this frizzed up hair like an electric shock? But the funny parts of the movie, more comedy one, he really got to be advanced. And he's laying in bed because he just had sex with the bride of Frankenstein, his bride, smoking cigarettes. And I think he was reading the New York Times or something like that in bed. So he got a little sophisticated. How about when Frankenstein danced to Putting on the Ritz? That was good. Oh, Frankenfish. Okay, yeah, Frankenfish. Okay, here's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I could watch grade B movies or whatever I like, but some of the things I've seen were so bad and so ridiculous I couldn't watch it. Usually they were teenage type movies that they would watch. It was so fucking stupid that I just couldn't watch it. I don't mind fun. It could be a little stupid, but to be totally stupid and ridiculous, I generally don't pay much attention to that. Oh, sci-fi is my main thing. I love science fiction. I love all the disaster movies. Can't see enough of them. That's why I wish something different would come on. Loved when Twilight Zone and Outer Limits were on. I watched them all the time. All the time. Okay, tell you what, folks, we'll discuss this another time because it's a great topic matter. But I would say just think of some really great movies, and they don't have to be sci-fi or creature. How about creature features? I used to watch creature features. Remember that? Great stuff. Great stuff. And everybody likes to talk about movies, so maybe my next show sometime we'll really get into it. But think of some particular movies you'd like to talk about. Even research some of them, the players and all that stuff. And where were you when that movie came out? How old were you? Fuck, I can't remember how old I was in any of these fucking movies. So many of them. I can't think of how many movies I watched in my life. That'd be impossible. But yeah, we could kind of continue with this stuff another day, but I need some time for myself here. Alrighty, ready? I guess there's any fruit around here to eat, because I feel like eating something that's a little healthy. An apple or something sounds good to me. Alright, we'll continue with this, good topic matter. I like it. Something we could all relate to instead of talking about these fucking fucktard trolls out there and womanizers. I'm sick of listening to these fucking womanizers. It's all good.
Real world issues, and he's making ads selling his freaking cologne right here. Play this clip.
Fragrances are here. They make a great Christmas present. I've named them Fight, Fight, Fight because they represent winning. We all want to be winning. We have to win as a nation. We want to win as a family. This fragrance is all about strength and success and confidence.
And here was the video where Donald Trump talked about the MRI and saying that he doesn't know what body part the MRI was on. Let me show you this right here.
Mr. President, could you tell us why you needed to get an MRI? I understand that the results were good, but what was it for?
Because it's part of my physical. Getting an MRI is very standard. Well, you think I shouldn't have it? Other people get them.
No shit, Sherlock. I know that, because I didn't start yet. Clue. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Later than usual, was able to sleep in, despite traffic noise that I heard throughout the night where I'm at. Henceforth, I'm only on the 4th floor, so... yeah, but even on a 40th floor, you're still going to hear that shit in the big city. Well, where do we start off here? Commentary today. Before I begin my day. And no, I'm not going to McDonald's for any breakfast. No, 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 no. That I'm not going to do. Not going to give in. Say it, Frank, the champ is here. Clint Aston. Have you guys, if you close your eyes and you listen to Pro-Life Traveler, would you not think that a new Vitali is born? The accent, the obnoxiousness, the cockiness. Think about it. So his wife gets a gold watch. Now, I'm not totally buying into that. I didn't see the real purchase, but I'm now convinced it is all for show. It's a clever way of marketing. But you got to give the guy the credit. Now, you notice he's always hanging around with that one young Filipina. Now, knowing Filipinas how jealous they are, there's no way, unless it was planned and understood and for the ratings and she agrees with it, that would be allowed to happen. There's just no way in the world. No way in the world. There we go. Right. Bingo. You're right. He puts on a good show. He's clever, though, for an Estonian. I don't know what their intellectual levels are in Estonia, but he knows how to market. What would you call that? Eastern Europe. They're very savvy when it comes to money, because there's a lot of poor people, but there's some rich people in Estonia too. I think they're actually known for their IT over there, believe it or not. And I got a chance, just prior to doing this show, I got a chance to listen to his last show. He goes to the store and he's buying her all kinds of gifts. And of course she's greeting, oh, thank you, oh, thank you. But I expected a little bit more jubilation than she showed, because she didn't talk about it before. I think if the average schmuck on here bought a gold watch for their Filipina, there would be maybe a 15-minute kind of a dissertation of some sort. Oh, wow, I cannot believe this. Oh, then she'd bring it up again. She'd be looking at a watch during the session of sitting down and eating a breakfast, whatever it is. They bought cake, was even feeding cake to the baby, and their basic diet is fucking like hamburgers and banana cake. Speaking of banana cake, I actually have some. She did actually make some banana cake. I got it sealed, by the way, in some Ziploc, by the way. I couldn't leave it out the way we had it, so yeah. Now, all this showering of gifts is to keep the audience motivated to come back to the channel. And of course, him hanging around all the time. In fact, he spends more time with this young Filipina than he does with his own wife. Second America, the guy goes to work, comes back from work, honey, I'm home, gives him a kiss. Well, he's home from hanging around with a young Filipina who likes to be somewhat scantily dressed, coinky dinky. Scripted, yeah, it's scripted. Doesn't take. I'll tell you what, he is the new Vitalion here. I mean, the voice, his cockiness, his narcissism, really, it's all planned out. Now, one would wonder, well, where's he getting all this money? He's not retirement age. That's always a good question. Where's he getting all this money? Well, his channel makes a little money, but is it elaborate enough for him to go out and buy so-called gold watches? I don't think so. Something wrong with that picture. Something horribly wrong. It's all for show. It's just called clever marketing. But sometimes, to be honest with you, I find it hard to listen to the guy because I think I'm actually watching. They almost look alike. The accent, they almost look alike. It's the new Vitali. Reincarnated, the new Vitali. Vitali or Filipino P. Oh, she's doing good. Filipino P's doing good. Good English, blah, 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 blah. No, she gives a good presentation, but she's kind of not pro-Filipina, if you ever watched her show. But I'm not buying into all of this stuff on this guy because, and then again, he does things, I told you, he's clever. He's clever. He does things to irritate people because he knows that a lot of people have made comments about him with his selfie stick out the car window and how he wrecked the truck already. It's just a matter of time before he gets into another accident. Don't care if the kids are in the car, the wife's in the car. He doesn't care. But he's willing to take that risk just to get the view. You'd be surprised how far people go to get viewership. Bueno Cano's back. We're kind of chilling in the room here. God, trying to figure where the hell could we have breakfast. We're not going to a McDonald's or a Jolly Bee. That's out of the question. Hell no, we won't go. Yeah, you know, in Cebu area, it's really hard to find a restaurant in the morning that's serving breakfast. You know, and you got your choices there, you know, McDonald's and Jolly Bees, establishments like that. He don't send me flowers anymore. Well, Vitali, see, I called him Vitali. I told you, man, it was on my mind. The guy's looking at the Vitali. I wasn't calling him Slim. How we get the name Slim? But I guess that's what they call him. You know, no, flowers are not good enough to get ratings. Is he buying her all these gifts out of guilt? Or does she not really give a shit what he does as long as the ratings are good and the money's coming in so that he could afford these gifts? The plot thickens. Thai Dogman says 787 to 13,000 monthly estimated earnings, 6.7. Let's see. Wait. You're saying that you looked it up on Social Blade or something? 30 million views? Why? I don't understand why. Well, I have an idea, but she's saying he makes $787 to 13,000 monthly estimated earnings, 6.7K to 10 to 107K yearly? Well, they're not accurate on the Social Blade, but it's not. And how many subscribers does he have? I don't think he has that much subscribers. Well, no wonder he can afford these gifts. I'd still like to know what he did back in Estonia. He's got some kind of a pension from something. He's got to have something as a backup. I would think so. $90,000 subs. Well, you'd think he'd have a hell of a lot more than that. So the question is, why do people watch him? Is it the entertainment value, or the fact that he's hanging around, although he's married, with young Filipinas? That's kind of a fantasy to some people, to have a wife and be able to get away with shit like that. I don't know. Very interesting. He's the new Vitaly. Seriously, if you close your eyes, you didn't know better. You woke up from your typical drunken stupors, that most of you do, and you listen to this guy, you think you'd be listening to Vitaly. I mean, the accent, the whole bit. Oh, some people are doing really good on here. Are they doing it honestly? Most of them not. Is there a lot of clickbait? Oh, certainly. But you can't tell somebody don't watch somebody's channel. They're going to do it anyway. I'm supposed to be so god dang controversial. You don't see me with no 90,000 subs. What do I have on here? 171 subs or something like that? I haven't even looked. Oh, because he's an accident ready to have. Yeah, exactly. I could understand that. That's why, people used to watch Barry a lot, and people like him and Ricky. They're just accidents waiting to happen. They want to be there when it happens. Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Mr. Thai Dogman. I think that's it. It's going to happen. He's going to get into another accident with the car, and I sincerely hope his wife and baby is not in there. God, would they feed that kid, too? There'll be a fat kid. Is it even his kid? We don't even know that for sure. Okay, so why is this guy worth talking about? Because he's a prime example of what YouTube is these days and social media. Anything for views, anything for subs. On another funny note, Jim, Gasian Adventures, is always claiming he's a millionaire. But he gets upset when he asks people, well, how come nobody's sending me no money? Buy me a coffee or something. Well, Jim is just full of himself. We all know that already. What a topic to talk about in the morning. Give it a rest, you know what I mean? Sometimes I have to. He's like an action for yeah. It's all for show. Philly, king of the clickbait. He's one of the major kings of clickbait. He said he worked as a jail guard. God, he must have been a corrupt jail guard. He must have been a really corrupt jail guard. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. But then you look at people's living conditions. Well, one thing I got to say about pro-life, it's a half-decent house. There's nothing wrong with the house he's living in. Philly, however, is going from place to place, and they're all dumps. Right now, he's living on a bona fide swamp because the terrain around there is there are depressed areas that gather water. I can imagine the mosquitoes around there. Talk about a true swamp. That's a swamp. Swamp man. He don't buy me flowers anymore. No, gold watches. And do you really think that was a gold watch? Well, considering what he's supposedly making, although she seemed like happy and surprised that he bought her that, I'm still not buying it. Or she's so used to getting treasures from him that it's just, well, she'll show the appreciation. But the average Filipina, you bought her a gold watch, and believe me, they'd be so jubilant, they'd be talking about it for days. I can't believe you bought me that. Hey, I bought my girlfriend some nice baubles, and she did appreciate it. Oh, yeah. But you could tell whether somebody appreciates it or not. Oh, don't get me wrong, she appreciates all the gifts, but I think that's the glue that keeps the relationship together. If the gifts stop, it's going to get to the point she's going to say, okay, enough, Slim. I can't have you hanging around with that Filipino. And he may develop a real relationship with this girl and dump his wife. You hang around with somebody enough, and don't tell me she's not enticing him. I'm not going to buy that story. No. I'm not going to buy that story. And you can tell the way she's dressed, or, scantily dressed a lot of the times, that this is not. Yeah. Oh, we got some of the family that stayed overnight here. We have another twin bed deal in here. That's okay. Now, speaking of banana cake that he loves, I actually have some banana cake that she actually made. I brought with me. Indeed. And I'm going to do that right now. I already microwaved up some tea here, and get a dish here or something here. I'm going to have some of this. God, these places come so unequipped. Cutlery, things like that, So we got two of the kids here that stayed overnight. Oh, one ran down to find a 7-Eleven to get the lovely Gilda some coffee. Now let's try this out. She made this banana cake, but she put like these chocolate chips of some sort in there. Which I could have done without. Well, another good question is, I don't hear much about Vitali anymore, and what's going on with his situation. And by the way, I cannot watch a full episode of Pro-Life Traveler. He has such an irritating voice. Sounds like Boris Karloff, I get tired of hearing, Komistka. So does anybody have an idea of what he did for a living back in Estonia? And yes, it could be possible that. What's that? Last you heard, Vitali had the money for bail, but not releasing him. Maybe him and Barry became best friends during the same facility. That would be interesting. His new bud. What was I going to say before I rudely interrupted myself, train of thought, while I'm eating my banana cake? one bugaboo where I'm at, this is an establishment that will allow pets. I guess they get to keep it because they put a large deposit down or something. Every now and then I'll hear these dogs barking. They don't sound like big dogs, but we've heard them now and then since we've been here. So you really think he's making that kind of money per month, huh? Well, fabulous. But the problem is they burn out after a while. Oh, they'll get more views or make more money, but they're always going to do something stupid that fucks up their life. Every single time. Look at Vitali, right? His twin brother. They'll always do something that's going to screw up. He's guaranteed to get into another accident because of his vlogging from the car with that selfie stick stuck 40,000 feet out the window. You think somebody gave a bigger figure than that. Go scroll on here. Way bigger. But I don't know what the truth is. Yeah, he's got to be made certainly $3,000 to $5,000 a month. And if he's got a pension from a job in Estonia, I don't know how they work that with pensions in that country. I have no idea. I don't know much about Estonia at all. Estonia! Isn't that their national song or something? I've seen it on the show, and I don't know, maybe it's a comedy or something. It goes, Estonia, Estonia. Or something. I don't know. Eastern Europe, for example, I could never live in Eastern Europe. I could never, ever live in Eastern Europe. I just couldn't. It's just much too different than me. I just couldn't. I don't even like the goddamn accent. I really don't. It's irritating. As far as that being a real gold watch for her, I'm kind of out to lunch with that one. I can see some of the other things he buys, or some appliances and stuff like that, little fake bubbles, your kind of fake jewelry, different things, I just, nah. But there's going to be a breaking point somewhere, because I don't care who this chick is, and, the gifts are good, and she's good with the gifts, allowing him to do certain things on there, but you remember by nature, Filipinos are extraordinarily jealous. Thai dog says it would be funny as fuck if Sim's wife left him and started her own channel. She can do that too, and they'll go to it. That's the way it works. It starts with somebody, your spouse, or whatever. Look what old dog did. I mean, these are all prime examples. When the gifts stop coming, the women stop coming, if you know what I mean. Look, be generous to your loved one, but, Jesus Christ, don't get them that spoiled that it now becomes an expectation. It's like my dogs. They don't just eat like kibble. They'll turn their nose at it. They will. If you don't put some gravy mix in there or something, they'll turn their nose at it. They got so used to being spoiled. I have one of the dogs that comes up to me every time I'm sitting down. Every 5 minutes she's coming up to me because she knows I'm going to pet her head, scratch her neck, massage her neck. So she's going to come up to me all the time to do that. It's called being spoiled. She don't buy, he don't buy her flowers anymore. When the gifts stop coming, well, sometimes there is a change that happens in the relationship. Oh, that never happens, though, does it? That never happens. Happens all the time. This crazy love of mine. You don't mind buying an expensive gift now and then if you're able to do it. Jesus Christ, what was it, 6 years ago or something? I don't remember exactly when it was. I bought her a gold bracelet. It was about 4 inches wide. Kind of interwoven gold. I put it on the air one time, which was stupid, but anything expensive we don't leave around this house. Actually, her sister in Mandawi actually is the holder of some of her jewelry because we don't trust keeping that around here, and we don't have a bank vault box or whatever you want to call it, you know. We have a safe here, but we don't know what the combination is. It came with the house. And we were trying to figure it out, but no. Oh yeah, I've definitely bought her some expensive jewelry. There's no question about it at all. Although people question, you're full of shit, you never bought her any. Hey, I bought her a fucking house, motherfuckers. That wasn't cheap. Don't put things past me. Don't put things past me. Don't put things past me. Yeah, you'll donate your mother's ass. Anyway, we're not going to do. We're gonna have to skedaddle out of here, so we're gonna be gone. Thank you for listening this morning. Not too much to talk about. I just happened to see. I was almost gonna call him Vitali. I swear to God, I was almost gonna call him Vitali again. Pro-life traveler. Just go along with the shenanigans if you like to watch his show. Not everything is real. Does he make some decent money from his show per month? I'm sure, with all the viewers he gets. I'm sure he does, you know. But he's got to keep the famous algorithms going, so he's got to do these little antics. And he's going to hang... But I tell you what, it's going to come to a point, he's going to get sick and tired. Because he's going to give in if he hasn't already given in. Come on, he's got a young Filipino around him, scantily dressed, every time they go out in a short bathing suit, and... What goes on in the mountains stays in the mountains. He's not telling her the truth about everything. I'll guarantee you that. He's not telling her the truth. But to each his own, you know. And there's always consequences for everything you do. It's just waiting for the train wreck to happen. And it will happen. It certainly will.
Hey guys. Well, Thanksgiving's on its way. Hopefully you guys have a nice Thanksgiving. Listen guys, I see all this stuff on YouTube. Guys bashing America. Saying the West is dead. Let me guys tell you something. America's still the fucking GOAT at the end of the day. All these broke boys going down to the Philippines, mommy's boys, basement little boys that left their moms and dad's basement, and broke boys and all these motherfuckers going down there are all fucking broke as fuck. And then they go down there and they get even fucking more broker because they don't want to fucking work in life. They don't want the struggle. They don't want the pain. They don't want the heartache. They don't want that in life. They want the easy way out in life. There's no fucking easy way out. Simple as that. There's never been an easy way out in life. If you don't work your fucking ass off, there's nothing in life. There is nothing in life. And so I see these guys on YouTube.
Okay, we'll be with you shortly here. I'm waiting for a few people to show up here. I am home. I am home. Home. I am home. I'll tell you why. I am home. I could have stayed another couple of days or something, but I am home. 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 And good golly, it's good to be home. And I'll tell you why. As maybe a few more people show up. We did what we needed to do while we're downtown, but unfortunately, as what happens a lot of times I go into Cebu, the pollution just really gets to me. In fact, even got to my partner too. I had a headache the time I was there, and then topped off by more of a headache where the diesel from the ferry was just, I don't know, it was just spewing all over the ferry. You can't win. You can't win. No, Cebu's a good place to visit, man, but if you got allergies and if you succumb to the pollution, it's bad enough I got a bad habit, but, you know, why don't I just put my mouth on a fucking exhaust pipe and just get it over with, you know? That's what it is like when you visit the city. You don't mind being there. And you don't mind if you're contained in the malls and stuff, because that's pretty cool. I mean, literally cool and comfortable and, you know, cleaner air. Cleaner air, but this is not new. This is nothing new. No. Pretty much every time we go to Cebu, you know, I don't know, I'll get a nasal thing going on, or she will, more so me, but she sometimes does too, pretty often. Now, if you're living in a big city like that, I guess you get kind of acclimated from that. 15, what the hell? You get kind of acclimated to that if you're living there, I suppose. But there's some people who lived in these contained environments in their condos and shit with their air conditioner, and some people, according to what their age and their physicality is, you know, they don't go out much or whatever. So they kind of succumb to this. They don't succumb to this as much as other people. So there you go. But yeah, I feel much better now. Yeah, take some allergy meds. No, serious shit, man. It's, I don't know. Does it seem more polluted every time I go to Cebu, or is it just pretty much the same? And I don't know. But yeah, Cebu and these big cities are very polluted. And that's why living in a province, being surrounded by water, is a big plus. You may not have the malls, you may not have all the amenities and all that, but, you know, it blows off the island. It blows off, you know. Except for the, you know, the community that decides to burn trash. You can't get away from that. I'm sorry, you're not getting away from that at all. But that's the beauty of living on an island compared to being a suburban area. It's an island, you know, and prevailing winds and whatnot, you know, blow the pollution away eventually. Unless the air is really stagnant, then that becomes a little problematic. But generally, it's pretty good. I've had some bad days here, though, where they have these cleanup days sometimes here every Monday or whenever they do it, you know, according to your barangay or whatever. People are sweeping up and they're going to burn leaves. And unfortunately, well, they don't just burn leaves. They throw plastic in there. They're not supposed to do that. But then again, since when did it ever stop them from doing such a practice? It is what it is, right? But yeah, it is a benefit living on an island for that, because it's not that polluted here. I mean, it has its own level, but it doesn't compare with the big city. I still like going there. To get things done I need to get done. Love going to the mall because there's some foods there I could eat. A few places. There's and other places outside of the mall, which we did go to. And, you know, if you need a pair of shorts, whatever you need, you know, a place to get it. And, you know, just be able to shop around for a few things that you need and maybe a few things that you just simply want. There's a difference between need and want. But, yeah, it's Oh yeah, I'm home, air conditioning. I mean, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all good. Yeah. Doesn't mean I hate going to Cebu. I actually like going to Cebu. As I said, I can get a lot done when I'm there. But yeah, I've never stayed there. I think the longest I've stayed in Cebu at any point in time, I don't know, was when I had my kidney thing? I don't know. I don't remember. I stayed maybe 5 days was the longest I think I've ever stayed in Cebu. Business take care of whatever, this, that, and the other. But yeah, I don't generally stay that long. Yeah. You know, you just get burnt out. And that's why I could not see myself, not only just for the pollution, but I could not see myself living in an urban area, like a big city like Cebu, Manila, things like that. I'm not you know, you might think I'm a big city boy. In some respect, I am, in consideration that, you know, well, anywhere I've lived, actually, I haven't lived anywhere, actually, where I was in the middle of a big city. Actually, no. I was raised in Mount Vernon, New York, born in the Bronx. But I didn't, but most of my time with New York City was when I went to college. And I spent a lot of time there, not just during college, but even the days I didn't have any classes. You know, I'd go down to New York City to photograph people and whatnot. Gave me a lot of topic matter. New York City, Brooklyn, so forth and so forth. Hello. Hello. But no, my preference, no matter where I live, I mean, it would have to be. Even in Hawaii, I didn't live in no big city. There's no big cities in Hawaii. There was Hilo on that side of the island. That was a small city, and there wasn't a lot of pollution. Again, things would blow off the island, except, except when a volcano was acting up. Well, that was a different story. Yeah, you'd get remnants, and sometimes pretty heavy. Was it the sulfur dioxide and so forth? And yeah, that I've had numerous times where, pardon me, I'm tired from the show, that I experienced that. I mean, you can smell that sulfur in your nose, you can't get rid of it. And if you have any lung problems, well, that could make it worse. But yeah, it was all good, short but good, but took care of what I needed to take care of. And actually, I wanted to stay a little bit longer, but had to do with her visiting older children that were staying at the house here. How long they were able to stay here to watch to supervise the ones that live here that are younger than they are, and the dogs and all that good stuff. So yeah, I would have stayed a little longer. There was a couple of places for entertainment that I wanted to actually do, but maybe another time. The one thing I always like to do, well, there's a lot of things I like to do, but I've been to the Sorao Mountain area about 4 times, actually. It's nice getting out of the city, going to the mountain area. You'd be surprised the pollution follows you up there, too. But the 2 times out of the 4 I've been there, it was pretty good. And the other 2 times, the pollution kind of followed us 3/4 of the way up. I like going there. Just get out, get away, get the outskirts of the city, you don't have to stay in a central city itself. You have certain restaurants you want to check them out. A special restaurant with good food, definitely check it out. We did. No, we didn't go to that Saboros. We did not go to Saboros. And I don't consider that 100% Italian food, although it's tasty, but no, I don't regard that as great Italian food. No, but at convenience is the only reason we'd ever go there. We couldn't figure what the fuck we want to eat. We'd always get into a real fervor over all right, so what do you want to eat? I don't know. What do you want to eat? I don't know. There's nothing here in the food court that's, enticing me. So we'd wind up, not this trip, we'd wind up going to Sabaros. We'd wind up going to Sabaros. Okay, so what else? What else is going on? Oh, the title of the show. Okay, I'm totally off topic. Am I? Oh my, oh my, oh my. We got this guy, but they're all coming in. All these newbies are coming in. They don't have a clue what they're doing. He calls himself Sticky Pinky. It might have originally been Stinky Pinky, but I think maybe he changed it to Sticky Pinky. I don't know. Some sexual kind of innuendo to that name. I don't know. I don't know. But he's a dude that likes to wear sunglasses online like I do. He's like a dude that claims he has a trucking business and all that in America. He's supposed to have a lot of money, but then you listen to his show and he's complaining about how, it's too expensive in America. He can't afford to buy food in America, but he's got a big trucking business. Okay, see what I mean? There you go. So they're all fucking liars on here. And some other things that pretty much tell a lot of clues about him. He's very, very negative. Very negative. He's not in the Philippines, but supposedly he's been coming to the Philippines on and off for 20 years. And now he's got a girl knocked up. I think he's trying to get out of the situation. He doesn't say really nice things about Filipinos, but that's nothing new on here in this genre. A lot of people like to trash him and trash the country and everything else. This guy does that. Now, I'm not trying to give him any thumbs up here or any kind of promotion, but if you want to see a real loser amongst many on here, this is one of the newest losers on here, Sticky Pinky. All you got to do is watch several of his shows. I think you'll get pretty much a good idea what this guy's all about. He's not consistent in what he talks about. He forgets that he said something else totally opposite, which kind of exposes him as a liar. But that's kind of what it is. And let's see, of course, well, you got another guy called, I think he's called Mr. Wright, Wright. And he's sort of a newbie. He's got a good amount of viewers, though, or subs, rather. And he tends to be like an expert on Philippines and Philippines women. They're all experts when they come on here. They're all experts. He's another one that you should watch. You can come up with your own conclusions. Unfortunately for this guy, he just really doesn't know what to talk about, and he's becoming very redundant, and I guess he doesn't realize he is. He's kind of forcing topics, and they all are similar to what he may have talked about the day before, but then that never goes on here, does it? Okay, of course, you got Jim's Gaysian Adventures, or Adventures with Jim, and Jim's main concern is his muscles, not his brain. And this guy's made so many mistakes in his life. Yet another liar, more liars, more liars, more liars. Everybody's trying to cover up their real life. Man, I don't hide nothing, man. And I tell you what, he certainly is not, he burned his bridges coming back in the Philippines, I'll tell you that. Because the way he talks about his wife, that's correct, wife, Dexel, Dexcel, never heard of a name like that before. He knocks her. And boy, he knocks the Philippines, and he knocks the police. If the police were to do anything with me, when I had that problem, when I got into a fight with a local neighbor or something, he goes, I would have beat the shit. He goes, I would have wound up in jail. I would have beat the shit out of these cops. No. You'd be dead, Jim. You'd be dead. You raise a hand to one of the cops out here, it gives them legal license to fill you up, and you look like some Swiss cheese in a matter of minutes. But Jim is a 54-year-old man that looks about 68. You've probably all seen him. He doesn't eat right, although he claims he does. He's hanging around with a girl, looks like she's about 16 years old, and claims that she's a lot older than that. Okay. Trying to make believe that he's having the greatest time in Cambodia. Not that Cambodia ain't a good place, I'm sure it is, but The reason he attacks the Philippines is because, you know, and the reason he's hanging around with this girl is to shove it to Dexel and to make her think that he's having a gay old time. Well, he might be having a gay old time. It is Southeast Asia, after all. You know, it's pretty commonplace, gay people. Well, Seinfeld said, not that there's anything wrong with being gay, but you never know with this guy. I've never seen a guy so in love with himself and his body. He doesn't even have proper biceps. They're all kind of discombobulated for some reason, fallen over the side. He had some kind of muscle tears or something. So he's got, all he talks about is his fucking testosterone, his steroids. Hey, look, let me tell you something. I'd be more proud to build up some muscle. I did it on my own, not to depend on steroids in order to do it. That's kind of like cheating, although no athletes have ever done that. No bodybuilders have ever done that. But Jim's ideology is I could kick everyone's ass. I can't kick everyone's ass. Just, you know, no matter what they say that I said on here, there's no way in the world I could kick anybody's ass. Combination of age and endurance, you know. Let's be real about it. There's a few people I know I could kick their ass on here without even thinking about it, no matter what my age is. I will stand behind that statement. However, yeah, I don't claim to be no superhero, never did. Contrary to what some people say on here, that I've said that. Of course, they've said a lot of things I've never said before. But Jim, he's no millionaire. That's why he stays in kind of a saddle tramps type of a room or apartment. And he doesn't go out and spend a lot of money on food. He eats a numerous amount of small foods during the day. He'll buy meals in a day that's really cheap, and a millionaire, right? And try to separate them into numerous meals for the rest of the day. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you whatever you want to think it is. You got your own mind. It's funny how we can see through these people so easily. They're so transparent. Especially the newbies that come along. I know they're full of shit. I know they're full of shit, you know. Most of them are full of shit on here. Even the ones that claim they have a lot of money, everything they do is full of shit. They're not kind, good people. They like seeing suffering of other people on here, either at their expense or somebody else's expense. Insecurities, having a harem, stuff like that, you know, insecurities about their manlyhood, and that's what that's all about. But we know what it's really about. It's about the fucking wallet. It's about the wallet, the carrot. The donkey chases the carrot. And no more to say about that. That's it. Said what I said. I'll stick behind it. Well, you might all, everybody, is living the most fantastic life, fantastical. No, they're not. No, they're not. We've proved this so many times. Well, their mouth, they slip now and then, and like Popeye, you know, when Nico slipped and admitted that Popeye had to rely on a mobility scooter, everybody heard that. Well, I certainly did. Popeye denies that he has a mobility scooter and tries to make people think he's got a wonderful, fulfilling life when he hasn't been laid probably in 2 decades. Goes to bingo. Well, you know the whole story. We don't have to reiterate all this shit. You've been listening to these people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, nothing to report, and certainly nothing personal I'm going to talk about here, other than getting a headache. As far as that goes, let's just say it was a good trip, got something accomplished, did a little bit of shopping. I was a little bit disappointed. Well, I went to S&R, and I was, more than disappointed. A lot of the things that I normally buy, they did not have in stock. So instead of walking out of there with a big grocery cart or a cooler just filled to the brim with frozen foods, there's about half the amount of what we normally would buy there. It's the timing is all bad. The timing is all bad. I didn't even get my blueberries. God forbid. Not even my blueberries. How sad is that? Yeah. A few things we did pick up, though. Okay, we're going to have another chicken and roasted potatoes tonight. Pretty soon, actually. So I got to go cook my broccoli. I got to get some greens before dinner is going to be served. Got to have my greens in there. Other than that, since I've been back, it's just been quiet and just keeping cool, literally and figuratively. I don't care. It's a day away, a week away. It's always nice to be home. It always is. And having your own home, that's even better. It's always fun when you come back in that ferry. It's just magical, really. And when you're pulling in with that ferry into Santa Fe, when you see that seemingly emerald green, beautiful hues, the colors, you know, coming in and the palm trees. The only thing that ruins it now, they ruined it. They got that 11-story condo complex that they're building. And before they started the project, it looked like a very idyllic island, very tropical, and it is anyway, but it ruined the whole ambiance of the town. It really did. Because you could see that monstrous structure 5 miles out in the water. They got away with it, money was paid here, money was paid there to get that project despite the DNLR. Money was exchanged in every direction you could possibly put it to get them to continue to do that project. You know what's going to happen now? It gives license, call it poetic license, whatever you want to call it, and real license to for other people to build other structures. Because they could turn around and say, hey, you allowed this 11-story project. I don't see any reason why we can't build a 5-story, 10-story, 20-story project. They opened up the can of worms for the island. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But that's what's going to happen. There'll be all these arguments going on with the Department of Natural Land and Resources and all that, and the city, municipality, and government. More money would have to be exchanged. People are going to get rich and allowing this shit. It doesn't matter what the people think about here. They're destroying the ambience of this island, which is what attracted me in the first place. It's a shame. It's a shame, but everything changes. Not always for the best, unfortunately. You just can't get away from people, man. No matter where you turn, there they are. No matter how nice your island is. It's not that I hate people. I just don't like being around too many people. Too many dogs, cats, and it's multiplying. They're not doing anything about it. Trying to find adoption centers or maybe funding the people that are actually have or they do have one gal that's running, but she's got plenty of animals and probably not enough funding to feed all these animals. I was lucky to get that puppy we found in there. I don't know what they did with it. Threw it out in the woods. I wouldn't be surprised, and knowing the owner. Or just, I don't know, let it die or something. I don't know. And nothing would surprise me. Considering, what we had here? Our animal rescue, our animal pound, or whatever they had here. And if they still do, I don't know, shut it down. They would take these dogs. Listen to this. I know you're going to hate hearing this. I hate even talking about it. They had these old, rusty, rotting cages. They'd throw these dogs in these things, and they just let them die from starvation. They didn't want to spend the money to feed the dogs or take care of them medically. And that's all I want to talk about it, because it kind of bothers me to even think about some of the cruelty that goes on here in the Philippines. I will talk about the Philippines. I will talk about it. If there's any negativity about certain things, I will speak up about it. But I am not going to be like these guys and do whole fucking shows that because they couldn't make it with a woman, they couldn't buy a house here, they couldn't get settled in here, or they're not ready for retirement and they're living their life vicariously through people like me and others. I don't want to hear it anymore. They just couldn't make it here, and all they do is down the Philippines, down the people who are living out here that actually succeeded in a long-term relationship like I did, have gotten settled and so forth. That's what it's all about. They want to be me. They want to be me. Not meaning look like me, but they wish they did too, some of them. You got guys claiming to be money, but they got the most snaggly fucking rotted teeth you've ever seen in your fucking life. You think a chick's gonna kiss you, right? Yeah, right. We got another fucking guy that don't even live here, but likes to come on the genre. He's from fucking Australia, you know, who's probably got the smelliest breath in the world, but 3 packs of cigs a day, chain smoking, drinking alcohol all fucking day from when he gets up in the morning till he goes to bed. And he's going to kick everybody's asses. He's historically has ran away from everybody. Likes to knock me and my girlfriend and all that, but he will never come to my door. He will never come here. Never come here to face me. Trucking business, okay, see what I mean? There you go. So they're all fucking liars on here. And some other things that pretty much tell a lot of clues about him. He's very, very negative. Very negative. He's not in the Philippines, but supposedly he's been coming to the Philippines on and off for 20 years. And now he's got a girl knocked up. I think he's trying to get out of the situation. He doesn't say really nice things about Filipinos, but that's nothing new on here in this genre. A lot of people like to trash him and trash the country and everything else. This guy does that. Now, I'm not trying to give him any thumbs up here or any kind of promotion, but if you want to see a real loser amongst many on here, this is one of the newest losers on here. Sticky Pinky. All you got to do is watch several of his shows. I think you'll get pretty much a good idea what this guy's all about. He's not consistent in what he talks. All right. Just finished actually watching something interesting about Jaws before I begin my shoe on suggested topic matter. And the problems they went through filming Jaws, you wouldn't believe. It was a disaster. It was one of the highest financially successful films for quite a while. And the highest salary was paid to Robert Shaw, character in the film, the old fisherman guy that was going after the shark. $500,000, which today's equivalent would probably be like 10 million or something. I don't know what it'll be today's standards, probably more than that, surprisingly. And when they gave the awards out for that movie, well, the special effects chick who did the editing, she won an award. And the guy who came up with doo doo doo, he got an award. But Rob Schneider, no, yeah, and Spielberg himself, the director, he didn't. I don't think he got an award on that actually. Strange. Okay, well, you'd have to watch it. Look up the making of Jaws and movie. And then, of course, the town of, it was not Amityville, you know, as they put it there, but it was actually Martha's Vineyard. And they just gave the crew so much shit. Worried about tourism, you know how that goes, and this and that, and disrupting their daily life, and that they took advantage of it, though. They were price gouging prices in town on everything. Isn't that human nature? Isn't it such price gouging and human nature, man? You know, here's the thing with any business, and I'm not really a businessman. I want to throw this in there too. You make more money in volume than you can make on just gouging prices up and expecting to make money all at once by revising the prices, making it harder for people to buy it. So, as we look at that, keep a good price. Don't take advantage of people during a crisis, which everybody does. All right, some people have excuses, of course. Well, we have to charge you more money because the ferries are not coming in delivering food. So they do price gouging. Well, during holidays out here, religious holidays, every hotel has their price for a room, right? So we're a little off topic here, but I wanted to kind of push this in. No, they don't charge their regular price. They'll triple the price because they know more people are coming in. They figure, well, there are going to be less rooms, so they're willing to pay whatever we want to charge you. Yeah, that's what they do. But it's not just here. This is not a Philippines thing, folks. Just to let you know, we're not jumping on the Philippines like some people do and make a career out of it. No, it's true. Everywhere. People will take advantage of other people. That's just the way it goes. Religious holidays out here. Yeah, of course. Rooms are going to go for a lot of money because a lot of tourists are coming in. They figured this is the time we're going to make our money. We'll show them. The rest of the year, we were starving, but this is the time. We're going to raise those prices and make that money back that we didn't make the rest of the year with no holidays. Human nature, man. Like it or don't like it, greed is human nature. We see it all the time on YouTube. So yeah, the making of Jaws was, boy, so many disasters, but it turned out to be a success. Everybody else tried to copy that. They come up with all kinds of monsters, and of course it had to do with, you know, making the town people unrest with the mayor, and because, you know, it's always tourist season. It's always tourist season. And we can't tell people there's a man-eating shark out there. Even though people get killed, you know, we depend on this tourist season to make our money here. We depend on it, as they do in these movies. No matter where it is, it could be a lake, you know, a big giant snake head, or invading the lakes, and of course it's a tourist community, and there's always a mayor that comes in there, and we can't let you do this because we depend on the tourists. Oh, God. Okay. Central Queensland, Australia. Do you know Jay? Never mind. Long story. Yeah. Okay, getting to the topic and get to the point. I don't know. Symbolism on YouTube. Yeah, we're going to go with... okay, here's the way I see things. Especially the women do this a lot, but some of the times the men do it for their women. Look, you're either good looking or you're not. Let's just get down to the, the nitty gritty of this. You're either attractive or you're not. And if you have to use filters to enhance what your girlfriend or girlfriends plural look like, then you're hiding something. Then we go into another symbolism. The cigar. The cigar. Cigar throughout history has been a successful businessman smoking that cigar. It's like a symbol of success and security. Made a good business deal, smoke a cigar. Or go to these special boys club places, where they have cigar bars, whatever you want to call them. To a special man's cave, so the wealthy can gather together, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and a number of other people that are avid cigar smokers. They sit around with all the success and money, smoking that expensive cigar, Cubans, whatever. It's a symbol of success. Now, when a woman is puffing on a cigar, it's a little bit different. I mean, it not only symbolizes, I'm living the high life, but it's also a phallic symbol. Oh, yes, it is. Not when men smoke it, no. When women puff on a cigar, it is a sexual thing. It's a phallic symbol, quite different than why men do it. It's just, men, again, it's like a way of saying I'm successful, I got money. Yeah. Many of you know that already, and maybe many of you never even gave thought about it, perhaps. Interesting, huh? The way I see it, and then you got all these TikTok so-called stars. They're all stars. Anyway, yeah, right. They got to enhance, and this goes deep, this subject in many ways, makeup, plastic surgery, all that kind. This is a very deep subject, but we could dive into it just a little bit anyway. So let's just dive into it, Filters, of course. This modern age, all this AIG, I don't know, all this crap and editing and AI and all this shit could make the ugliest beast look like a princess. Why hide who you are as far as your natural looks? Oh, I could see a woman maybe to dress up once, to do a little bit of eye makeup or something like that. I don't have a problem with that. But it gets intense when they just give it, I'm giving all she's got, Captain. And the makeup, everything falls on them. Everything, just the lipstick, heavy on the lipstick. Women were not made to look that way. They weren't born with ruby red lipstick on. They weren't born with 3-inch long eyelashes. Okay? And most women didn't shave their eyebrows to actually pencil in better eyebrows in the past. Oh, maybe for cancer patients, I could see that. It's ridiculous. It's just totally ridiculous. Celebrate who you are. Some are fortunate, like me, to be very attractive for a man his age. But, what do you need to do to make yourself look good? Comb your hair now and then. Shower, good hygiene. Don't plaster your face with some chemical makeup. And don't forget, in the past, way in the past, they were using makeup made out of, had lead in it, or it might have had, what was it besides lead? It was another poison. I forgot what it was. They were dying from that. One of the old queens, Elizabeth, the first, second, whatever, how many queens they had, but shit, they were literally dying. I think one of them died from that, I think. I don't know all British history, but I think that did happen. But it happened to other women when makeup came out, and they were putting this shit on. They had no idea what it was, that their skin was absorbing this shit. Look, you could only hide Mother Nature so much. I mean, you could take care of yourself, and look good for your age, which is something I try to do. But I don't have a flat nose. I have a European nose, and I never even thought about changing that. I could have got surgery and made my nose look like a ski slope or something, or it's like some women do. I've never done anything to enhance other than put a little Just for Men in my hair, which I'm very open about, which I haven't done recently, and I may not. I don't know. That's about it. People say, oh, you got bags under your eyes. Well, happens as you age. But some worse than others I've seen on here, and believe me, I've seen it. No names mentioned. It is what it fucking is. You know, it is what it is. Okay, Jenny, I never wear makeup anymore. It's just good moisturizer. As I'm tanned, fit, slim, and trim. Well, right on. I'm not against moisturizer, no. Except, I don't know, I just get, you know, if I get that in my eyes, I got sensitive eyes. People say, well, Frank, when you're in camera, how come you wear glasses? I think I've explained that more than a dozen times. I've actually got very sensitive eyes, actually. I'm recessive trait. I got blue eyes, you know, light skin, and my eyes are pretty sensitive. In part because of some allergies, which I've had for a long time. In part, in looking at the glare of a screen or things like that, or the sun coming through the window to the side of my eyes. I have had a cataract on one eye, which I had taken care of many, many years ago, and it still kind of refracts the light a little bit. I don't know what it does, but so I'm not trying to look cool when I come on camera with, and I'm not trying to hide that I have any sag under my eyes or anything. No, it's not what you think, actually. People see me without glasses on, and I'm not trying to look cool. But we have another guy on there now called Stinky Pinky, or Sticky Pinky. And if you look at him, you say, wait a minute, is that Frank? Is that Frank? No, hair's different. Well, you'd have to see the show. He always wears glasses. I'm not sure what his reason is. I gave you mine, but I'm not sure what his reason is. You know, but it's just that, you know, I'm not vain in that way. I just, sure, I've been on camera hundreds and hundreds of times. I've been on YouTube a long time. I've been on hundreds of times, if not 1,000. But I don't always choose to be on camera all the time. And when I do, a lot of times you'll see me wearing sunglasses. Sometimes I'll lift them up and you can see my eyes right there. I'm not hiding them. It's just that my eyes are very sensitive. There is sometimes on a cloudy day I'll be wearing my sunglasses. Not, again, to look cool, not to hide, but, you know, it also helps with the pollution in the air hitting my eyes, or the wind carrying pollution into my eyes. I wear sunglasses to help prevent it. Yeah, I've got allergies. Everybody known me on here knows that. You either hear me sneezing or you hear me sniffing, although lately I haven't been sniffing a lot. But my allergies have been kind of under control. I don't know why, but it wasn't when I just made this trip, though, I can tell you that. To the lovely Cebu. So, phallic symbols. And why do the boyfriends, husbands, whatever they are, they want to show off their women? Well, instead of using filters and so forth, and using cigars as phallic symbols, I say present your women as they are. Let the audience make their own judgment of whether they're good looking or not. But when you're going to use filters and get all the flaws in the face and everything else, that's not presenting reality. Reality is what you look like without that makeup on. And if you don't like what you look like without the makeup on, blame Mother Nature, man. Show people who you are, like I used to joke around about before they came out with padded bras. Women in the past used to stuff tissue in their bra which made no sense at all because, you know, the guy that she finally hooks, he thinks she has some lovely big breasts because she stuffed toilet paper in there during those times. He's going to take her clothes off, right? He's going to see whether or not she's got those big breasts or not. It defeats the purpose. I mean, it's ridiculous. Of course, then they came out with padded bras. That was the best thing in the world for them. But again, it's the same shit. Why are women trying to hide what they got? Okay? Why are they trying to hide that? Are the guys not going to see it? Come on, man. Seriously. I don't know. People are strange in that way. I've seen women on here that were ugly, as ugly and fugly as any woman you could ever see in your life. Is ugly, fugly, ugly, fugly, ugly, fugly. And you've all seen the individual woman that is not very attractive at all by anyone's view, but do TikTok things and stuff like that to enhance what they look like. But that's not what you look like, dear. That's not what you look like. The only person you're kidding is yourself. Stop living in a fantasy world. The one thing I gotta say about my girlfriend, my long-term girlfriend I'm still with, almost 10 years. That's right, almost 10 years. She don't wear much makeup, except she has to go to a wedding thing, which she has to do. Oh hell, she just had somebody over here doing her nails. Yeah, we're so broke here. Doing her nails. She got her hair colored to get little bits of gray she might have had coming in there. And she's doing her eyelashes for the wedding. She don't normally do, but she looks good when she gets her eyelashes done, though. It really brings out her eyes. I will give that. I can see a woman do that a little bit to enhance their eyebrows. Not eyebrows, but excuse me, eyelashes. Because actually, a little bit long, not like scary long. Like women have these fucking 3-inch fucking eyelashes. Look something out of a freaking horror movie, you know? I don't mean that. You could enhance that a little bit and it looks good. It looks really good. It really defines their eyes. Not only women with rouge, they put a base on before they even put the makeup on. And when the makeup's on, they're enhancing it even more. You know, they're changing the shape of their eyes, you know, with eyeliner. Then there comes the eyeliner. That's not what your eyes look like, sis. It's not what you look like, dear. You weren't born that way. It's like in Hawaii, they say, born here, not flown here. Go home, Hallies. Or fucking Hallies, usually adjective in front of it. Yeah. If you got natural beauty, show it. I think more guys appreciate natural beauty. Now, unless, you know, you're on a roll. You're a sex pat out here. And, you know, you're going after all the whores. Oh, you like all the whores with all the makeup and the phony eyelashes and all that crap. God bless you. Not me. A lot of the Hollywood stars and singers that you think are so beautiful. Did you ever see them stripped down with no makeup? Look at Pam Anderson. But, you know, at least she's natural. She's showing her age. I'll give her a little credit. She could be nasty. She's done porn movies with Tommy Lee. Like it was an accident that somebody stole the tapes. Come on, the bullshit. You made the tapes to get out so you could make more money. Oh, somebody stole the tapes. They got out. And we're mad as hell. No, you're not. No, you're not. Then they turn around and say, hey, okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to make money on this. I'll release these things. And I'll copyright it, whatever. I'm going to make the money on it. So they gave in. But that was the whole plan. You're out of publicity at the time. You've been done with Baywatch and all this shit, whatever. You need to be in the limelight again. Am I lying about what I'm saying on here? No, I'm not. Be who you are, okay? And another thing is, muscles don't make the man, Jim, and others. No, it don't. The facade has nothing to do with your character. having muscles don't necessarily mean you're strong either. Not really. There's training for strength, and there's training for, like, you know, competition, just to have these muscles that show out. But there's a difference, you know. Oh, sure, you're strong if you could do massive deadlifts and all that. Sure, but there's different ways of building muscle with different purposes. Doesn't mean you're a tough bastard because you got muscles. You could be the biggest fucking coward in the world and run the other direction when somebody says, I'm after your fucking ass, your muscles ain't gonna do shit. In fact, people who are too muscular, well, they can't run for shit. And some of them have no necks. You can't even turn their heads. Really. And they're dependent on those steroids, but they don't do things naturally. Fuck, even at my age, I could take steroids, and I'd build up muscle like you wouldn't believe at my age. I'm not going to touch steroids. I'm not even going near steroids. What, get a heart attack? As Popeye says, heart attack? I'm not going to fuck with that shit, man. Supplements is one thing, but I'm not going to go into steroids. My goodness. There are a lot of guys into steroids. It shrinks their nutsack and nuts in their testicles. It affects you other ways. Some people can't get it up. Right, Jim? Mr. Muscle Man. Give me a break, man. Oh, it's funny to watch this guy. He's a millionaire. Yeah, but then he lives in basically, you know, nothing more or less than backpacker motels, and you know, he'll go to the store and put together a cheap meal, but he'll divide it up for the rest of the day because he has to save his money for the average. When he's not drinking hard liquor, he admit that he'll at least drink 8 cans a day of beer. 8 cans a day of beer when he's not getting into it kind of heavily. He also takes Valium to go to sleep, and they joke about me a lot. And he'll even combine it. Such an idiot that he is. He's supposedly he's got a degree in nutrition. He's got a degree in what else? Physical fitness training. He trains people. Oh, he's done a lot of things, Jim. Jim does a lot of things. A lot of lying. A lot of lying. Where is everybody tonight? 8 people. Where is everybody? Anyway, a kind of a couple of topics in one, but they all kind of lead into the same thing. All the bullshit, all the lying, you know, using filters to enhance their girlfriends. Well, we already know what they look like, and if we were not impressed to begin with, we're not going to be impressed with adding filters to make them look attractive. Now, does this apply to anybody out there? It's one of those things, folks. If the shoe fits, wear it. That's all it is. We're not naming names. We don't have to. At least I could say on my girlfriend, I don't have to enhance her photographs at all. She's a natural in front of the camera. She really is. I've never seen very few photographs ever taken of her by me or family, or selfies of herself, have ever been greatly enhanced or enhanced at all. And if she ever did anything like that, I said, why are you doing that? Oh, I was just playing around. I said, you don't need that. I said, you're one of them that don't need filters for the way you look. Hell no. Yeah. So, is there anything real at all on YouTube with the men and their women? Seemingly not. We're getting new people coming into YouTube that I discussed, I think, on the last video. They're lying too about their life. They don't catch themselves on the mistakes they made, maybe on a day before, what they were claiming about certain things, of income or whatever it might be. They slip a lot. That's how you catch them. Yeah. We got this sticky pinky guy, as I talked about, who's supposed to have a big trucking business. He makes a lot of money. But then he was complaining about, well, first of all, I hate when people put down the United States. I still think it's the greatest country in the world. the strongest, most financially successful country in the world. But yet he makes 20 years worth of trips to the Philippines while he downs the Philippines, downs the Filipino women. Okay? But yet, he was caught on a recent show bitching and whining like he normally does about, you know, that in America, where she's visiting right now, forcing him to eat rice and eggs all day long. Well, wait a minute. Said you had money. How could you be resorting to eating rice and eggs? He's complaining about the prices in America, but he's building it up, the greatest place in the world. Obviously a Donald Trump supporter. Look what Trump's doing. All the red faces on the MAGA people out there. Oh my God, I could name names on here. We're supporting MAGA and Trump and all that. They are so embarrassed at what they're finding out about their hero, Donald J. Trump. Biggest chump in history. Oh my God. It's embarrassment now. You know, you voted for that piece of shit. The guy is falling apart physically and mentally. Likes to call Biden Sleepy Joe, but he's been sleeping on a lot of his press conferences, nodding out, knocked out. Some people think he's wearing a colostrum bag or a urine bag because he can't retain his urine. Some people think he has braces on below his knees on both legs. They show him walking on a carpet coming from a plane, and he's doing a totally imbalanced walk with a big zigzag. He can't walk in a straight. Look, I could go through hundreds of observations on President Trump, but it's not worth my time to do it. The Republican voters, or those staunch Republican voters, are eating crow left and right. And you know who you Republican voters are out there. You know who you are. Your hero is going down with the ship. So is his whole administration. But they're not going to admit to that. I can think of one guy on here who boasts about himself being a Republican. You know, oh yeah. In fact, he said, since this pedophile, which Trump actually is, this child raper, involved in all that stuff with child trafficking, his wife even giving blowjobs to Big Bubba. He's even given a blowjob, I think, to his hero, the guy who started this all. He supports that guy. All he cared about is that his financial portfolio under Trump's administration gained 26%. Didn't care that the guy was involved with a child trafficking, child rape, underage girls, a little secret organization that's no longer secret. Oh, he won't say nothing bad about his hero because his hero made him 26% on his portfolio. You sick fucking bastard. Anybody, is what I say, that could support Trump's behavior, what he's done, it's all in the files. Pedophiles. Okay? If you could support that kind of behavior, especially from the leader of the country, U.S., does the apple fall far from the tree? That's all I'm going to say. Why do you support somebody like that? You mean you believe in that kind of stuff? You mean that's okay? You means you're all right with that? There's a lot I could extend on that statement with this individual, but I'm not going to do it. Just use your imagination. I could go into things that'll curl your hair with this guy, but I won't. for legal purposes. The shoe fits, wear it, my friend. That's what I say. All right. Is there any real people out there besides me? Not too many, really. I take pride that when I do a show, hey, man, I'll belch it out. I say like it is. No holds barred. I mean, I just come out with it. The difference is that, which I've said 200 times, and I'll make it 201 time. No problem with that. A little redundancy on my part if it makes a reason to be redundant at the time, I will be redundant. Is that I do not ever talk about anybody on here, their shows, and say lies about what they put on their shows or what they say. I base it on what they really had to say on their show, audibly and visually. If I didn't see it, if I didn't hear it, that's a different story. That's it. That's the difference between me and other vloggers on here. I'm not trying to glorify myself in any sense. Anything I've ever talked about me, whether I took up martial arts, I never said I'd had a black belt. I never said I was an expert in martial arts. I was only honest about it. I dabbled in it. I never continued. My parents did not have enough money for these very expensive lessons by a very special instructor. I wasn't lying about the instructor and who he was. None of that was a lie. I never told a bullshit story except I was in Mac 10 and I was still in Hawaii. If you want to call that a lie or call it a little clickbaiting to see how people would react, sure, I did. And boy, did they react. They still talk about it today. Frank's a liar because he once made believe that while he was still in Hawaii, that he was in Hawaii on Mactan Island. Oh, that was enough to send a ship sinking. It was the talk of the town. Oh, gee, Frank lied. So I became a chronic liar at that point about everything. Isn't that what happened? No. Truth. I'll use the word truth. The truth is, I have not lied about anything on my show. About anything. There's nothing I can recall other than Mactan thing. No. If I'm going to talk about people on YouTube, I draw up the facts. And these are things that you have all seen already. You have all heard already. I could back it up. But I don't just make up stories out of the blue. Like, 4 or 5 years of calling somebody a pedophile. Okay, that's a little extreme, don't you think? A little extreme. I would think so, right? Yeah. But the very same people that support these fucking real pedophiles, the very same people that stick up for some criminal, this felon who's in jail for the things that he does, these are the people that you got to worry about. Because if they support that kind of behavior, you start asking yourself, God, what kind of dastardly things they've done in their life. And some of them, we know what they've done. They could come out as looking Mr. Perfect. I would never do those things. I never did. I never said anything like that. When we all heard them, we have heard what they said. If it wasn't heard and seen, I understand completely. But when you heard it and seen it, it becomes factual. There you go. Clint, a familiar name, is on here. Anyway, I'm not going to, unless you haven't been listening to my show, I'm not going to go back up and give a review. You'll have to just have to leave this on or something, whatever. But we covered a lot of very interesting areas and topics. Cigars as phallic symbols. Cigars as a symbol of success. We talked about, I don't want to go through the whole list. Lies. People supporting people that do evil things. It makes you wonder all the evils that they do. that they're going to support like Trump, who we know through Epstein files has given blowjobs to men, has been involved with child trafficking, has been with underage girls, even had one of his own wives give a blowjob to stay called Big Bubba. There's so much behind the scenes that people don't know. Even with people here on YouTube, how far will they go to try to make themselves look like they're squeaky clean? But then something always sneaks out. Something always gets out. A mistake that they made on their Facebook or any other social media that they do, where something just slips. And the information comes out. Go on. It always happens. It always does. So these squeaky clean people who try to portray themselves as being squeaky clean and they don't do any wrong at all. They're the biggest culprits on here. They're the biggest trolls. They're the biggest losers, and they are the biggest fuck-ups. There you go, as Popeye likes to say. There you go. I just simulcast Frank this morning or something. So proud of himself. Well, Popeye's a whole story in itself, and it's not worth going into that. Because it's actually too fucking boring. And too sad and pitiful. The man has to live his life that way amongst other people. So again, we got the newbies coming on. We got this, what does he call himself? Oh, Sticky Pinky is one of them. No, I haven't listened to this past week was Steven. You know, hello all you lovely people under the show entitlement of Philippines through the eyes of an expat. Yeah, Philippines through the eyes of an expat. I haven't listened to him the past 3 or 4 days. He's another guy that comes up with all these made-up stories. All made up. Just to fill in the airtime and get that algorithm going. Have I not figured out these people? Or have I figured out these people? Do I make sense? Have you noticed the same things that I notice on here? On how they get their viewers? They use every trick in the book to get their viewers. Clickbait and so forth. Women. They'll even go out on their own fucking woman to make a show, and she don't care about it because she's getting gifts from her husband. Go out, make a show. Be around other women. As long as the women are rewarded, they don't care what he does. When they make a trip to another country, of course he's fucking on his wife and all that shit. Of course he is. But, you know, what they don't know doesn't hurt. Don't tell me you're not traveling from country to country and you're not fucking your way all around the country. I ain't gonna buy that. So don't try to sell it to me. Or, as one show on here, with the Estonian guy. Estonia. Which is the, what's the name of his freaking show? High Profile. What the hell's the name of the show? I try not to think about his show, really. I forgot the name. I got so many names in my head right now that I want to talk about, but I'm just reluctant to talk about it. Anyway. Well, got a wife. Buying her gifts all the time because he's all fucking around with other women. She don't care because she's getting all these gifts. But I've already covered that. And for newbies that are listening that, well, you don't have any idea what I'm talking about unless you actually seen these shows. The scams. They talk about scammers. Say, Frank's a scammer. Scam who? Who did I scam? Who in the world did I ever scam on here? I've never scammed anybody on here. I'm not a scammer. I don't try to be a scammer. Of course, they come up with a whole lot of shit to make me sound like I'm a scammer. They turn information around to their benefit, of course. They're basically saying, I don't like him, man. Or I'm jealous of you or something. Let's make him look bad because I know I'm such a sad fuck. is what they're saying to themselves. They're such a sad fuck. So, I don't want to feel bad about it. I want everybody to feel bad too. They don't want to feel bad about themselves. They want the whole world to feel bad. Let's talk about this guy. Let's talk about that guy in a really highly derogative way. There's no slight in this at all. It's highly derogative ways. Calling them pedophiles. Saying they have a limp dick. Or whatever. It might be. Some of them actually do. One of them actually admitted that he uses a fucking penis pump. I'll say who that is. That's Philippines. Philly in the Philippines. Did he say so? Why did he say that? He said that in the past. How do we know he said that? Because it was heard by everybody. Not something I made up. Why would you say something like that? That's highly personal. Who would admit that to their audience just to get views? Well, you want controversy. You're going to get controversy, all right, Jack? You can get all the controversy you want with statements like that. Just kind of watch what you say. See what I'm saying? Watch what you say. Because people are listening and they are recording. Oh, yes, they are. You betcha. Passport. Okay, where do we go from here? Now that all the children are grown up, where do we go from here? A little water break from that little monologue. Much better now. Okay, I think that's all I really need to talk about here. We had our own, we didn't really put a big Thanksgiving dinner together, Philippines. But we had a roasted chicken with my favorite roast potatoes, man. I made a little broccoli on the side, and I'm happy with it. No turkeys. No turkeys. That tradition is gone. Live it out here, let's face it. It's gone. It's gone. Some people still celebrate it big time. And, Filipinos have been picking up on the Western culture celebration of Thanksgiving at their own version of it. Nothing to do with pilgrims or anything like that. They don't hardly even have turkeys out here, but because they're so influenced by Western society, Western culture, it's caught on out here. And they do practice a lot of things in Western culture. They love Western culture music, styles, fads, hairstyles, clothing, anything to do with Western culture. They've absorbed it. They live it. They even want the whiter skin. Why can't people, which is part of what I've been talking about on here, why can't people just be themselves and not try to impress somebody else and not try to use filters to enhance their girlfriends, wives, or whatever on YouTube or TikTok? Why can't you be yourself? You've got to be pretty unhappy with yourself. If you feel you have to use some false enhancement to make you look attractive, look, even an ugly person could be attractive to another person. It's not always the case, but there are. People see something inner good in people, which should be. There's a guy right now who is very much in love with her husband. He's from Washington State, I think it was. And he doesn't have any body. Everything up to where his crotch would be is gone because of a forklift accident. There's nothing to him. There's nothing to him. She has to take care of him 24/7. 24/7. Well, the money they got from the lawsuit against the company the forklift he was on, I'm sure they're wealthy. And not only from that, plus, well-wishers that send donations. But is money the answer? Well, it helps with the ongoing care for that man. He didn't ask for that accident, but it did happen. It did happen. And he should be taken care of, absolutely. But it shows how strong people are. under the worst situations. A guy has half a body. Half a fucking body. He has to shit into a bag. He has a, what do you call a colostomy hole on his side, and that's where the poop comes out. She has to always keep it capped or cleaned all the time. It's disgusting, but she loves him. Is it the money she's living from all this? I don't think so. She still loves the guy. That's true love. Sure, the money helps from the accident, from the mishap. I'm sure that she's with him also because of love. That's a good relationship, you know. When your partner stays with you through thick or thin, you know, the marriage vows they take, through sickness and health. Not everybody sticks to their partner. Something drastic happens and they want to leave them. Maybe somebody gets acid thrown in their face, or they've been in a big fire and they're all disfigured. There are many people that have actually left their partners or husbands or wives from that. They couldn't take it. The ones that stayed with them are the ones that were really in love. They seen through that so-called, that superficial ugliness. And they were with them because they kept to their marriage vows. They kept their marriage vows. And they weren't cheating on them with other men. Everybody finds a way to stimulate each other one way or the other. In a case like his, he could probably only stimulate her, but still, apparently she's happy with it. Because a lot of people will ask them, because they have, you know, they're still on the internet, still trying to go, you know, get donations and stuff from people, or hope that they do, and continue the money cycle, of course. Take advantage of that too, of course. And why not? In his situation. He can never have enough money. She has to take care of him the rest of her life. She can't work a job because she has to be with him 24 hours 7. So that's a believable situation on that case. That's believable. She's still with him. In other cases, you know, there's people that are still with their partners that develop lipomas. You ever see people with these big, huge cysts or bumps all over their body that they developed at a later age? Covering their face, you can't even see their eyes or nose or mouth. Cover their chest and arms and back. And they're still with them. That's love. That's love. They don't see the ugliness that happened to the person through no fault of their own. They still see the person as the same person they got together that are married. That's true love. Right there, buddy. That's true love. If it goes the other way, they were never in love. You know, people have children that were born deformed. They're going to love that baby like it's a normal baby. It's their baby. It's their flesh and blood. They're going to love that child no matter what that child looks like, no matter what the deformity is. They're going to think that's the most beautiful baby in the world in their eyes. And it is, because it's their baby. She gave life to something, you know. You're not going to abandon, although a lot of mothers have abandoned their children when they were deformed. They sent them off to some place to be adopted or something. But then they had to live with the guilt the rest of their lives too, didn't they? What did I do with my child? I shouldn't have done that. How horrible a person I am. They're thinking, big guilt complex. Wow, when something goes wrong, you handle the problem. You don't run away from a problem. I'm not, you know, a person who will do something so drastic like that if something happened to my partner. Still, I'd love her no matter what. I wouldn't be happy about what happened to her because she's suffering. If that was a situation, love is love. You're with them no matter what the situation is. You weather the storm together is what you do in a real relationship. You weather the storm together. Don't matter what it is. That's true love. It's not using people. Showing people, oh, look, I got this woman. Oh, I got this woman too, by the way. I even had a baby with this woman. And we have threesomes together. We sleep in the same fucking bed. Sick, sick, sick. It ain't love. It's what you can do for me, what you can give me. It ain't gonna stay there. till kingdom come. When a good thing is going, they hop on that ride, hope that it's a long ride. But when a little problem starts over, they can get vicious on the guy. Oh yeah. Of course, there's ways of amicably settling these matters. Oh, I'm sure there is. And I'm sure it's been done. Oh, the skeletons in their closets. They won't bring them out. But sometimes they slip. You find out what's really going on. You know, it's not the Partridge Family, okay? There's a lot of intense drama that goes along with a very complicated relationship with a woman or several women at the same time. Oh, there's lots going on behind the scenes, folks. There's lots going on behind the scenes, but they're not going to tell you unless it accidentally slips. Ain't that the truth? And nothing but the truth. That's my channel. If you don't like it, you move on. I'm not going to come up with all these bullshit stories. Never said I was a superhero. Okay. I never said I could beat up anybody. Never said that I could beat up anybody in my path. Never said that. They said that. That I said that. Because I would never say anything like that. I might have said that I'm pretty good at taking care of myself. But I never said that I'm going to win any fight they ever get in. Because that wouldn't be realistic. Age consideration. There's a lot of considerations to make. Endurance, strength, height, girth. There's a lot of elements in there. You can't make a blanket statement like that. And I don't make that as a blanket statement that anybody who comes my way, yeah, I'm going to take care of them, man. But we got people in there like Jim. Jim's gauged in adventures, you know. He'll beat up anybody. He even said the other day on the show, maybe it's this morning's show, that his situation in the Philippines when he was in there with his wife Dexel, that if the police gave him shit, he said he'd beat the shit out of the police. I'll go to jail, he said. Well, if he was drinking the way he does, yes, he would definitely go to jail. But the problem is he probably wouldn't be alive. Because in the Philippines, you try to get pushy with a cop. Just try it. See what happens. Just try it. We'll have a laugh about this. Show a threat in any formal way, and you don't even have to show much of a threat. Show a threat to a cop out here. His pistol's going to come out, and he's going to make Swiss cheese of you. So Jim likes to talk because he lifts weights and he's got some muscles through his steroid usage, misusage, I might say. Got some muscles, unnaturally attained, that he's going to beat the shit out of anybody. He's going to beat the shit out of Ricky. Well, that's probably could, yeah. Who can't beat the shit out of Ricky? And some of these characters on here. Seriously. We got the big mouths like Jay and all that. They're going to kick everybody's ass. I'm going to come by. I'm going to do this. You're not going to do shit, Jay. You never did shit to anybody else. No, you lied and said that you never had any confrontations or any problems with people on YouTube when you damn well did, Abo, man. And you made yourself scarce. Oh, you ran your mouth. You were going to do this and that. You ran your mouth, but you went the other direction, bro. That's what you did. That's my show.
You can't break a person who's not afraid to eat alone, who's not afraid to be rejected, who's not afraid to lose friends in the process. Because that person, they've already faced the silence. They've already sat with loneliness. They've already learned how to clap for themselves. You can't bring down someone who stopped waiting for validation, who turned their pain into power, who turned their wounds into wisdom. That kind of person, they're held up by something stronger than applause. They're fueled by something so powerful called self-respect. And once you learn to stand on your own, they can try to push you, but you won't fall.
both, you know, woman and the guy, they're drunk, been drinking like, I don't know, month, you know, going out to the party, and then you're gonna have, you know, the thing, you know, and they're gonna make a baby. Body is like completely intoxicated, you know, and you're gonna have a baby. What kind of baby you will have? My dad also, he didn't smoke and didn't drink, and he was so fit. I was so fit, muscular, you know, like a model.
Really?
Like six packs and nice boobs, you know.
Then your dad, even though he's old, he still looks so good.
Damn, I don't know.
For me.
He's a,
Damn, you look like your dad. Now think, I mean, you get older, you look like him like that.
My dad was a playboy. he was very good looking.
How old was your dad?
I don't know, your age probably. Yeah, they were 20. Mom was 21, 22.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when they got the first baby, my sister. Mia came 2 years
Oh, wow,
later.
young then. They're still
Yeah,
young.
yeah. So guys, damn, I'm full. Nice chat, baby. Nice to remind stuff.
Yes, I know. Kumashaka. Okay. I'm just making my tea. Let me get started here, okay? Relax, chill. Relax. Should I add turmeric today? Why not? Oh, what it takes when I get up in the morning here. I go through this whole process. That's a little bit too much turmeric. Oh my God. Where's my spoon? Too much. Sometimes too much can be a little bit too much. That sucker just came out of there like crazy. Oh my. Kumastaka. And we're going to talk about somebody very interesting in here who's making waves on the internet. Clever marketing. Is everybody being duped? Everybody being... Oh, by the way, good morning, Popeye. I got to say good morning, Popeye, because you know he's simulcasting me. Okay. That's a spicy meatball. No, that's a spicy tea here. I didn't add no ginger on this one this time, but maybe I should have. Add everything but the goddamn kitchen sink on here, man. Jesus. God, this table looks absolutely filthy. Filthy. Overnight, kids had this leftover chicken. Now I wake up and there's this cold chicken in the micro. Don't worry, we'll get to the subject. Just relax. Relax. And what a waste. Well, it's going to go to the cats or something. It's so wasteful around here. I've noticed that, how wasteful. Very wasteful. Then the house is running a mess here because we have to segregate the garbage now. We put them in sacks. Now we got like 3-4 different sacks going, which means that a lot of garbage winds up at the table. Leftover food. There might be some plastic wrapping. There might be whatever. Feng shui, however you pronounce it. We haven't had that for a while. Actually, I'm up a little bit extra early because 2 of the kids going back to Cebu that have been visiting here. Her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend, the one that sold us the air conditioner. And I said, Popeye sold us the air conditioner. You're just not valid, poops. We weren't selling an air conditioner because we're broke. We bought an air conditioner. And there's Viking Son. Proof of the pudding here. I don't have to prove anything on here, but I love making Popeye wrong. Oh, somebody in there, okay. All right. Air conditioner's in the window, mounted. In fact, her son-in-law put it up himself. Huh? Spent a lot of time sealing it and putting the brackets on there and forget about the tea. This is too goddamn hot to drink. Oh, she's up too, listening to her phone, but if I go in there, you're gonna have to hear background of her on the phone. Oh, I don't even feel like sitting up in my dining room right now. I really don't. I don't know. I get too fidgety in the morning. Stay in one place. Once I'm up, I mean, I'm up. Wow, we got 10 in here. So, the saga continues with Pro-Life Traveler. Now, I'm not proud of giving them some little PR here on YouTube. The guy's either extraordinarily clever or he really is this crazy fucking Russian. Nobody understands the relationship. He may refer to her as his wife, but he might have mentioned somewhere along the way that he wasn't married. They sleep in separate beds, and God, I just loaded just to back up something. I have a short, should be up there now, maybe not, of them eating. I never seen anything like it. I don't know if that girl cooks at all, ever, but this guy, which is not, it's not uncommon in whatever it is, Estonia or Russia, it's all the same to me. It's all the same to me. It really is. Was that one of your favorite streamers said today, as a man, we shouldn't pay for it, but I believe as a man, you pay for it, married or not. Oh, we're all paying for it one way or the other. Come on, that's just common knowledge. He's saying that this Russian or Estonian made money on cryptocurrency. Well, look, these days you don't know what the hell to believe on here. And then with all the AI too, you can't believe half the things you see on the internet. I seen some crazy shit where people are basically abusing animals just to make a video. They're acting like they're rescuing the animal, then they're looking for funds. Oh, I see a lot of that. It just boils my blood. Boils my blood. What people are doing just to get views, and their whole life is making money on YouTube any way they can. Now, let me tell you about this guy. What do they call him? Slim? Slim Pickings? I don't know where he gets his. He's getting his money somewhere, but he is definitely getting money. Some people maybe estimate $4,000 to $6,000 a month or something on his show. And why did he find his show seemingly so fascinating? Well, this time, if I'm not mistaken, that girl he's been hanging around, I guess the same girl that he's taken to the mountains all the time. Is that the same girl? I don't know. The one he's taken to the mountain. Not his wife. I'm not talking about his wife or supposed wife. He's taken to the mountains all the time. And I don't know. He goes over the house. And I think it got to the point where the father was saying something like, he's trying to figure out, well, hey, what's the deal? I mean, this guy's married with a kid, supposedly. What do you want to do with my daughter? That's why he didn't see any footage on his last show of that much of that girl, because introduced himself to the father. From what I gather, from what I've seen of the video, I could be wrong, but I think that's what's going on. I read the comments, so I think I'm right. Yeah. I think that might come to an abrupt end. Now, here's all the theories that are floating around, and nobody knows what to believe. Nobody knows what to believe. That he has an arrangement with this woman who is supposedly his wife. And some people don't even believe, he might have even said something to that too in the past. Some of the commenters had left him, messages on that, pertaining to that it may not even be his own kid. They're saying that the kid looks Korean. So what is going on with that? I must admit, it does get your attention, but that's the whole point. This guy's clever. I mean, he's a dumb shit in what he does, with his vlogging from his car, with his extended selfie stick that got him into an accident, ruined his truck, goes out and buys another car. He's doing the same fucking thing. But Jesus Christ, to see them eating, and I've seen a lot of comments on this show, that this chick is going to blow up like a fucking balloon or something. I don't know, she cooks. All they're eating is this Jolly Bee shit. Every time you see him on there, he's got the table full of either McDonald's, I think it's Jolly Bee. How healthy could that be? And that's what they're feeding the baby too? I certainly hope not. Bitcoin was over 100,000 before. Well, how do you know he's making money from crypto? How do you know that? Did he say that? And again, could you believe that? I think Jay Aboman lost a lot of money on crypto. He must be jealous of this guy. Hey, look. Anything is possible, Right, Popeye? Like you might find a girlfriend someday. You're not. There's some things you can believe on here, and there's some things you just can't believe on here, man. Anyway, very happy to have an audience this morning this early, but a lot of you folks don't even live in the Philippines. My goodness. There's Uncle Frank here, or Kuya Frank, whatever you want to call me. Call me a name. Call me another name, Popeye. As Popeye likes to laugh after each little insult. Yeah. No, I never got involved with Bitcoin. I'm more realistic. It may work for somebody. If you want to take a chance and put that kind of money out and then lose it all, for example, some people put a lot of money out. Don't put something out that you can't afford to lose that way. That's the only way, even the way gambling works. Don't go to a casino. Don't, only come there with so much money. If you don't win on what you brought there, that's when you stop. And if you do win something, you take the original money, because people get greedy. You take the original money that you came to the casino with and you put it away. Right, Popeye? But Popeye says he wins all the time at the casino, don't you, Popeye? We believe you, Popeye. We believe you. Yeah. And I'm 30 years old. You believe that. I don't know. He's interesting. I tell you what, he's got my attention, and he's got everybody else's attention because they can't believe what they're looking at and listening to on his show. And one thing people agree on, a lot of people cannot stomach his voice. Hey, Boris Karloff. Sounds like Boris Karloff, you know, for those that know who Boris Karloff is, if you're that old. Oh yeah, his accent is actually irritating. I'm not big on Russians and Eastern Europeans. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't relate in any way at all. When I think of Russians, I think of fucking scammers. I don't think of Putin. I don't think of Putin, you know, getting a blowjob from Donald Trump, that kind of stuff. Oh, Putin knows a lot. He's got a lot on Trump, by the way. Oh, yeah. They got a lot on each other, if you know what I mean. You know, they got that one finger near that button, either one of them. If too much information goes out on Trump, there might be a button pushed. Who knows? We're all doomed anyway. Travel and repeat. Pinky has drama with his mom and girlfriend, I believe. Oh, Pinky. I gotta admit, they're giving me something to talk about on here. Well, we could go across the board with some people here. No problem. No problem. Stinky Pinky. That's another winner. Oh my God. Oh my God, this guy is so negative on the Philippines, but he's been coming and staying wherever the Philippines for supposedly 20 years. The guy who has a lucrative trucking business in the United States is complaining about the cost that he can't afford the cost of food and cost of living in the United States. Well, wait a minute, you got a trucking industry or something, you know? You can't believe anybody on here. Duh, like, you know, that's not new. Yeah, Trump is good. And you're gone. If you're going to be a Trump supporter, you could be a Trump supporter, but don't come on my channel and announce your allegiance to some child predator. A real child predator, by the way. I love the way Popeye will come on his show. He admitted, he said, I'm 15,000 miles away. I'm going to say whatever I want. And he says, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it, Frank, is what he said to me. Well, people have found out different in the past. It's according to how far you want to go. He's going to meet his destiny someday, I assure you. Well, maybe not enough for me, but, you know, he will. He will. He will. I just love how people are so brave behind their computers, and they'll say anything they want, figuring, well, first of all, he's going to say, well, I'm in another country. There's no jurisdiction. You can't touch me. And plus the fact that I'm 15,000 miles away. What are you going to do? You're going to fly all the way here? Oh, that's right. You can't fly anywhere, he's thinking. You can't leave the country. Oh, that makes him feel even braver these days. That little situation I got going on right now. Yeah, it gives him something to talk about. So Pinky he's having some drama with his mom and girlfriend. Well, he's been quite upset lately. You can hear it in his voice when he starts attacking everything about the Philippines, and then he attacks America, and he's still, even at the same breath, he says it's the greatest country in the world, and I don't like when people down America. Well, if America's so great, why has he been spending the best of 20 years going back and forth to the Philippines? And he talks about all the wrong people do in Philippines, but he got a Filipina pregnant. I don't know when she's due. And he's contemplating, you know, well, I don't know, this is going to be a lifetime thing. I'm going to have to put out money that I don't have, even though I have this lucrative trucking business in the United States. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? See, that's why it's so much fun. It's what draws me back. You know, listening to these people and the bullshit that comes out of their mouth. You know, It's better than this fucking soap opera on TV. Well, ask Popeye about soap operas. He's lived his life, a drama all his life, but drama within the house, drama on his TV set with General Hospital and all that. Now that's a sad life, my friends. That's a sad ass life. Sad. Too sad, too bad, poops. And he talks about me. I don't know, man. I'm just living a boring fucking life. What is there to talk about me? What is there to talk about me? I'm not living no exciting life by any measure. So why does he like to talk about me? Well, number one, because he could, and because he's 15,000 miles away and behind a computer, and he figures that, well, once I'm able to leave the country here, I may decide to do a trip to Florida. Who knows? I haven't been to Florida for fucking 35, 40 years. When I went to Key Biscayne to visit some chick I met on a Greyhound. Yeah, I've been to Florida. Hell, I even took a speedboat on that canal in Miami. Don Johnson thing. The only thing we're missing was that music. You know, it would have been great. Woman at my side, speedboat, the wind blowing in our hair. It was quite Don Johnson-like. It really was. I remember that to this day. Except the rental agency, but don't take it out into open water. Well, geez, that ain't fun. You know, limited distance. What the hell did we pay for that? We went down the canal or whatever, and then what do we do? Come back and, I don't know. We weren't on there a long time. Snappy Tom is back. Sneeko lives in the next county. I know, we've discussed that before, yet he's never met Popeye, because Popeye doesn't want anybody to see his condition and what he looks like. I'd be afraid to see it myself, really. He probably looks like one of those progerians. Oh, good one. Oh, big burn, Robert, big burn. Probably looks like a progerian. I'm not going to explain what a progerian is. If you don't know, I'm not going to explain. Of course he doesn't want to go on camera. My personal life is my own, he says. No, I think you've done a pretty good job of, painting a picture of what your personal life is like. Let's get back to Slim, though. Let's get back to... Oh, the Aloe video Popeye played was 3 years old. I know. He had to play that to show that Popeye is not exactly someone that's on my side. Well, this is old hat shit. Tell me something that I don't know. Start it off with that. That would be better. Just tell me something that I don't know. I'm not that gullible. I'm not that naive. I'm not that stupid. Obviously not. I think I'm pretty clever in many ways. Proven. Donate to Ben Newton. Nico on the coke. Well, literally and figuratively, yeah. No, there's something with that guy. I don't know. Look, man, I follow my instinct. You remember how we say to you that his speech is, he talks like he's going to lose his voice at any time and he's got to get it out. He talks at like 100 miles per hour. Now, what is that being fueled by? I don't know. You can figure it out. Pardon me. It's hard to listen to him when I do decide to listen to him because... Okay, oh yeah, Popeye. Let me suck your dick, Popeye. Virtually suck your dick. Eats the worst fucking food. Don't forget, I met Sneeko. He's got the biggest thunder thighs you've ever fucking seen, other than second in line would have been Fazio. I sat with Fazio at that MBI office, and let me tell you something. And, really, a joking expression, but not really a joke, but, you could give You can give Fazio's thighs their own fucking zip code, man. You have to meet him to understand this. And those that have met him, well, they'll tell you the same. He has some big ass fucking thighs, man. God, to think I was sitting within inches of Fazio. But it was in an NBI office. I couldn't do anything. You know what I mean? Couldn't do anything. Sitting in an NBI office of all places. Oh, a lot of thoughts are going through my head. I always remember, boy, oh boy. He was sitting there and, and my girlfriend was standing up over to my left. There wasn't much seats around there. So my lawyer had to stand up and listen to all this. And my girlfriend had to, sit up and listen to this too. And watch him. But she was like, I'm telling you the truth. He was staring at her, like checking her out. Can't forget that. Nor can I forget, nor can I forget how he just, like Barry did in the courtroom. He just, like order in the court type of shit. He, being so boisterous, in front of, some legal eagles, which you don't do. You don't do that. You don't do that. But they did. Amazing. And there goes the roosters. I don't hear this during the day, though. I don't hear this during the day. Look at the skies this morning. What did I say about mornings? Any morning you could wake up. It's a good day, no matter what's going on. That's right. That's absolutely right. We got 18 strong here this morning. Welcome aboard my machine. Welcome. Where's all the comments? I got a little arrow here. Oh, okay. Well, we didn't really, we didn't really celebrate a Thanksgiving per se. No, we just had a, it wasn't even a Thanksgiving dinner quarter. It was just normal. We made a roasted chicken, roasted potatoes. I incorporated into the meal some broccoli, whatever. And yeah, it's nothing. It's just, pretty normal eating around here. It's just different, it's just different. Christmas is different here than the feel and all that. It's a big thing for the Filipinos out here, but boy, that's loud, isn't it? It's a big thing for the Filipinos out here, but it's not a big thing for me for Christmas here because, it's the weather environment, colder air, generally where I grew up, and snow even at times. But, they depict winter as they see it out, Christmas as they see it out here. Christmas trees with frosting on it, and playing all that Christmas music and, hey, it's Christmas. Christ, Christ, Mass. They're very religious out here. Some of the most, I can't say they're the most religious people in the world. Every country is gung-ho in their religion. Muslims, people all over live in India. It don't matter. They're all religious, period. That's a pretty big army to fight against, That's why, you can talk about religion on here, and I do. I don't hold back. But my main message with that is, I don't care what religion you practice. That's your thing. But the thing I find very bothersome is that it's the way they think, that it's their way or the highway. In other words, what they believe in is what you have got to believe in. If you don't believe in what like Popeye never practices what he preaches. He's the most evil person you could probably ever encounter. You know, a guy that, you know, claims, I believe in God and country. No, he don't. If this guy would adhere to the, and I got to sneeze, I'm sorry. Must be the pepper in my tea. If this guy would adhere to his religious beliefs, he wouldn't do the things. What do you say to that, Popeye? Oh, there's an excuse for you, perhaps, right, Robert Clausen? There's an excuse for you. He, you know, as I say, one of the reasons I don't, you know, I'm not a religious person is because the majority, and I do mean that majority of people who are religious that I've ever met in my life, and at my age I met a lot of people who are religious, because there's a lot of religious people, and certainly a lot of Catholics, okay? They're hypocrites. They don't practice what they preach, and Popeye does not practice what he preaches, not even remotely, not even remotely. Oh, good, Frank, yeah. Mike. Is that the troll Mike? They don't practice what they preach. He doesn't. He's the most cantankerous asswipe on YouTube, and we got plenty of them. Of course, we're getting a little bit off topic here. We were talking about pro-life traveler, and everybody's got their opinion. Either that guy is really clever, that, you know, he's using, you know, he rents a house, it's a half-decent house, nothing too bad to say about it, to house this woman and her kid. And a lot of people are believing that's not even his kid because the kid looks Korean. I can barely understand him half the time when he talks. You have to really listen. Of course, the girlfriend, or whatever she's supposed to be, I don't know. Some people think it's like an Ozzie and Harriet thing. It's probably not. He's got a convenient situation where he's playing house with this woman who has a kid, which people think is not even his, buying her gifts and everything to keep her happy, right? But he's going out cavorting around with other Filipinas. Now, there's more to this story, of course, that does she know everything he's doing with these women? Is it a relationship that she doesn't care as long as he keeps on buying those gifts all the time? He bought her a gold watch. It could be real. That may be the real McCoy. Because he's probably pumping in $6,000 a month on his show. And if he really is, as someone claimed to be, a Bitcoin millionaire or some shit like that, it's all possible. Hey, I don't know. I don't know anything for sure about this guy, except that he's extraordinarily irritating to listen to. I know, Frank, but you could tune out. Oh, hell no. I'm just waiting for him to fuck up again. That's the beauty of it. Expat Forever, welcome back, welcome back. Snappy Tom says, poor kid baby Brevis. Father did a runner. What's up with that? Look, I can't take your word. Because all we have on YouTube is hearsay. Now, would I be surprised? No, of course not. Brevis is a total fuck up. Total fuck up. Poor kid baby Brevis. And what you're saying or implying is that he ran out on her. Well, I think he's making these trips to Thailand and shit like that without her and a kid. Just like, you know, Slim is cavorting with all these Filipinas. Now, in some cases, it's kind of a big scam. People like Slim, who's getting the ratings on his show, and he is. The Brevis not. Nobody even watches his show. Occasionally, he puts something on. He's mostly like the hit and run commenter on somebody's channel. He doesn't, 22 strong. Okay, good, good. You talking about the guy in Duma with the Ford pickup? Yes. Yeah. Who's going to be getting probably into another accident soon. And everybody's waiting, just like everybody's waiting for Fazio to fuck up in so many ways because he fucked up in so many ways. It's the same thing going on with this guy. It's the suspense of seeing him get into another crash or having a father chase after him with a fucking machete like, they did to Kevin. So many characters on here. I can't keep up with it anymore. Jay was pissed as a fart again. Oh, why was Abbo pissed off again? Did some woman refuse his companionship because she couldn't stand his 3-pack-a-day cigarette habit breath, along with the alcohol breath, or his hairy chest, or his squinty eyes, or his horrible disposition, or all of the above? Why was he pissed, Snappy? Why was he pissed again? Do tell. This is the channel. Tell it all. By the way, everybody say hello to Popeye. Yeah, I'm so glad I could help this guy out. I can't do much for him. I could just do a show and let him, simulcast me, because this is what he looks forward to. About this time, it's like early evening, I think, where he is. And before he goes to bed at 7 p.m., 7 p.m., he's got to get his fill of Frank, Frank, do you know what Jay does when there's a typhoon in the Philippines? Is that a trick question, or, nothing would surprise me. What does he do? Do tell us. What does Jay do when there's a typhoon? What's it, give us the punchline. Jay stocks up on booze. He mentioned buying 12 bottles of vodka before buying food. Well, when you're an alcoholic, it's not the food that's important to you, it's the alcohol. It's the alcohol. He doesn't want to be without that. This is a guy that drinks from when he gets up in the morning. I'm not saying he drinks the heavy stuff when he gets up in the morning. He'll at least pop down 8 beers. He says on a normal basis, if he's not drinking hard-ass alcohol, he's drinking at least 8 beers a day, period. That's every day. And let me tell you something, don't worry. I'm not going to go into a medical show here. Calm down, Popeye. But his liver is shot. There's no question about that. I know a lot what alcohol does to a liver. Believe me, I've read enough about it, if not to use as a tool against the fools that drink. What even one hard liquor drink can do to your liver. One. Imagine doing that every fucking day. Your liver's like jello. Pissed as a fart, as in drunk from drinking beer from 8 a.m. Well, who used to do that in the morning? Ren Zero. Ren used to get up and he'd have himself one of the worst beers in the Philippines ever, Red Horse. And I've heard a lot of people talking about the Red Horse. It's almost like a poison. There's something in that Red Horse. It's not clean. It's not good. And it hits you hard. To have a Red Horse in the morning, man, you got a problem. I mean, you got a problem if you're going to be drinking when you get up in the morning, period, if you have to drink. It all comes out in the wash, my friends. All comes out in the wash. You know that. I've been saying that for years, and it has come out in the wash with a lot of people, hasn't it? Hasn't it? You got the Philippines Experience, who hasn't been on. The guy is on dialysis or is dead now. He was a troll to me. He's dead. Fazio was a troll to me. He's fucking dead. Ed Lippert was a troll to me. He's dead. I mean, the list goes on. The list goes on. They're dying like flies. They're dropping like flies. Sappy says, Jay is also pissed that beer is more expensive in Bali than the PH. Well, what does he do in Bali in the first place? I thought he was going to the Philippines. He can't get any more action there, ran out. Or maybe the mother of his children, that he don't pay any child support. There could be an order out on him or something. I don't know. There's all reason. Oh, he'll wind up back in the Philippines at some point. Because that's the only place he's going to get his action. And when I mean action, it's not necessarily getting laid. Just displaying women say, I'm a real man. I'm a real man. See, I got these women hanging around me. Don't make you a real man. You get any woman hanging around you. As long as you're putting out the money and you're putting out the drinks, you get any woman out here that happens to be a drinker or a hoe or something to hang around you. That's nothing to be proud of. That's nothing to be proud of at all. He likes to drink that, yeah, that's Australian beer he likes, right? 19 strong, 20 strong. Good show this morning, good show this morning. Well, we started talking about Slim, which is a pro-life traveler. And as I said, I don't mean to give him a promo, but everything's going to come to a head with this guy every time they eat. Dude, it's fast food. And that guy can put down burgers and shit like there's no tomorrow. And this is what he's feeding to his girlfriend, wife, or whatever they're trying to portray themselves as. But something is wrong with this picture. Something is very wrong. I mean, it's their life. They do what they want. But you got to admit, he's got an interesting scenario going on there. Something don't seem right in Russia. Where he's allowed, what self-respecting Filipina, as jealous as they are, would allow her husband, boyfriend, whatever he is, we have not totally established that. Okay. He's renting a house for her and him. They got this little Bubba baby. It's going to be fatter than fucking Kevin or Ricky at one point. And he's constantly bringing gifts home, like a guilt complex or something, or planned. Maybe she knows that he's fucking around. Maybe she's fully aware of it. But she realizes, and this is one theory, that the more controversial he gets, the more people, hey, I'm talking about him now. This is the whole point, how this works, okay? That's the whole point. Joe Beans, aren't you a troll of mine? Jay was saying that the Korean simps have ruined Bali. What was he worried about? That's the least of his problems. Well, Jay is a fucking simp. It's funny he talks about simps. But the only way he's going to get a companionship of any woman, I don't care what country it is buy her drinks or pay her. And even if he does pay her, can he really get it up? Let me make you guys understand something. Again, not turning this into a medical show. Okay. I don't think you guys understand what alcohol does. And if you're a hard-ass alcohol, what it can do for your libido and your erection. And smoking, combination. And more so the alcohol, it fucks you up. I mean, it truly fucks you up. I don't even think Jay could, maybe he just eats a lot of wussy. Because I guarantee you, he's having a little bit of erection problems. The way he drinks and so forth. But that, I gotta clean the phone off. Hold on, hope I don't screw anything up here. The glass on this phone. With a little baby wipe here. And now it's all wet. Now I gotta dry it off. Okay, hopefully I don't screw anything up by messing with the screen here. Okay, a lot better. Viking says they are hypocrites. Well, certainly are. Duh, But whatever Slim from Pro-Life Travel is doing, it's working for him. It's working for him. He knows what he's doing. He's not, I mean, he acts like a dumbass in so many ways, but he's got the gift of, marketing. He knows, and I could think numerous people on here that have the gift of marketing. Between clickbaiting and everything, they know what to do. Putting a woman on there because they know there's a bunch of literally hard-ons out there that want to see their women. They want to see them scantily dressed. And these are the ones that are armchair people that can't make it to the Philippines mostly. A lot of the audience is not even local. It's out of country. So here on my channel, 65% of the people who watch my show at any point in time are not from the Philippines. They're not. I've seen the stats now and in the past, and when I had a bigger channel, 65% are not from the Philippines. Is it really because a lot of these people are living their life vicariously like Popeye does? Oh, Popeye, by the way, loves me to talk about him because it gives him ammunition to talk about me. But what Popeye didn't understand, I don't give a shit on a shingle, as he likes to put it, what the fuck he thinks of me. But, truthfully, he should be grateful that I'm on. Because it's the only way that he's going to get attention from anybody is to talk about me. I'm actually doing him quite a favor. I do believe his situation, though. I do believe that he's immobile. He will not show himself on camera because he's probably so old-looking and gross-looking these days, more so than ever. He will not put himself on camera because he's a coward. And not just a coward, but he's probably uglying to death. He will not show his face. Oh, it's not like people don't know where he lives. A lot of people know his exact address, picture of his house. I got it. We'll put it on sometime again, just to piss him off, which is not hard to do, really. But to live, that expression is so true. I'm living rent-free in Popeye's head. I think that's the expression. Gives the old boy something to do, something to look forward to when I put a show on. Viking says, yeah, watching expats making a fool of themselves. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? You don't mind smoking the odd cigar. Remember we were talking about phallic symbol of power. We did a show the other day, we were talking about that, When a woman puffs on a cigar, it's for show. It's also a phallic symbol. But with men, it's slightly different. Or both, but it's like, hey, I got power. All the big wigs and political people and famous people smoke cigars, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these people, power people with money. They smoke a cigar because it's symbolic. It's symbolism, my friends. It's symbolism. I got power. I got money. Don't fuck with me. But when they make their girlfriends puff on a cigar, and then they use filters to make them look good looking. Good luck with that. That's why they got filters. It's a way of him or them promoting their women, making excuses actually in some ways. That cigar is very phallic, and look at me with this good-looking women that I have. Well, the way I see it, if people do that with their women, well, put filters on. I'm not going to do a show now. I already did almost a whole show about that the other day, or maybe it was yesterday. Show me and keep on showing us what they look like without the filters. And you guys can make your own observation and whether you think that they're actually good looking or not. Viking son watching it. Snappy Tom, Frank, I usually don't speak ill of ex-military. Well, there's still people, whether they're in the military or not. I don't give a fuck if they were in the military. Don't put food on my table. What the fuck do I care if they're in the military? Are they better than me? They extra special sauce? Hell no. But, you know, it's this false valor types that I have a problem with. And you know, Popeye didn't do shit in the military. In fact, he even worked in the parks department. He'd always make fun of the fact I work for the parks department. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Working for the parks department. And I was surprised to find out that he did. He was making fun of me in the past that I wasn't in the military. I'm a bad person for that. He even called me a draft dodger. And he was laughing that I worked in the parks department. But so did he, as I found out. Is it ironic? Is it just... I don't know. I definitely laughed at that when he admitted that he worked for the Parks Department. After all that time downing me for that. I have no problem with having worked for the Parks Department. It allowed me to buy my house in Seattle, in North Seattle. A very nice house, by the way, on a cul-de-sac, dead end in a cul-de-sac. It's a nice house. It allowed me to do that. Yeah. And it was a stepping stone for everything else that happened to me. Shit. Good job. Of course, Popeye said that I was out cleaning condoms. Well, that's part of the job. I guess since Popeye worked for the Parks Department, he must have been out there with his litter stick picking up condoms too. Benny the Bear. Why would I be a J.D. Vance supporter if I don't like Trump? Come on with the stupid questions. That's absurd. As I said, I'm normally not into politics, but all the shit that's going on with Trump, I'm so happy to see what's going on with him, that the truth is coming out. His most, feverish supporters are now giving him a thumbs down. He lies about his ratings. His ratings are all the way down to shit. And that's coming from his own supporters and his MAGA people who are not wearing the MAGA hat very proudly anymore. They're turning it around, or they're not wearing it at all. Oh, that's killing Barry, though, in jail, though. It's killing him. Big MAGA supporter. Barry's political. Can you believe that he's political? Oh, my God. How political can a fucking inbred hillbilly be? I don't know. But, and he's hating it. You remember when Brevis came over to the jail cell and brought Barry a MAGA hat, and Barry was so proud of that hat. Yeah, he says. He gave out a hillbilly yell when he presented all this food to him and gave him that hat. The hillbilly yell. That was rich. Hey, without these goofballs on here, I guess there wouldn't be any entertainment at all. I guess there's a plus to all this. The very people that say, you're living a bad life, or you're not happy with your life, are all living in sin. They're all living a life that they don't want to live. Some of them have no choice, like Popeye. He's probably wheelchair bound in the house, sitting there smoking his filterless Camels and hitting up his gin bottle. You know what? I bet that's an accurate picture of what's going on with this guy. I'll bet you. Making believe of my smoking. I told you, not proud to say this, but it takes a smoker to know if somebody else smokes for a long time. You could hear it in the voice. Hey, man, my voice changed over the years. It does affect your voice box and stuff. I mean, it does. It certainly does. I'll be the first to tell you that. I got this golden voice, probably because I do smoke. But it's kind of amazing, though, when I think about this, and I've talked about this before. I think I'm pretty eloquently spoken, although Popeye will attack me if the wrong word usage. That happens sometimes, everybody. But he'll emphasize that. But let me tell you, having one ear that is as fucked up as it is, and be able to speak with my voice that I've been told countless times, you got a golden voice. Well, I'm not rubbing my knuckles against my chest with that statement. I'm just saying what people are telling me. And for a guy that's half deaf, doing a pretty good job. I would say so. Instead of that groggly voice that Popeye has. All right, moving on. All these people that are better than thou, spending all this money on their lawns when they could fix their fucking teeth. They won't touch their teeth for some reason. I don't know why. Just like Nico, the snaggletooth, man. He's got some god-awful teeth. But it's more important for him to make trips to another country to try to get laid. Now, what's the story with his girlfriend? Wasn't there a rumor that he's engaged to her or something? I always thought that she was just a, quote, friend. Has something advanced. Just word on the street. And why she'd want to be with him, I have no fucking idea. Maybe the money's good. He's taking care of her, you know, taking her here and taking her there and all that stuff, you know. Yeah, like Kevin would do, just to have companionship, you know. Pay their way. Come with me. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the transportation. But Nico always winds up 90% of the time in some fucking backpacker type, cheap ass hotel. He doesn't want to spend the money on a real hotel. Keep the dialogue going, folks. It's just, that's when I'm going to get bored. Keep the dialogue going. Keep the dialogue going. Though we have a good audience this morning, I must say. We had 20-something people in here this morning. Pretty good for my little grassroots little show here. No problem. No problem at all. As long as you're listening, I'll regurgitate a few syllables here and there. Papa, you better understand something about your dog in bed. It's not healthy all the time. You know, and stop putting peanut butter on your fucking dick and having your dog lick it off. That's pretty gross. You know, dog's mouth contains a lot of some serious germs. And make sure when he licks your nuts, you didn't, you know, nick your dick or your nuts in any way where there's an abrasion or something. Because that bacteria, there's a certain bacteria that dogs carry in their mouth. It's deadly. Deadly. You're going to get a gangrene dick if you don't have one already. In fact, I don't even think the guy has a dick. I think he has a fucking pussy. Someone hinted that he had a transplant of some shit, or he had some kind of operation or some shit like that. Could that be what it was? He felt more comfortable as a drag queen or, you know, or a transsexual. Transsexual. Actually, Popeye could be quite active with sex. It's not with a woman. Women didn't work out for him. And I think, you know, it's just like, you know, all these fat ladies, you know, all these fat white chicks in America, they go for blacks all the time. Because, you know, because blacks don't really discriminate against the color of a woman. Blacks love big, fat white women. All the shit that we throw away in America is what the black guys like. And it's not a racist statement. It's a real statement. Papa would say, oh, that's racist, Frank. Oh, you're the biggest racist on here. No, it's true. White people's throwaways in America are black people, black men, prizes. It works out real well. You got to take out the trash now and then, you know. And the black people in America are really happy because there's so much white trash out there now. Big, fat Bubettes. You got Bubba and you got Bubettes. Oh, there's plenty. Thunder thighs. The ground shakes when they walk. It's gotten that bad. Back to Slim before I go here. Everything comes out in the wash. Just wait a little while. Something's going to happen between him and his so-called wife or girlfriend, whatever she is. I think they have this self-serving relationship. The elements, like, 8 miles from home, he's got the British wife, he's got the very clever daughter, and now they got a baby, and they used it as a tool to get viewers, the family thing. The family thing. The family thing. Who mentioned? Oh, you mentioned I don't do kung fu fighting. Everybody is kung fu fighting. Who says I do kung fu fighting? Kung fu fighting. Now, I dabbled in a little bit of martial arts when I was a fucking young teenager. That's all I did. Nothing more than that. Oh, I made a practice at home later on. We just couldn't afford to go to the dojo. I couldn't. My parents were not rich. And the guy was very expensive, actually. He was an 8 belt. And I never pronounced it right. It's Kyokushinkai. He was a real deal. And it would have been great if I was able to continue. That's all I could say on that, but I didn't. I just, through the years, on my own in my bedroom or something, would practice this and practice that. But no, I'm not a kung fu fighter. I know very little, but I know a little. I mean, I know a little, but I don't know a lot. That's probably the best statement I can make. I don't know a lot, but I do know a little. It don't matter. I'm not looking to, it's more of a health thing. The katas, the moves, no, that's all it is. It's not for getting into fights and shit like that, no. I don't have any advanced degree belt, in martial arts. I got like the next to fucking lowest thing in the world. Not a big deal, really. Not a big deal. Everybody go back to their homes, it's like nothing to see, nothing to see. It really isn't. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Where is... Uh-oh. Oh. I'm searching for something here. Oh, here it is. Hold on, guys. Well, I suppose that if I kept it up all these years, it would have been something, huh? Would have, could have, should have, whatever. At least I'm honest about it. I'm no fucking karate hero. I wish I was. I wish I was. But wishing doesn't get you anywhere. But you don't need always professional. I mean, there are things you could learn on your own. Every one of you could learn something. One move, something, I don't know, whatever. Kung Fu. I had a little exposure to it, that's all, bro. That's all I did. You're not listening to me. I said I wish I would have continued. in a dojo somewhere all those years, and besides being something very healthy to do, but I didn't go take any more classes because it was too expensive. I'm lucky my parents were able to afford the gi I was wearing. Seriously. But no, it is true. I don't think my daughter even knows about that, to tell you the truth. I think there's certain things I never talked to her about, you know. You know what's really sad? Let me tell you what's really sad. I watch all these video feeds. People who haven't seen each other for a long time, either a guy's coming home from the military and his wife, you know, she hasn't seen him for a year or 2 or 6 months, whatever. And that, you know, the greetings, and she jumps on him, of course, with all 4. It's always all 4 for dramatic purposes. Or, you know, a father and daughter hasn't seen each other for years and they reunite. Yeah, it kind of tugs at your heart. It really does. Unfortunately, as most people know, I don't have that relationship with my daughter because she's probably as stubborn as I am. No, she's worse. She's worse. But like I said, there's certain things in life you can do, and there's certain things in life you can't do. You can't force somebody to be into your life. Mother, father, brother, sister, I don't care who the hell it is, daughter, son. People change. Everybody has a story in their family, just about everybody. Some people haven't even spoken to their children in 15, 20 years, you know. It's sad, but it happens all the time. This crazy love of mine. Or you just never have anybody at all, like Popeye, you know. Worst scenario. I'd rather be dead. Because I've got a family right here, right here. Can't take that away from me. You can try, and some are trying to do that right now, but it may not work out the way they would hope to. I fight for what I believe in. Oh, you betcha I do. I think I proved that in spades. Right, Popeye? Popeye wouldn't admit it. Frank's got spunk. Oh, I do. No matter what age I'm at, I'm still going to be doing fucking my little vertical push-ups. I'm still going to be doing my resistance training. I'm still going to be working out with the dumbbells. Not the dumbbells of YouTube, but actual dumbbells. And still doing what I do, hopefully for years to come. Hopefully, but we don't know our future. Even I'll admit that. I could be fine and healthy right now, but anything could hit me at any fucking time, as it could happen to you, where you think you're so goddamn healthy. I'm gonna live to be a long time. You might very well. Good genetics. You're moving your blood, you're doing exercise like I am, but even with the shit I do, with supplementation, blah, 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 you know, blueberries, all the shit I do, is not an insurance policy, not a, you know, whole term insurance policy. Anything could happen to you at any moment in time. The mystery of life itself, you know. No matter how good you're feeling, you could be walking down the street whistling Dixie and just drop dead of a fucking heart attack, as Popeye says, a heart attack. He's on his way, I'll tell you that, because that guy is sedentary. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have to be no doctor, don't need a disclaimer. If you are sedentary as Popeye is, that's a recipe for disaster right there. Major recipe. That goes along with a lot of YouTubers on here. Oh, they try to make you believe they're so active, they're doing that. They may even go for walks. They may get into 20,000 steps. So that's good. That's good. But then how do they eat? This is kind of a counterbalance. No, this is not San Francisco. The counterbalance. But you could do that. You could get your 20. It's great for the heart. It's great for the heart. It's not enough. It's your diet. It's what you put in your body. And we've seen people on here that like to go for these long walks. Look at me. I got my 20,000 steps in today. Well, good boy. Good boy. Good for you. Give you a pat on the back for that. But otherwise, you watch them eating or have a reasonable idea of the kind of food they eat. It just fucks up the whole idea of that 20,000 steps, doesn't it? Don't mean shit if you could have a terrible diet. All right, any other statements you want to make on here before I get off here? Popeye's waiting to do his soliloquy. I'm glad I could be such a help to him, though, really. If it wasn't for me, he'd have no life at all and nothing to look forward to. But you know the funny thing about his audience? They know what he's like. They know what he's hiding. But they like listening to him just to listen to what a fool this guy is and how desperate he is. You can't live in the past, man, is what I'm saying. You can't live in the past. You're living in the present. You're living right now. Now, whatever makes you happy. You got a family to be with that makes you happy. You like watching movies that makes you happy. If you're a traveler, you travel that makes you happy. You got to do something besides simulcast a show from me, and that's what he looks forward to every day. Believe me, when I was off about several months, I was off on here, the guy was probably jonesing, man. I mean, he was probably jonesing. He had a monkey on his back. Or he had his dog on his back humping his fucking neck or something. He was hurting. He was so happy when I started doing videos again. Couldn't contain himself. The first thing he did, oh, I got a simulcast. But going back to the beginning of the topic matter, we'll finish off on that with Slim, who's pro-life traveler. And then don't forget, we have another Jamoli out there. And that's the guy, Sticky Fingers or Stinky Fingers. He even wears sunglasses like I do when I'm on camera. Quinky Dinky. And this guy's really fucked up. He don't know what he's saying on it. He doesn't remember what he said on the show prior, and he's starting to do more shows. And he's talking about things we already know. Of course, that's commonplace on here. Every single popular person that's making a living off YouTube on here that we know of in our genre, they live for redundancy on their shows because there's only so much you could talk about unless your name is Frank. Frank, this guy, has the capability of coming, and I've been told I don't have any topic matter. Well, I beg to differ. I have plenty of topic matter. I'm not just, geared toward one person on here. If I talk about somebody, well, it must be relevant or something to talk about them. They've done something so incredibly stupid that you have to talk about it. But, I'm an equal opportunity YouTuber. If you do something stupid on YouTube, and it's worth noting or talking about, I'll talk about it. But the difference is that I'm going to talk about what they actually said or did on camera, unlike most other YouTubers who just a lot of hearsay and bullshit. That's what separates me from the Jamolis out there. Right, Popeye? And the sad thing about some of these people is that, look, as I said, I don't have a crystal ball to predict their future, but I have a pretty damn good idea what their future is going to be like. Some of them it's a balancing act between being alive and dead. Their dietary habits, their drinking, combination with other things, drugs. It's a balancing act to stay alive. Some of them take a lot of medications. That's just, that's what's keeping them in one piece. If they didn't take that medicine, they'd probably be gone a lot sooner. The only thing that's keeping them alive is these medicines. And Popeye seems to have a problem with people taking prescription drugs. Well, I guess he's got a problem with 4 billion people, 3 billion maybe. Can't say all the population on here takes medicines. Not everybody does. But I bet you the majority of people are taking something to deal with their life, to deal with their physical incapacity, diabetes, heart problems, sexually transmitted diseases, you name it, they probably got them all. But no, they're the heroes on here. There's something wrong with everybody else except them. But I gotta go. I'm about done with my little action. I'm gonna finish off my tea and try to think what I'm gonna have for breakfast. I really don't know. I may skip breakfast because I'm actually getting a little bored with my oatmeal and my eggs. But I gotta get the protein in. That's really important. I don't know what the hell. I don't even know what. As I said in another show, I don't even know what to eat anymore. I'm getting bored of food because, well, I did pick up a few things. And yes, some of it is processed food, but fucking A, there has to be some variation in my diet. I can't depend on local food I find in the markets here other than, obvious things like produce and fruit, which I eat a lot of. That's available here. I can't say it's the freshest, but you get what you get. You can't get romaine lettuce here at all. And the lettuce you get out here is about the size of your fist wrapped in newspaper. Saggy, poor specimens of lettuce because of the climate out here, unless you're in the high hills somewhere, or Baguio or something, you can grow great lettuce and all kinds of produce out there. But lettuce, unfortunately, will die because of the heat. That's why when you go into these markets in the provinces, everywhere, you'll find lettuce, but it's like that iceberg lettuce, it's a cheap version of real lettuce. It's like about the size of your fist. Oh my God, look at the celery. I talk about the celery. They're like pencil sticks. You go in America, I think you probably find them good in Baguio though. They got these big ass, sometimes they're 2 inches wide. This real celery you could crunch on. Not like, biting into a pencil stick. Yeah, it's lacking. It's lacking out here in certain things. It certainly is. Papa, I'm going to let you do your monologue. Don't forget your famous sentence when you beginning. Well, there you go. No, actually, Popeye, there you go. Make a complete ass of yourself as normal. Enjoy my simulcast, Popeye, because I'm all you got. If anything, you should treasure me. I'm all you got, Popeye. I'm all you got. I'm all you got. With that being said, go have your gin. Knock you out for the night. Don't forget half a pack of Camels an hour before you go to bed. Juice up, my friend, juice up. And there'll be another early evening there that you might hear my voice again. Dogs are barking. What's going on out there? I'll investigate here. Hold on. Sound like dogs fighting or something. What? Ginger came out to investigate. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, I don't know. I don't see anything. I have no idea. Heard them fighting some dogs. I don't know. Get that supply of peanut butter, Pops. Don't run out of that. That's the only... Okay, new laws. New laws have been signed about how you can appear in public. And if you don't obey, it could be fines and it could be some administrative penalties. I do, from experience. Well, apparently especially you're going to find this in court, of course. They, expect you to wear long pants, polo shirt, or a decent type of shirt of some sort, of course, in court, to show respect. Strife is justice. Aren't you the troll? I'm losing count of the trolls here. Anyway, Big Birch, Big Bird, come to judge. I was just listening to somebody else's show. That's where I'm learning of this. Well, apparently, I don't know if this is just applying to Cebu or all the Philippines. Come on. How many Filipinos are shirtless? Like 75%. They're working hot weather and so forth and out at a farm. You're going to tell them that they can't wear, they shouldn't be out in public places and walk around with no shirt on. Well, these laws actually are pretty old. They don't, in any town or city, province, really, in the Philippines, if you didn't notice, there is a kind of a dress code. They tried to have this better public image of the country. Let's put it that way, all right? And normally, you know how Slim walks around with these extramarital girlfriends, and they're wearing these skimpy bikinis, and that's actually not allowable. But, who's going to tell you what to do in the jungle somewhere, right? But the law is stating that, which has been, in part in effect anyway. I know in my town, and a lot of these foreigners that come here, especially the Europeans, I mean, we're talking fresh off the boat from Europe, where nudity is not a big thing and being scantily dressed is not a new thing, especially on the beaches. They go naked in some countries. And they won't allow, you're not supposed to be wearing a bathing suit in town. But I've seen numerous, since I've lived here, Europeans come into this town, on this island, skimpily dressed, and if they want, they could fine you. But I just don't really see that happening. I really don't. But they could if they want. They're telling you not to smoke in public, but, it's not like you're in a room with somebody and you're invading their space with your poison. And what you want to do to your lungs and what you want to do to your liver, I guess, is your business, but they will make it their business. Remember, you're a third-class citizen, no matter where you live, if you smoke. I mean, smokers are considered third-class citizens. Which makes me laugh, I've said this, I think, on a show years ago. I said, if you meet a woman, and man, she's the bomb. I mean, she's got the whole package, right? I mean, really good looking. Body, eyes, everything. And you say, man, I'm digging on this. Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. Then she pulls out a cigarette from her purse. And you've heard guys say that, oh, that should turn me off about her. I would never date her because she smokes. Fuck that shit. You gonna turn down a full meal deal just because she lights up a cigarette? I mean, some people are like that. They don't want anything to do with smokers. I used to, I had something going with a chick in Seattle one time that the one big thing that really got between us was that I smoked. But she used to go to the bars where there was music and stuff, and there was, they were allowing at the time smoking in there until they changed that rule. And she'd come home and she'd complain about it. Oh, I got cigarette smoke in my hair. And she'd wash her hair because she felt that her hair smelled of cigarette smoke. And that's the way she used to be. It's a hateful word. I mean, I've said this before. It wasn't, yeah, my hair smells of cigarette smoke. God, I hate it. God, my hair smells of cigarette smoke. That's the way she said it. Snappy Tom. Yeah. So, the laws now, just heard this today. I'm sure it's true because the guy who gives this show is usually giving out current information about everything pretty much, Philippines or whatever. And they just want the public view of the Philippines to tourists to seem like they were a good, clean city. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll start going along with that, that idea of the public perception of the Philippines when you start putting out trash containers so people could throw their refuse away, and also when you give these people opportunity to throw it on the ground. I mean, what choice do they have? How about getting down on all these people that are fucking pissing, especially in public? You got trike drivers that are leaving their passengers on there, or jeepney drivers that are leaving their vehicle to go off and find the nearest tree to piss. Well, that never happens. Of course, I remember the mask. Somebody stop me. Anyway, a lot of ridiculous laws. And I still think it was funny. I mean, I think it was funny when I went to Baguio and I didn't know their laws. And I'm telling you, no, they don't sell any cigarettes in Baguio. You just go out of Baguio City to neighboring small towns, and you'll find 7-Elevens and other stores selling cigarettes. So, I went to Baguio with Gilda and brought my own, whatever. And then I said, oh shit, it might be running out. Maybe I'll go get a pack. No, I found, and I didn't know this law. I didn't know the law. Everybody laughed about this, but as I laughed on it later on, but it was like I was this really big criminal, and I had to go on the dark streets across from the hotel we were staying at. I seen these younger dudes. Hey man, do you know where I could buy any cigarettes? Oh yeah, I know where. Meanwhile, looking around for cops. They go across the street, some house they lived in or they know somebody, and they were selling cigarettes on the side, underground drug. The cigarettes were one of the underground drugs that was in Baguio. And comes out with a pack of whatever. So how much you want? Well, of course, he charged me like 100 pesos more to buy your drug of choice. to buy your drug of choice. They could start with the lack of public trash can. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get rid of the loose dog infestation. What are you going to do? Kill them? You're going to be like Barry or somebody? No, I think, first of all, politicians are making money. I mean, left and right. How about some of that money that could be put toward free spay and neuter programs? And then the dogs will just die naturally, or they get hit by a car or whatever, or develop any other disease to die and to do it naturally. Instead of taking these dogs and, killing them. I mean, they don't even do that, but they had a place right here. It was a horror story to know this. Right here, in my town, right here. A place, kind of like a dog pound, but what they did was they took these dogs off the street when somebody started to complain or something. There was these old, rotting, rusty cages they threw them in without food, and they just left them there to die. Oh, and I found that out. They were taking them from the port area because they didn't want them to hang around the port, I never seen the place that they're talking about, but I would have said something, and I don't care whether I'm a citizen of this country or not. Oh yeah, the dogs are gathering like crazy, man. Population, cats too. Cats are only constantly getting pregnant. How many dogs you see with all their tits hanging because they have milk? You can't go a block without seeing them. Hello, again this morning. Oh, I am bored this morning. I was laying there. I was listening to some stuff on, and thank God, really, seriously, for cell phones, because I'm telling you, man. I am telling you. It's just a reality. You can say, what a poor, sad life that Frank has. Oh, not Popeye. It's not that bad. But, and some other people, but let me tell you something, Okay, well, Frank, you got the beaches. You said you could walk to a beautiful white sand beaches in less than 8 minutes. I do, but I have it every day. How many times can you go to the beach? And honestly, and I tell you the truth, it's too hot out. I don't feel like walking on a dang fucking beach. Okay, I'm not 20 years old anymore. We're close to the equator here, man, and that fucking heat takes a toll on you, man. Oh, I'll go to the beach when it's cooler. Well, toward the end of the day is my best time, when I would really enjoy it. Sometimes we'll go out to eat to a restaurant right on the water. It's just beautiful, man. Especially when there's a breeze coming off the ocean. It's fantastic. It makes me love where I'm living. But yeah, I do admit that sometimes I take the beaches for granted. I'm not one of the tourists off the boat that comes here because they want to go to the white sand beaches. I've been living next to white sand beaches, 9 years, okay, and counting. And it's there for me whenever I want to go there. That's the beauty of it. I don't have to make a trip to bumfuck Egypt and somewhere in Philippines to go find a white sands beach. I got them right here, practically at my feet. So there you go. Benefit. But yeah, new law. They want to see people, if they're skimpily dressed in public. You can't walk around in public in your underwear. Hell, I was on a bus one time with Gilda. We've barely been ever taking buses anymore. When we were heading to Cebu, we take grab cabs. And there was going through, I don't know if it's Compostela or where it was. It's a long time ago. I saw the guy 2 times, actually. This guy was on the sidewalk, if you want to call it a sidewalk, the side of the road. There's not many sidewalks out here. The fucking dude was walking around totally naked. He was near these little stores or something. The guy must have been mentally ill. It's the only thing I could think of. Because you're not going to really find Filipinos walking around naked like that. Not normally, okay? I've seen that a couple of times. But, yeah, they don't want, certain body parts to be exposed. you know. Did you know in New York City there's actually a law, I don't know if it's all New York State or what it is, I don't know, that if a woman, and that all started out because the women's movement, they said, well, these guys could walk around and show their titties, which they have. These construction workers could be working out there with no shirt on. Why can't we? So actually, by law, you would not get arrested if you were in New York City and you were a woman walking around with no top on. Now, that might create a little danger for the woman to do that. She might get raped or something. It's just a little bit too suggestive of her, you know, being a little bit too promiscuous. But yes, you don't see that very often, I heard happen. But apparently, they would not get arrested from doing so. An Indian loincloth is all you need. No, you have to go beyond that. Nope, I don't take my dogs for a walk, and I told you guys why. I take them outside the fence. They can walk around in the field, but they just run around the yard because they, although they're very protective of the house, okay, neither one of them ever wanted to be leash trained, and we tried, Forget about Ginger, the older one. She refuses. She'll fall down on her back, and I want no part of this. You have to drag her by the neck, which I wouldn't do, to get up. And, you know, the other one is partially there. I mean, she'll show some resistance, and then she won't, and then she will. And they're pretty much house dogs and yard dogs. That's what they are, to answer your question. I'd love to take them. I would love to take them for walks. That'll encourage me to do more outside walking and so forth. I'd love to. They're just not the kind of dog. They're too spoiled, and that's our fault. They're just too spoiled to do it. They're too stubborn. They're comfortable where they are. And if they're comfortable where they are to being taken care of in the most excellent way, they're bathed. In fact, one of them needs to be bathed today. We have to do that. They're very well taken care of. They're very well loved. And you can look at it this way. They could be on the street, starving. They could be just, laced with disease. But they're not. They could be neglected, abused, which they're not. They're living a good life. I say you trained your second dog, yeah. They're in very good hands with us. Very well taken care of, very well loved. They're lucky dogs to be with us. Unlike a lot of these dogs I see in the street. I see one all the time. I see more than one. Practically don't have any hair left. They're all red and irritated, constantly scratching and licking at themselves. It's horrible. But what can you do? You can't go to your veterinarian and say, well, I got these dogs out there. I think I need some prednisone. It's that bad. They're going to need prednisone. I wouldn't know how much to give them. And prednisone is not expensive, actually, really. But I can't just walk up to a dog. Hey, open your mouth. Here you go. I got some medicine for you and get my ass fucking bit. Ain't going to do it. And there's too many of them to do it. Would I do it? If I had a shitload of prednisone and I seen a dog. But see, the thing is, you just can't give it one time. It's not going to work. So you may not be able to find that dog again. Unless it's very local and you know where he is every day. You could hide it in the food or something like that. Yeah. First dog, no issues. He can't wait to go out. Yeah, these dogs, they're happy as can be. They're happy as can be. I would love to take them to the beach. And we did in the past. We took them to the beach. And one of them went in the water and all that. But then there's too many dogs. There's too many dogs at the beach. Ginger might get in one of her fucking raggy moods, and as small as, she's not a big, terrible dog in that way, but she has a temper, and she might go after another dog, or she might get ripped apart by another dog, But they're very curious about being away from the house and, the outside world. But at the same time, they're afraid. They're afraid. So, what are you going to do? Viking son. Well, I'll be quite frank with you, doing another show. I was following some stuff, not I mean local YouTubers, but I was following some stuff on, looking up some stuff on the internet here, and I swear to God, I'm just, I guess I'm making up for my lack of having an 8-hour night's sleep, which I never have. I guess it's these unplanned resting periods that I have. It's unplanned. I'll go in my bed or something. I'll look up something. Next thing you know, the phone is literally dropping out of my hand. Just dropping out of my hand. My body's going into a sleep. Not long. But there's a couple of times she caught me actually sleeping and snoring. I said, really? Not today, I mean, but she's caught me sleeping, snoring. Because if you're snoring, you fell asleep. You fell asleep. That's for sure. Maybe my body's telling me something that, Frank, you need to take these little daily naps. Yeah, I know about that expat. They scratch a lot. That's a double-edged sword. It's kind of, well, we tried giving her different dog food, and that didn't matter. It is. I mean, they put fillers, they put grains and different shit in there that a lot of dogs are allergic to. Look, the fact is, we're not broke and begging on the street, my friend, but let me tell you something. First of all, the best dog food they sell in town is pedigree. All right? But pedigree is 175 pesos a kilo. Okay? Which is ridiculous. Top breed is 1/3 of that price, but top breed is even shittier than pedigree. Pedigree does contain fillers and this and that and this and that and grains and corn. Corn is another allergen. But we usually put this beef gravy from pedigree. That's how they got spoiled in their meal. So, you don't feed your dog food? What do you feed it? You don't feed your dog food? How does it survive? You don't feed it food. Hey, we've tried different things. I even got this stuff here, which I haven't been given to her regularly, but it's supposed to be an anti-allergy type of tablet, not Benadryl. It's something else. In fact, I got to go take it out so I remember. But she'll sniff it out if it's in the food, and she may not eat her food. Yeah, it's a pretty large round, and I don't want to choke on it. I know how to put a pill down a dog's throat. I mean, I know how to do that. Otherwise, they'll spit it out. Well, you're right, but let me tell you something. Unfortunately, though, you can't give a dog all your human food. That would be a good idea, having the knowledge of what not to give them of human food, okay? Put that in first place. But if you got onion or garlic or something in that food, that's a big no-no. A lot of times we have garlic or onion in our food or whatever. We can't give her that. I'll tell you what, I'm so picky about things. What happened was her daughter left to go back to Cebu very early this morning with her boyfriend. Okay. Now, there was 2 good-sized, solid pieces of chicken breast they were going to eat before their trip. And they put it in a microwave and left it there. And they never ate. I wake up this morning and say, what's this chicken? What a fucking waste. I don't know how long it's been in there. You cannot microwave some chicken leftovers and then leave it in the microwave for a couple of hours. It could actually have some very dangerous toxic bacteria. And I wouldn't even give it to my dogs in their morning meal. Would my girlfriend would have done that? Yes, she would. Because she also believes that, believe it or not, rice turns toxic. You can't keep it in the refrigerator for any length of time. You can't do that. It also develops a toxic bacteria. Most of you didn't know that. The Filipinos do it all the time. That's why they get sick sometimes. They're wondering, how did I get sick? But, you know, they're set in their ways. They're very set in their ways. They wonder why they get sick. Just, you got to handle food appropriately. I suggest that whatever you cook, you just eat. You can maybe leave something left over in there for a day or two. You got lasagna or something, you know, don't leave it more than 2 days. You know, it's got to be well covered because there are, you know, bacteria in your refrigerator. It just causes cross-contamination with other foods in your refrigerator. You just can't do that. We generally to a combo of very sweet potato, very good sweet potato and fish or burger meat. Oh, that gets expensive. That gets expensive. You're going to feed yourself that, then you got to feed that to you. I understand if you, okay, I got 2 dogs. I can understand if you make a lot to eat for the family and make enough so that there's some leftover that you can feed the dog. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, and sweet potatoes, very good. But you can't give sweet potatoes every single day. Nope, you can't. I mean, you got to follow this regimen, you know. There's certain things, just like, pumpkin is excellent for a dog too, pumpkin. But again, you can't give pumpkin or squash to a dog every single day. Look, I know this because I've had dogs all my life. And there's even things I learned that I never knew about. Hell, when I was a kid, my mother used to give a treat to my dog Trixie when I was a little kid. She loved Oreos as a treat, but you can't give Oreo cookies to a dog. Or anything with chocolate in it. Ice cream, you can't give ice cream to a dog. Because dogs are naturally lactose intolerant, worse than a human. But I remember my brother giving his pit bull. When we'd stop somewhere, we'd get an ice cream cone, he'd give an ice cream cone to the dog. In fact, you know what? I'm guilty of that too with my dog when I was in Hawaii. I wasn't thinking. And I don't remember if they had a bad stomachache after that or they shit like a river. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Hey, I live in a fishing village and fish ain't cheap over here, bro. Not over here. And it's a fishing village is what it is here. It's not cheap. They say go to the source and it's supposed to be cheaper. Like going to a wholesaler, you get it cheaper than a retailer, right? Well, in this case, no. It's just like in Washington State, where I live, they're apples. You think, well, getting it from Washington State, these apples got to be cheap. Because, certain apples are grown here. Macintosh and so forth. No. Hell no. Believe it or not, apples are cheaper if they import them to another country or another state. Go figure. But in the state that these apples are growing, they charge you more money. Hey, I lived there for 25 years. So please don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. It is cheaper when they import the apples to another country or another state or something. That makes no sense at all, does it? Well, nothing's cheap anymore, man. Just face the reality. And as I said, I'm at the point I don't even know what to eat anymore. I've said this numerous times recently. I'm at that point, man. I could only eat so much chicken. What do you think we had last night? We had a roasted chicken and roasted potatoes, And I mean, I love the combo, yeah, but I don't want it every day. We don't have that every day, but we do eat a lot of chicken. There are all kinds of different fish. I usually pay $100 a kilo for the dogs. 100 per kilo. 100 per kilo. So you're spending $40 on 20 kilos of dog food. Well, they'll probably eat fish. They've eaten tuna, things like that. If it's incorporated in their food, I think they'd eat that. But, look at how much tuna is in a can. And if you want to keep it in hand, you want to have a can because you always got to have a can. That's expensive. Hell, it is. Good tuna? Yeah. And you can find tuna around here that's not fucking inundated with some fucking spicy crap. But yeah, I know. I've talked about that with my girlfriend about their diet. And maybe we just got to start. It's like you also can't give rice to a dog every single day either. Another rumor on Discord, Big E is helping Barry get, whatever he wants to fucking do. Who cares? I would be surprised to get him home by Christmas, but that would be Big E's way of socking it to me. He's not socking anything to me. Even if I don't get paid the $250 he owes me, man. Barry's put his time in, man, Nobody's like, ha ha, Frank, Barry's free now, ha ha. Well, the laugh is on him, not me. It'll be almost 3 years by the time he gets out of here, if that's going to be the case, if somebody pays his way. The laugh, come on, man. Get fucking real. Has he served his time for what he did? Well, you got to look at the alternative on there. If we would have took this all the way out to the court, all the way to the end, the judge could have gave him 10, 12 years or something. So he might be bitching and whining for the time he's got in there now, but that's only because he hasn't wanted to pay or couldn't pay. But if we let this thing drag out, the court hearing, the judge would have said something that he wouldn't have liked of hearing. Could have gave him an actual sentence. Instead, we agreed to just, end the fucking case, let him plead guilty, which he did, and the rest is history. And the reason he hasn't been, even though he's got a nice monogrammed, autographed deport order, they won't deport him until he takes care of business. Barry has done the penance. Well, he wouldn't have if the judge made the order. Now what happens if he pays his court fines and they left him without paying you? Well, he'll still owe me, for one. He'd never come back to this country for sure then. Even if there's some slim way he could do that, he'd never be able to come back in this country. You'll have to look it up. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. You don't fuck with the judge. They take it personally. Oh, they do. Oh, they do. Well, he hasn't done his penance to society. I'm afraid not. He's done a lot of bad shit, man. No need to reiterate about that shit. As far as I'm concerned, he deserves about 10 years. Straighten his fucking ass out. He'll just go back to doing the same thing. If he goes back to America, he'll put his show up again and he'll start attacking me again. Because he figured he could. He's an American. I can't do nothing. But I think he's got his own little woes when he gets back to America. Bench warrants and whatnot for him. The animal has been caged for years. Yeah, it's working on 3 years. It's working on 3 years. Absolutely. Actually, I wish I would have stayed in Cebu longer now that I think about it. God damn. Yes, Barry treated girls very bad. Yeah, so did Jay. Together, the dynamic duo. But they used and abused chicks, man, like you wouldn't believe. I know all the stories. Very horrible. Horrible. Nobody should do what they did. This kid stand even looking at either one of these guys. But, yeah, I don't care. Who wants to bail out Barry? Free Barry J. Free Barry J. Free Barry J. Free Barry J. You know why? Because his adventure just begins when he gets back home. As I said, that child support thing does not go away, and he owes a lot of money. He owes a lot of money. And There's other citations and crap and shit that he has in Alabama. They might get him actually at the coming in from America at immigration. Might get him right there for something. Oh, fuck Popeye. In fact, let's not even try to mention him on here. Popeye is insignificant to me, my life, to anything. He's insignificant to himself. But the new laws, always new laws out here. So if you don't dress properly, they can give you a fine. They can make you go to it's like a class where they're going to teach you about public exposure, shove it in your face. And then they could actually put administrative penalties on you. Well, me and administrative penalties are very familiar with each other. Eric has $4 million. I don't know what Eric has, and where do you come up with $4 million? I don't know what he has, if he has it all. I don't know what he's living on. I know he can make all these trips and shit. He's got to have something, an income. Maybe he just manages his money very well. I don't know. I really don't care. Ego ain't got no money, LOL. That's why he keeps working. Interesting point that you made there. Very interesting point. Why does he keep on working if he's got all this fucking money? It's not like you call it exercise. It's good to, work. But what does he do? Stand in front of a crowd and try to sell HVAC equipment? It takes a lot of energy. Sit on his ass on a meeting or something, or sit on his ass on a plane or something. Good point, actually. If you have the kind of money, why do you gotta fucking work? By the way, what is his age right now anyway? I forgot his age. True. If you got all this money, why do you have to work? When he likes to enjoy life, right? He likes to enjoy life and travel. If you got all that money, why are you working? Is the job, pay his bar fees and stuff like that, or what's the purpose? Or does he got to keep his portfolio up there, to keep his harem going? I don't know. What do I know? No, late 50s? I don't know, man. I'm thinking he's about 62 or something like that. I don't know about late 50s. You notice he doesn't put himself on camera a lot. Partially because he says a lot of horrible things. Secondly, you see what he looks like. Yeah. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own opinion like they got an asshole. Most of these guys. Look at him. Hey, look, I'm not saying I'm a Prince Charming over here, okay? I'm not saying that. But compared to some of these goobers on here, man, I'm looking pretty damn good. And I'm highly self-critical. This is coming from a guy that's highly self-critical. Yeah, oh yeah, we did see that. There you go. Like Popeye likes to say, there you go. Well, there you go. All right, dog. Okay. They have a lot to talk about other people, but my God, look at themselves and their lives, what they're doing with it. It's haphazard. Everything they do is haphazard. Then it all comes back to hit you in the face someday when your old lady sues you or something, or that famous sword over the head, you know. I want your money. If I don't have my way, of course you got to give in. But you could leave the country that she's from, then he's safe. That's how they do it, these foreigners. Leave the country, just like Jim. Jim's Gasian Adventures. You know, he got out of the Philippines. He ain't going back there. He ain't going back there, brother. You dogs stay out here. Oh, the vacuum. Comes the vacuum. Got to do every damn day. Every damn day. And we need to. That's why certain people won't go back to a certain location with their certain Filipino women, because they know it's trouble with a T. Catch you in a bad mood or something. I got you now, sucker. Got you for this, got you for that. Got you for being with another woman when we are technically married. And by the way, it's only the spouse that can report that. And if one of these spouses wanted to report it, the guy, the foreigner, would know he is fucked. That's why certain people don't want to go back to the Philippines. Certainly not with their spouse. And certainly not to live there again. Nope, that's a no-no. Now, we don't know anybody like that, do we? But they're out there. There's a lot of them out there. And the only person that can report adultery, as they love to talk about on here, is the spouse itself. No policeman, no person on the street, no barangay captain, null and void. Talk all you want about so-called adultery. Do you know how many people are in so-called adulterous relationships out here? Do you know how many foreigners are with women that are married? Hey, girl's gotta go on with her life. And a girl can't always afford to, or just doesn't care either way, to go put $500,000 to 800,000 pesos and wait 5 or 6 years at times to get a real annulment. They'd rather put that money to other purposes. You don't need a marriage certificate to love somebody. Bottom line. I think it just entraps people when you're married. I was married once, and that's all for me. That's it. That's it. One time was enough for me. One time. Because I swore I'd never get married again. But there was some women, gotta admit it. They were from Seattle, though, but there's some women I met that I thought were marriage material. I was losing track. I got caught up in the emotion. But it worked out for the best. So I've only been married once, not twice. I don't have children, you know, from different women. You know, I got a child from one woman. They're not spread all over the planet like some of these people. They're not fatherless. A whole brood of children, fatherless. Nothing like that. I'm very happy to say I wouldn't put myself in that position. One was enough for me. Trust me when I tell you that. Love does not mean you have to sign a piece of paper. It's all for legal matters. That's all that's for. Because if you're married to a Filipina out here, you get your 13A or whatever. That's the only reason to get married. The foreigners are also smart too, okay? They're not all stupid. It helps them stay in the country, whatever, and they want to feel like they belong here. So they get a 13A, spend all this money. A combination to get an SRRV, whatever. As Ricky would say, I'm a real Filipino now. I'm a citizen. I'm a real Filipino. That's funny. No, you're not. Combine your 13A and SRRV, that That and a fare for a jeepney, you know, will get you on a jeepney. You're never going to be a true citizen. Except for that one Filipino guy who was made an honorary citizen of this country. He's from Canada. What's his freaking name? With the bandana all the time. God, I can't stand that guy. I don't know why. There's something about this guy I don't trust. I don't know. There's just some, you know, he's just either mesh with somebody in a way in their personality or you don't. I mean, it's one or the other, you know. They kind of hit you viscerally, like numerous people. I'm hit very viscerally with even listening to their fucking voice. And one of the newest ones, of course, is that one character from Estonia, Slim. Very hard to listen to this guy. But I do anyway, don't I? I do anyway. Because it's like what everybody does, including me. Just waiting till somebody fucks up and you want to witness it. All right, there has to be some fun on here. Okay, you're hearing it from me. There has to be some fun on here. And why you go to these channels. Not everybody wishes you well, okay? Not a lot of people wish me well. But every fucking thing they tried to do against me failed. So all these years I've been on YouTube. Boy, they tried hard and they huffed and puffed to blow my door down, but it never worked. And we'll see what happens in the near future. They're trying really hard, and somebody got financed by somebody on here to put a complaint against me. 18 months or more since the complaint was put in. 18 months. 18 months. And immigration is at a standstill. They can't make a resolution on her complaint because they know there's a lot of flies in the ointment. But we'll see. We will. One way or the other, we'll see. Because everybody's hoping that I get deported or put in jail or something. But if I went to jail so they can make a decision or something like that, it's not a bad crime, okay? But if I did, you know, just get bailed out. That's all. Oh, he got connections up his fucking fat ass. Oh, he'll put out money. Believe me, he'll put out money for something to get even with somebody. He sure will. But he's being a little bit careful these days. He knows that his time in the Philippines or even Thailand, wherever he goes, is very limited. That's why he goes back and forth. He'll cause trouble in one country and then go to another country and cause more trouble. Where's he supposed to be right now? Oh, he's back in Vegas again. He's back in Vegas. Oh, he got away. Oh yeah, he got away easy on that thing. Now that's a crime. He assaulted somebody. As much as we enjoyed watching Fazio being slapped, he still assaulted somebody. I didn't assault anybody. My hand did not touch. I swear I've never touched that woman. I never inhaled. And I never said what she said I did. It's more of a civil matter than a deportation matter. It's civil in nature, as my lawyers said. And as they reiterated to the special government people, that this falls under a civil suit, not a deportation effort. And that's even if the information was true that she said about, it would be civil. But what she wrote in there was extremely civil, not criminal. Never met the woman, never touched her, I never inhaled. Okay? There's no stains on her dress. I never did the crime. And he also gave the prisoner. Who did? Oh, Ricky. He also gave the prisoners $10,000. Yeah, that would not surprise me. To make his existence there, you know. So he didn't have to squeal like a pig, if you know what I mean. No, what Ricky did was wrong with, no matter how much we enjoyed seeing it, what he did with Fazio was actually wrong. I told you, one day, it's just going to turn really bad. And it turned bad on him with Fazio. There's a lot more money that was put out, maybe not the Fazio. Actually, nobody knows. He could have settled out with Fazio, didn't want to talk about it. He could have. He didn't want to make it look like Fazio won. Okay? So we don't know all the details on that. Oh, he may have played a smart game, yeah. I'm sure he did. Ricky, especially Ricky, who sweats like a fucking swine, would never last in prison, ever. They give him a chance to lose weight, but no, if he actually has any money together, he'd be ordering out, if you could. I'm not even sure you could order out. I think you could, from an outside source. The prison is not going to order for you. You could have a visitor come and they could order out for you and bring it over. But Ricky wouldn't last in long-term prison. There's no way in the world. Barry could because, well, that's like home to him. He's lived in worse situations in prison, a lot of things that he's lived. So, you know, his basic life was training wheels for prison. 20 strong here. How about that? Oh, yeah. The Barry's been behind bars before he ever came to the Philippines, so he's had his training wheels. But I've seen a lot of his comments on people's shows here and there, and what do you say? No, he's not having a gay old, well, he might have a gay old time in there, just expression, but it might be real. He's not having a wonderful time in there. How could he? How could anybody? I wouldn't have a wonderful time in there. He ain't having a wonderful time in there. The people in there are not having a wonderful time. It's not a great place. Nobody wants to be there. Especially me. I certainly don't. But he's there. And I think he's been off the street. What is it now? It's almost 1,000 days or something. Popeye's counter. And I just don't agree with Big E. I just don't agree with them all. Him and Mick especially. I don't agree. I will never agree. Because it's not honestly how they feel. It's not. They feel that, you know, but they never want to talk about the 5 counts of cybercrime. It's always that, well, oh, big deal, you know, he's overstayed in immigration. He's already got the papers to get him deported. He should have served 1 day in jail. That's what Big E says. He should have served 1 day in jail, then deported him. How soon he forgets about the 5 counts he pleaded guilty to. They don't want to mention that too often. No, they don't want to do that. Like Barry's a real solid guy. He's a swell guy. Not. Believe me, he deserves a lot more time in there considering. Put me to the side. Put me to the side. And what he's done to so many people, he should be serving 10 years. 10 years minimum. To satisfy all the people he ripped off. That he scammed. 10 years easily. And he probably would have got 10 years if we would have allowed this thing to go to the end. I figure I spent enough money on him. And there was no guarantee. That's why we did what we did. There was no guarantee, underline, no guarantee that the judge imposed a sentence on him that was appropriate, okay? We didn't want to take that chance. So we figured if he pleaded guilty, which he fell into our hands, because he was guilty, okay? The evidence was there. You know, couldn't refute the evidence. I mean, he was there. He had to plead guilty. And like I said, he thought he'd be out right after. I'm going to plead guilty and I'm going to go home. Well, it didn't work that way, Ace. Frank, remember when viewers would ask to see the bummer's passport? Oh, somebody's holding it for me. Somebody's holding it for me. Well, it might have been somebody he owed money to. That's what it is. And Ricky had to supposedly pay for the passport. You think that really happened? I don't believe anything on here. I don't believe anything on here. And then, by the way, whether you guys know it or not, Barry's passport is exhausted. You got to renew it 5 months. I just did mine. You got to renew it 5 months prior to it expiring. His passport is null and void. And the only passport he's going to get is going to be a one-time use passport when they throw him out of the country. That's it. He might have a hard time getting another passport to go anywhere. He's not going to wind up in some Southeast Asian country to go meet up with his girlfriend or something. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Barry's going to want to stay far as he can from Southeast Asia after what he's been through. Will he learn his lesson? Has he learned his lesson? Hell no. Hell no. He's always going to be Barry. There ain't going to be no change there because there's no revelation in his life. He found God. What did God do for him so far? God thinks he should be where he's at, you know. God is a forgiving God, but he's not forgiving Barry. If there's a God, he ain't forgiving Barry. So, if Big E's going to get him out, he'll try to get him out for the holidays or something. Because here's what's going on in his mind. And I know this guy that well. I know how he operates behind the scenes. People don't think I'm smart enough to figure this shit out. He not only paid for the paperwork, I'm sure of it, for the complaint, but he is going to purposely, if he was doing this, he would do it purposely to try to slap me in the face. But he wouldn't be slapping me in the face at all. To get Barry home for Christmas. He doesn't want Barry, he doesn't want all of us to get the satisfaction of seeing him spend yet another Christmas incarcerated. Okay? But if he did this for Barry, it wouldn't be because he knows Barry is such a wonderful man that's never hurt anybody in his life. He knows the real story. But he won't give me the benefit of the doubt. He won't, he will not try to make me look good and admit what everybody already knows. It's nothing like it's hidden. But the guy's a louse to himself. He's a louse in the skin of society. He knows damn well what Barry did. He's been following Barry for 10 years. There's no question about it. But he would try to do something like that as if it's a proverbial smack in my face. We got Barry home for Christmas. Ha ha, Frank. Ha ha. No, the ha ha is on him. Getting close to 3 years in fucking prison, man. Who has the last laugh? I got the last laugh. Ain't no winning on that situation with him. Frank, remember when you... Oh, yeah. Anyway, enough on that. Do I give a rat's ass if he pays Barry's way out of his situation? But doing it again, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. I am totally not convinced. I'm totally not convinced that he's paid all his overdue fees. And that shit adds up, I think, too. All the time. The 7 years was all the time he's been incarcerated. He still hasn't paid. I don't think that he has paid anything, or if anything was paid, that it was very little on his fines, fees, penalties. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know this for sure. But I would venture to say that he hasn't, because he'd have to pay that too, and that would amount to about 400,000 pesos. 400,000 pesos. That's about what, $8,000? Am I right? Somewhere around $7,800, somewhere around there. Would Big E go that far and pay that? I mean, he's a millionaire, right? Is that what he says? Like I said, if he has that much money, you know, that kind of money to help Barry's just lint in his pocket, man. Help the boy out. You're a high roader. Help the guy out. For God's sakes. I don't care if Barry gets sent back. He's done time. It all worked out real well. Worked out fine. Barry figured out that he can't fight the law out here. He can't disrespect the law. And he can't disrespect other people in the way that he did. He won't learn as a lesson. Of course, he won't want to go back to that. But sure, when he gets settled in America, oh, it's 100% guaranteed, 125% guaranteed. He'll go back online. He'll be e-begging from America. From America. Because everybody wants to see what his life is going to be like there. And he will be trashing me every single day, twice on Sunday. Guaranteed. Figuring I can't do anything. I wouldn't care at that point. He could trash me all he wants in America. It's null and void. It wouldn't matter at that point. He's no longer in the Philippines. He's insignificant at that point. He can trash me all he wants. The deed is already done. It's already done. And over. Alrighty then. Okay, man, I gotta get off here. I was just extra bored, and that's why I got on again. Oh, I think Jim just posted a show. You want to have more listening pleasure? I think Jim's Gasian Adventures just posted something. I think I had a message come on here. So you might want to go over there, see what old Jimbo has to say. Did he build a new muscle today? Did his quasi-girlfriend tell him to fuck off? Is he knocking his wife again? Is he boasting about the Cambodia again? He hasn't seen much of Cambodia. Now, Big E posted some stuff in Cambodia. And I said, yeah, that doesn't look like a bad place. Tesla Edison says, Discord said Dexel has been talking to Barry. Barry? Why are we talking to Barry? Oh, wait a minute. You know, you may not be right. I saw him make a comment on Dexel's show. You may not be lying. Let me read your whole thing. Discord said, Dexel has been talking to Barry for 2 weeks. They will move to Cambodia, not because of Jim, just cheap. Well, I don't know about that. But I did see a comment from Barry on Dexel's show. I absolutely did. So you're partially right. You're partially telling the truth here. Maybe Barry sees that she's single. Or maybe Barry could figure a way. No, she's not going to move to Cambodia. I don't think Dexel's going to move to Cambodia. What, to be around Jim? Come on, man. Oh, Discord says a lot of things. But would I be surprised? No, Barry. No, I saw his posting on Dexel's show. He watches her. I've seen his comments. He definitely watches her. Now that you brought it up, yeah, I didn't think about that. They will move to Cambodia not because of Jim, just because it's cheap. Barry couldn't even afford Cambodia. And besides, it's a lot harder to find a woman in Cambodia than in the Philippines. I don't think they'd put up with his shit. They'd sooner fucking put a knife to his fucking balls and cut it off. You cross somebody in Cambodia. I read stories about Cambodia and other countries. I have some, you know, a little bit of knowledge. There's not much I don't know a little bit about. He wouldn't get away with all his crimes in Cambodia. I could not see that. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, Cambodia is a cheap place to live. I don't know if that's a place I'd want to go to, but I like Malaysia myself, personally. But their visas are really fucked up there. That's a problem. Great place, Malaysia. I've read a lot about it. I even know certain towns would be greatest towns in the world to live in. But it's not a place that most foreigners can go to. Unless you want to tie up a whole shitload of your money in a bank. It's kind of similar to the Philippines, but different. Or have to buy an expensive property or something to get in their so-called retirement program. The boy's got to live somewhere. He'll go back to the same cardboard box he was living in before he went to the Philippines, or somebody's garage. But he saved up some money when he goes back to America so he could buy a car, which would be his initial home. And he already boasted about how I'm going to abuse the taxpayers' money. I'm going to go on welfare. I'm going to get food stamps. I'm going to get Section 8 housing. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And my friends will take care of me. He has no friends. My family will take care of me. No, they won't. They would have already if they gave a shit about him, which obviously they don't. Oh yeah, everybody's got to live somewhere. Well, I'll tell you, if you can afford it, and somebody don't mind putting it on their land, they got these great, I've been seeing a lot of this shit. They look like they're the size of a portable potty unit, a little bigger. And there's these portable things, man. You could fit a bed in there and a couple of shelves and stuff. It'll shelter you from the storms and the rain and the sun. Oh yeah, they're really cheap. You gotta have it delivered, that costs money. And, you know, and I don't really think they're that cheap. But yeah, you can make some makeshift housing. These things are brand new. Compartmental living, whatever you call them. And it's not, you know, it's not a freight. It's actually a tiny, tiny, tiny little house. Not even. It's enough to maybe put a single bed in there and store some of your clothes. It doesn't have a bathroom in there. You have to figure that one out. But I've seen them all over the place now. Alternative ways of living. If you don't care, you just need something over your head. Oh yeah, they're coming out with a lot of this stuff now. Some of them is pretty unique. You know, when I was in Hawaii, not to extend this show out any more than I want to, it's been an hour already. A lot of people were living in yurts, which I never liked. Just, you know, the canvas, whatever they're made of, it gets really dirty. It'll turn green from mold and algae, and if you try to pressure wash it, you could probably rip it. But, yeah, yurts. And there's a lot of people in Hawaii that have a piece of land, and they build yurts on them. Oh, they're spacious and all that. They'll protect you from the sun and the rain, but they don't last. And they get nasty when they get moldy from the rain and shit. Really nasty. Okay, with that being said, man, I gotta go. Some saying. Sure, Big E can do whatever he wants to. God bless him. God bless him. He wants to help Barry out, if that's the word on the street. By all means, do so. Is he gonna be slapping me in the face to do that? Hell no. Hell no. Why would that be slapping me in the face? Oh, you mean because I'll be home for Christmas. Home to where? He's just sending him from one hot pot to another cauldron when he sends him back to America. A boiling cauldron. A boiling cauldron. It's not going to be any better when he gets to the United States. He couldn't even afford a fucking McDonald's hamburger in the United States. He would have to go back to that restaurant, flipping waffles, if they'll take a felon. And there's benefits to working at some of these places because they will make an allowance. I remember I worked at a restaurant briefly once. I was doing dishwashing, my early days in Seattle. It was a big name place, too. It was a quality restaurant. What the hell was it? They had a machine, though, you know. And for meals, I'd be able to get a big old burger or whatever it was. It wasn't a burger joint. It was a steak place. What was that famous steak place in America? I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, irrelevant. And he might be able to get his food from working at a restaurant. All the waffles he could stomach, or, you know, whatever they served there. So he could make the waffles and he could eat them too. No. Steak and F and L? No. What the hell was that name, man? Come on, Frank. Oh, it was a steakhouse, nationally known. I don't remember. I had a job during the day and I would go there at night. I would work there. But they had a machine that did the dishwashing with steaming hot water and all that shit. It didn't involve shit at all. It was boring. I didn't stay there long. As I said, I don't stay on a job very long if it becomes with me. I think it was the Outback. I think it was. Oh, very limited time I worked there. It was just to bring in some extra money, pay the rent and all that crap, you know. Couldn't see making a career. When I leave, I just fucking leave. I say, I'm sorry, man. I gotta go. I make up my mind about something and I go through with it, as you guys pretty well know. I've done all this kind of shit. I'm not humble in any fucking way at all. You gotta work to pay the rent to feed yourself, man. And sometimes you gotta lose your pride and do what you like. Working for the parks department, right, Popeye? Like working for the parks department. Had no embarrassment from that at all. It was a great fucking job. I should have stayed. But I couldn't, really. I just really couldn't. Great job working in these most beautiful parks in the country. I mean, outside, you know, like Yosemite or something, nothing like that, but beautiful city parks that were, you know, uncomparable. Could have been worse. Had the freedom of driving around on my own. Want to stop off somewhere, I stop off somewhere, 7-Eleven or something, get something to drink. You know, go to the bank or something. I had to go pick up at lunchtime, of course. I wouldn't go off my hours. They tried to give me shit about that. You're out of the district, though. I said, still in the North District. Even though I was working in Northeast District, it was still the North District. And it was my lunch hour, supervisor. My time. Tell me to do it my time on my fucking break. No, sir. Ma'am, you can't do that. Go and discipline some employees that need to be disciplined. But I did my job, though. Any job I had, I did it well. I did it very well, thank you very much. Because that's the way I am. If I'm going to take on a job, I'm going to do my best on that job. Because it matters to me. With that being said, gotta go, Bonomo. Did it get a little cloudy here? I don't know, I might just go to the beach. I don't know. It's not that bad, I'm gonna die. But yeah, we're having a boring morning here, otherwise I wouldn't be on a couple of times. But I noticed, holy shit have I noticed it. And certain newbies too. Man, they're pumping them out. I mean, they are pumping them out. Jim is pumping them out. He's pumping them out. This new guy, you know, sticky fingers, whatever. He's pumping them out. They're all starting to pump them out. Gotta worry about that algorithm, my friends. God forbid that you fuck with your algorithm. I'd laugh if they all lost their monetization. Shit, they be coming on here begging. Even Jim's begging for money. How come I'm pissed off? Because nobody wants to buy me a fucking coffee, he says. Don't you a millionaire, Jim? Gotta love. Well, that time of year again. When you see true human behavior, not just what we see here on YouTube. Yeah, it's kind of an odd time for me to do a show, and I'm going to do it anyway. You can watch it later, but I'm not going to wait for a bunch of people to show up on here. But I want to get into this. I was watching something on the internet. I don't know if it was Black Friday or not, or it was from last year or whatever it was, but again, Walmart, again, Walmart, 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 Walmart. Amazing. The economy's so bad, even when it wasn't bad, human greed shows out in very ugly, ugly, ugly ways. And there's this video. Of course, it was a Walmart. Did I mention it was a Walmart? And people, it was a crowd, like 1,000 people in there. I imagine they shoved their way in the door. Some people said they waited all night just to get like a little bargain or something on a TV or something, $50. I guess $50 bargain, some people, is really major, but it's not worth losing your life for on Black Friday, and it's not worth killing somebody for, because little shithead wants to get his favorite phone or his gaming device. So mama goes to Walmart, and the Karens come out. Oh, do the Karens come out on Black Friday? Oh, do they come out big time. I gotta get Junior. Oh, little Lily Bell, you know, what she wants. The world is going to end. You're never going to find that product again. Why don't they just order online? There wouldn't be all this mayhem if you just order online. That would solve a lot of problems, and maybe somebody will be alive. This is human nature. It's human nature. That's why I certainly not voluntarily. I don't want to go back to America. I feel bad for my daughter. She has to live through this all the time. She got 5 kids, 10 kids. I'm not sure how many she has now. But to go through this holiday shopping, and they, of course, they created their own holiday. They call it Black Friday. Then it's even better. It'll be after Black Friday. You know, the stores got to make their sales, their quota. After all, it's Christmas. That's when all these stores, including Walmart, make all their money from the holidays. It makes you embarrassed to be part of the human fucking race when you watch these people on Black Friday stuff. It's horrendous. You would think it's all choreographed or AI, but it's not. It's not. No AI in this shit that I see. People will stamp all over somebody to get that present for little Einstein and for Lily Bell. They don't care who's in the way. You get a frail old woman that'll become a fucking linebacker to get her hands on that special item, where she's going to save a whole $5. Gotta get Junior, too. Gotta get Junior that. And some people wait in line all fucking night to do this. Or maybe they get a good deal. They'll just say $50. Well, okay, on an understanding level, I'd say, well, I understand money is tight, and $50 could make the big difference of whether she could buy that gift or not. $50 off on something she's been wanting to buy, a TV for the house, something for the kids, and they'll wait in line all night long. But then you got to ask yourself after the skirmish is over, was it worth it to save $50? Well, why didn't they just order online? They wouldn't have to go through all this craziness, would they? Well, maybe they save $100, but it's still not worth dealing with a rowdy fucking crowd like that. It makes you, I don't know, maybe it doesn't make them feel bad or embarrassed as a fucking human. But that's when it comes out. Greed is the biggest toxin in the world. Greed has always been the biggest toxin. Never mind strychnine or anything like that. Greed. People kill for greed. They hurt people for greed. They'll try to destroy your own channel for greed because they don't want your numbers to go up. They want everybody to go to their channel, get all the subs and viewers so they can make a couple of dollars extra after YouTube takes this 40% cut. They'll maim people, they'll hurt people, they'll label people horrible names just to get that popularity. Folks, this ain't just the Philippines. This is just not America. It's all over the world. It's universal. And it really sucks big time. Now, why didn't they just save their money all year long? Put $5 away. $5 here, $5 there. And Walmart has these plans all the time. I'm pretty sure they still do. You could make payments on an item, and they promise you at Walmart, they promise you that you will get that item for whatever the sale price is. If it came up on Christmas time, Black Friday, you will still be entitled to get that, okay? But no, they got to go in lines overnight like they're giving out gold bars. Even a gold bar may not be worth it to go through that mayhem of Black Friday. Not even. God. And you wonder why I live on a fucking island. You really have to ask that fucking question. After knowing what our society is like, you wonder why anybody would want to live on an island. Oh, sure, it's not like only 5 people. There's probably over 100,000 people here in the Bantayan Islands, but never mind living somewhere where there's like 7 million fucking people. God, just seen something even in Hawaii. Yeah. Over on the Kona side. This woman's daughter, teenager, got ripped off for $145 in front of a bunch of little kids she had in the car. 4 grown-ass men, and they were locals. They're trying to pin it off on the Howleys. They were locals. She got pictures, license plate, and all. Took 45 minutes for any police to even come there. And they haven't done shit. Haven't done shit because they were white people from the mainland. The girl who got ripped off. My God, she was frightened to death. Frightened to death. 4 grown-ass men. But all their identities, they couldn't find it. They wore blue bands on their wrists, which indicates that they were at the Sheraton or something, one of these places. And they wear this band. It's an identification so you can enter the building and stuff. License plate and everything they got. As far as I know, the men aren't even arrested yet. Because they don't give a fuck. The idea is, Howley, come to our islands, spend your money, and go the fuck back home. That's the beautiful Hawaii that you hear about all the time. And part of the reason I left, this is one of the elements why I left when I did. Because the locals hated the mainlanders. Forget about their sovereignty. That's never going to fucking happen. Not in their lifetime. Not in their children's lifetime, and certainly not in their grandchildren's. It's not going to happen. As long as the United States has a military interest in that country, There's never going to be sovereignty. They couldn't handle it anyway. They're too dependent on government dole. So enough about Hawaii, but back centered on the topic. Black Friday. Walmart makes its best sales. Of course they do during the holiday seasons. Of course they do. But would you want to really be a worker? They must pay these workers some extra money to work on a holiday like that. Who was a holiday greeter on here? Somebody from YouTube was a Walmart holiday greeter. Was it Popeye? It was somebody. I know somebody was. I can't remember who it was. You couldn't pay me enough money to be an employee of Walmart during Black Friday. That's like taking your life in your hands. Oh, the Karens come out like crazy, male and female Karens. You're not going to get that. My junior, I promised to buy him for Christmas. If I have to step on your face, you bitch. If I have to take it out of your hands, I'm going to do that because Junior needs that new phone. And when the iPhones come out and there's a sale on that at Walmart, holy shit. You know, when games became popular, electronic games, oh, they went crazy with that. The damn workers couldn't even get it off the crate fast enough. It's wrapped in plastic on a pallet. And they couldn't get the plastic that wraps it and protects it. They couldn't get it open fast enough. People would come in there and they stampede all over the poor fucking worker. You're all like that out there. And don't say you're not. I'm talking about it. And maybe you're saying, oh yeah, he's probably right. I heard these things happen. But you're all like that. You're all like that. You're human. Modern day fucking human. The woke generation that you call yourselves, the woke generation, you ain't woke. Your brain is fucking dead. You're desensitized to violence because you grew up with all these violent games of heads being chopped off and blood and people shooting and killing each other. And every other goddamn movie you see on Netflix or YouTube is people with guns killing each other, missiles, people being blown apart. Guns, 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 guns. You know what? I'm happy what my age is. I don't want to die anytime soon, but I'll tell you what. I don't want to live to see complete anarchy in this world. And if so, I'm happy to be on my dusty little island here. Will there be a little less on anarchy, I would hope. Under Trump's administration, he pushes anarchy. What do you think happened when they raided the Capitol? He was behind it. And guess what? If you don't keep up with this stuff, he pardoned every single one of those people. Even the guy with the fucking Viking horns, how crazy his fucking Republican followers were, wearing fucking horns like Viking horns and weird makeup. It's like something out of a Mad Max fucking movie, but it's real. We are living in a Mad Max movie. I used to say many years ago when I started YouTube, I used to talk about Mad Max. And I did like a comparison of people at the time. And I used to say, this world is going to become something out of a Mad Max movie. Well, guess what? I was right. It did turn out to be a Mad Max movie after all. Look around you. Your own neighbor will step over your lifeless fucking body to get to another place or to protect themselves or whatever they have to do, or to go to a Walmart sale. Over my dead body, you're going to take that away from my junior. I want to get that iPhone. Who the fuck needs an iPhone? No, think about it. There's people who spend a lot of money on expensive iPhone, okay? Now, first of all, you have to marvel at the wonderful electronics we have today. Even the cheapest freaking Android or iPhone or whatever, is still a miracle. The cameras are sharper than ever. Fucking how many megapixels they doing these days? Minimum of 50 over to 100 or something? Shit, for what you do on YouTube, all you need is a couple of 5 megapixels. That's all you need on YouTube is about 5 megapixels. What the fuck do you need? Because you gotta have an iPhone, because you have to impress your neighbors and friends. Hey, look what I got for the holiday. My honey bought me an iPhone. What the fuck? Who cares? You waste money. What do you do with an iPhone that you couldn't do with another phone that doesn't cost as much? They have pretty comparable features on it. And not only do they buy the iPhones, as an example, but when there's a new model out, they got to run and get in that Walmart line or whatever the hell it is, and they got to go buy that new iPhone. What's wrong with your old iPhone? What's wrong with you? A little more megapixels, or maybe it's a different feature? Get with the program, man. They're all good. Shit, I'm working off an Oppo. Nothing wrong with this phone. When I put the camera on, it's sharp as a razor. And to do YouTube, to go on camera, I mean, it's perfectly fine. What the fuck do I got to upgrade to an $8,000 phone or something? What is the purpose? I know, because I got to have it. I got to keep up with the Joneses. When the Joneses get a brand new car, their wife says, honey, Daddy Smith, the Joneses got a really nice car. We have to get something better. Oh, God, that's a reason to move out of U.S. right there. It's anywhere, really, but especially U.S. Or if the Jones family goes on a vacation, well, the Smith family, they got to go on vacation, too. They got to keep up with the Joneses. You heard that expression. It's got to be a bigger, better vacation than the neighbor made. Why? In other words, I'm trying to say, in long form, that the human race is fucked up in every way and form. And you're all part of it, whether you want to admit it or not. Greed. Everything is greed. I gotta have. Then you get a disease that's going to kill you, where there's no fucking cure. What good is your money going to do? What good is your harem going to do? What good is your fat wallet going to do when you've got an incurable disease? Suddenly, that becomes extraordinarily insignificant, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? People amaze me, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm not of this fucking planet. I've had a way out of here. Maybe I would. My visa doesn't cover Venus. Nevertheless, to get out of the Philippines. Sorry, but I could laugh about that. You know. But I'm comfortable in my little niche right here. I don't have to travel the planet. I'm too old to give a fuck at this point, to be honest with you. You see one place, you see them all. I watch it on TV. I want to know what Italy's like. I could go to anywhere and look it up. It'll show me scene by scene, every street, every kind of restaurant, every kind of feature, old churches, you know, tourist sites, without having to be in a crowd, without having to spend all that fucking money, without getting pickpocketed, without getting ripped off because you're a tourist. I can watch it all on the safety of my fucking phone. Of course, it's better to be there in person, smell the air. Some air you don't want to smell, but sure it is. But the next best thing is, you know, just, you know, watching it. You don't have to travel all that distance, spend all that fucking money, whether you have it or not. Yeah. Don't they still have these, not 3D, but don't they still have these goggles that they sell? It's like being there. It's better than 3D or something. It's like, what do you call that shit? Anyway. Fuck yeah. But Walmart? What would people do without Walmart? I don't know. The only thing I thought their prices were good when I used to go to Walmart is the Pepperidge Farm cookies, which I bought every time I went to Walmart. I would look for my special cookies. Walmart is not as cheap as you think it is. And the other good thing they had at Walmart, they had the generic brands of over-the-counter medicines, but they got pretty high too now, I understand. The last time I was there, and I was going to send a box over to the Philippines, they weren't that cheap anymore. No brand name, generic stuff like Equate. They sold a lot of products made by Equate. To give you an example, this is by Equate. It's not talcum powder, but it's medicated. It's medicated powder by Equate. It's a good sized container too. Good stuff. If you try to order that right now on Lazada, you're gonna pay probably at least $12 for this damn thing. $12. Now Walmart, let's see, when I bought this, and that was from the last trip, and I got one that has not even open. I bought a couple of them. I was smart. That's not even open. And I probably paid about $4 for that at best. Try to get it now at Walmart for $4. You're not going to touch it for $4. Another product over the counter at Walmart's generic, Equate and otherwise. Try getting some triple antibiotic cream or cortisone cream. You're at least in Walmart, you're able to get a really decent sized tube. Over here, they sell half-ounce tubes. I'm not kidding. Tiny fucking tubes. And they charge you at least $4 for about a half an ounce. I don't have it in front of me, but if I did, I'd show you it. Oh, well, maybe in the kitchen. You pay about $4 for a tiny half of an ounce, where you could get maybe like a 4-ounce tube or 3-ounce tube for $1. For $1. $1. Now, I'm pretty sure it's gone up in Walmart now. You're not going to touch it for $1 anymore. No, you're not. No, you're not. All right. Here, this is hydrocortisone cream that you get right here in the Philippines. And I want you to look at this tube. Here's my finger. This is the tube, okay? And what does it say in ounces here? You got 15 grams, so do the math. This might be a half an ounce. No. I'm even doubting that. What does it say on the actual tube here? Well, 15 grams. You figure out the math. And this sucker will cost you about $4 for this tiny, look. Those are my fingers, that's the tube. It's a little thing. And it doesn't go very far. Do you remember when they started reducing the size of the content of your cereal? Whether it was Cheerios or whatever it might be. You get these big boxes. But what they did was they reduced the amount of cereal in these containers and still charge you the same price. Then, of course, everything goes up, of course, you know that. Nothing goes down. Everybody's being ripped off. Greed. You remember I told you on my show, it's volume of sales, not price, that affords you a nice profit. It's not the price that you're going to raise the price. No, it's not. It's volume sales. And that goes for little local shit stores around here. You want to push these products out the door. When you raise the price, you're going to have less sales. But if you make the price affordable, word of mouth, they're going to come by and say, yeah, I can get this product here for a good price. And they're going to be flying off the shelves like hotcakes. There you go. Let me make myself clear on something. I don't hate people. I just hate what they have become. That's all. I don't hate people. We're all people, but I don't like what they become. Government driven, sure. Sorry, I had to have a little piece of the very good banana cake that my girlfriend made yesterday. Drink a little water too. No, I don't hate people, I just hate what they become. That means every one of you out there that's listening to me and will listen to me. Don't take it too personally or take it personally. I don't really give a shit. You are that Walmart shopper. You are that person that will stampede over somebody just to go to a sale and get your product. Every single one of you out there. Every single one of you. Don't say you're not. Maybe I'm a rarity, but I'm not going to risk my fucking life just to go buy something on sale to save a couple of bucks. It's not worth it. Just pay the fucking price prior to the sale. Who cares? Now, of course, you don't want to buy an overpriced house either. You want to get a good deal on a house. I did on mine, in actuality. And nobody put a gun in my head to buy the house either. I don't know if you could hear that drum and music in the background. Let's see if you could hear this for a second. It's the same drum beat they teach the people in every single province in the Philippines. The same. On the horns, it's the same thing on the horns. And these, what do you call them, these xylophone, it's the same thing. It's like almost universal out here. It's like the music instructors only teach them one or two little themes or songs. On top of that, I hear something from the church. They'll blast it over the speaker, whether you like it or not. But henceforth, we're part of the human society. You have choices to make. You want to live in a big city around 1 million people or more? That's a choice you have to make. Or do you want to live on a nice, quaint, dusty island, like this been called where I live, a dusty island? Shit, there's no thinking about it. There's no thinking about it. As a tourist, you can't even go on vacation without somebody ripping you off. Physically ripping you off by stealing something from your body, a phone, wallet, or you could be ripped off by the stores because, hey, you're a foreigner and you're supposed to have a lot of money. I didn't know that. If you could afford an airplane here, then you got money, Jack. That's the way they see things here. I'm not saying that's the right way of thinking, but that's an assumption
that people make. You could get on a plane and fly to this country. You're going to fly 8,000, maybe even 15,000 miles. Then you got money, honey. No, some people are flying by the hair on their neck. I mean, it's just enough expenses to get here and get laid, pay for their whores, put notches on their belt, and go back home again.
People say, Brian, you're not the channel of truth. You're full of shit.
Every goddamn thing I've ever said on here was the truth, and I continue to do so, and that pisses people off. They don't want that mirror. Oh, that famous proverbial mirror that's held up in front of their face. Hey, you want to go back in, sweetie? Go ahead. Be right there. Go ahead.
Now, I'm avoiding an air-conditioned room just to talk to you, and I'm going to my bedroom with just a fan on. Just that you know how I put you people before anybody. Even let the dog in the room to get the air conditioner. But I didn't want to talk YouTube business in front of them. Let them watch TV and do what they're doing on their phones and blah, 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 blah. Not having to hear all my rhetoric on here. I'm courteous that way. But, you know, another one of these scenes, is it Black Friday? Yeah, Black Friday, but after Thanksgiving, right? Oh, they were going crazy, man. Another Walmart. Some shows you're able to do a remix on it, allow a remix. And I was going to put that remix on here, but I couldn't. And since I very generously gave my other phone to my, let's call him my stepson, because that's what he is. Marriage or not, he's my stepson. Yeah, here's a Christmas present. It was a good phone. It was a Realme, which is actually a good brand. A Realme is a good phone. I paid quite a bit of money for that. I don't know what I paid. It's still quite a bit of money. I don't care. 30,000 or something. There you go. He needed a phone for school. I didn't think twice about it. He'd rather have my laptop, but I still have more use for the laptop, so I really couldn't give him that. Spent about the same price, I think, on either one of those things, actually. But I was generous. But would you really? Of course you would. It's a question that's already answered. Every one of you will go out in the cold of winter, wouldn't you? You'll even set up a little tent outside, wouldn't you? To go get that $2 off, $5 off, $10 off, $20 off, an item that you want to buy for little Junior and Juniorette, or little Junior Mint. You know you would. Every one of you would. That's human nature, my friends. That's human greed. But if you're that impoverished that you have to go wait in the line all night long to get maybe up to $20, $30, $40, $50 off a special item, I mean, maybe you should not be buying that item. Maybe you should concentrate on food for your family. Never mind what Junior wants. Fuck what Junior wants. You get Junior what you are able to afford to get Junior and Juniorette and little Junior Mint too. That's my opinion on it. And I'll stick to it. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Use the money for rent or something. I'm sure you take good care of Junior and Juniorette and little Junior Mint. I'm sure you do a wonderful job. You want to get them what they want because they're your children. I appreciate that. I do. I did my best all the time raising my daughter to get her what she wanted. I don't think I ever disappointed her. Even though I got a dagger in my back as a result of raising her, but that's okay. That's okay too. Did my job. You can't expect much from people. You give until it hurts and you don't get appreciation. That's life. Welcome to the woke generation now. The woke generation. Oh, woke. They're dead in their brain. They're not woke. They don't see the light of day. Hell no. Hello, thank you. The woke generation? Couldn't find something better than that. And why do we gotta label generations? That's another thing. Everybody has to be labeled as something. Label you as upper class, lower, middle class, lower class. What is this, the fucking caste system of fucking India? It's coming down to that. Oh, you think it's not? Am I a little hyperbole going on here? No, not at all. In the caste system in India, they can't associate with anybody of a higher class. They can't marry into anybody of a higher class. They have to stay within their grounds, where they live. They can't be amongst the other people a lot of times. They can't mingle with a lot of people because they're low class. That's what our world is coming to, man. If you don't see that, you just, you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. That's what's going on. Because you've been brain dead all these years. The hate that goes on social media every single fucking day. Every single day. Why can't you just be happy that you're fucking alive? Really? And appreciate that you woke up to a new morning, bro. Appreciate what you have, not what you don't have. It is what it is. You either have it, have the ability to get it, or you don't. I mean, look at these Filipino people out here. They're wonderful people. A lot of them do live in poverty, absolutely. But they're still happy people. They're going to do things that make them happy. Sometimes they drink. Well, a lot of times they drink. They listen to karaoke. Oh, God forbid. But they do. They love music. A lot of them live in shit shacks. But that's all they could afford. Or maybe some of them actually are basically squatters on a property that don't belong to them. Some of them live in graveyards, in those covered areas in graveyards, especially in Manila. You see it on the news all the time. They're living within their own means, and they know they can't do anything about it, except maybe send their daughters out with some of them. Hey, help the family out. Go marry some rich foreigner and make sure he donates to the family. And that might be the only way they could bring their family up to another level of improvement in any formal way. Where they live, how much food they could buy, marry a foreigner. They say, fuck love, honey. Fuck love. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it? An emotion. Love has nothing to do with it in many cases out here. Many, many cases. It's getting up to that next level. Like Kramer said on Seinfeld, he said, Jerry, the answer is levels, he said. It's levels. Get to the next level. And then get higher on those steps. Get to the next level after that. Till you get to the top. If you're going to rock and roll and you want to get to the top, it takes sacrifice to get to the top. Sometimes it takes lies. Unfortunately. People get their feelings hurt sometimes as a result of meeting the wrong woman. I swore it was love. No, they're good at what they do. The ones that try to scam you, they're very good at what they do. In fact, they're excellent. For survival, people would do just about anything, like I said. We use Black Friday, Walmart as an example. You've seen what people do on Black Friday. And then the new expression of this generation is unalive. Unalive. They will unalive you. Never heard that before, ever. Why don't they say they will kill you or they died? They say somebody's unalive. Why don't you say that they're dead? They're dead. They're not unalive. They're dead. Well, hey, man, you mess with my sister, I'm going to unalive you. What? What the fuck? Seriously? I mean, seriously? What the fuck? I'm a person who says what he means and means what he says. I keep it as real as I possibly could, to an embarrassing level. People just can't be real anymore. But to have disregard for somebody's safety in a fucking retail store, as we started talking about on this show, Black Friday in particular. Gotta get that item. If it means I step on somebody and the rest of the crowd don't stop to help anybody, I'm not going to stop to help that person, because if I stop and help that person, I'm not going to get Junior and Juniorette and Junior Mint that special Christmas present that I want to get for them. Big deal. Somebody suffocated from the stampede of people going through the door. Who cares, right? Had to get that out after I saw that video. And you see videos like this every single year at Black Friday. It's the worst thing they could have done. But it gets better. It gets better. Now they just don't have sales for Christmas. They have Black Friday. Now they just don't have Black Friday, but they'll have after. There'll be an after Black Friday. Then there'll be an after Christmas sale. How many people have died because of sales and because of people's greed? You think it's like, you know, you got this starving population in bumfuck Egypt somewhere, where they're literally starving and drooling at the mouth, and they haven't had water or food in their belly for fucking 4 weeks, right? And somebody comes in with food, and they want to be first in line, you know? You gotta be first in line to get that food, and they will kill. They will kill over getting that food to feed their family. You know they will. You know they will. Just don't be in bumfuck Egypt when that happens. I would advise it. Wait your turn. Wait your turn. I'll never forget that comedian who died. What's his name? That one comedian. He was kind of chubby. And he was talking about how Americans give aid to these desert countries, you know, Mideast and stuff like that, right? Dry as a bone. Well, they can't grow crops there. It's desert. Unless they can find a way to irrigate it, which is hard. So, I forgot the name of the comedian, but, you know, I'm getting old. You know, my memory isn't as good as it used to be, you know. He said, well, all the aid that doesn't even wind up going to these people in the deserts, in the Mideast, because pirates basically come there and take that food from them. But if they don't, here's the whole idea, what makes his statement so real and funny. And he said, why don't you just move to somewhere that has fertile land and you could grow your crops? This is sand, he said. You can't grow anything in sand. Can you? So does it make sense to move out of the fucking desert and go where there's some fertile land where you could grow your crops and live off your crops and not depend on foreign aid? Makes sense, right? But nothing seems sensible in this world anymore. Everybody wants foreign aid, foreign aid, foreign aid. It's true what they say. All these cliches. Give a man a fish, he's going to eat for the day. There's enough, he feeds his family. Give the man a fishing rod, but not in the desert. Not in the desert. Then he'll eat for a lifetime. Give the man the tools that he needs to make his life more fulfilled, to make his life richer, not only monetary, but, you know, to survive, to have sustenance, food, for energy to put in your body, protein, carbohydrates. You can't chase lions all your life, because chances are he's going to eat you. I think in those situations, he's a little bit higher in the food chain than you are. Chances are you're not going to fight off a lion. Make sense? Okay. Well, it's been swell doing my monologue, because basically that's all it's been. And thank you for the new subscriber on there. Thank you very much. Think about what I said today. Self-examine yourself. Learn who you are. Ask yourself that question, what would you do in those situations? Well, come on, what would you really do? You know what you do. You'd be part of that cattle stampede, wouldn't you? Come on, admit it. Remember, you got Junior to take care of, you got Juniorette to take care of, and you got Junior Mint to take care of. God forbid they go without one Christmas with the expensive merchandise that you want to buy for them. You're already broke ass, and that's why you have to go to these sales, and you got to deal with the horrendous, violent crowds to get that for Junior and Juniorette and Junior Mint. If you can't afford it, just save your money over time. You'll be able to get them what they want. Don't join the stampede and be part of the problem rather than the goddamn solution. Order online if you have to. You don't even have to go to a store these days. It's not a new concept, ordering stuff online. I think 60% or so of the population do that these days. But those that want to go to Walmart and places like that, anywhere, that are similar, just to save a few bucks on an item, you really want to put your health in jeopardy? Remember, you're buying those things for your little kids. Junior and Juniorette and Junior Mint. Do you want them to be motherless or fatherless? Because you had to go to a store on Black Friday to buy them what they wanted. I understand your love for your children. Of course I do. I know what loving a child is all about. Not all children love you back, though. Keep that in mind, too. No matter what you've done for them, they don't appreciate you. How about if you got children that treat you like shit? Are you going to want to go in that cattle stampede to go buy Junior and Juniorette and Junior Mint, the special Christmas present that they've been wanting? You going to go that far for them after they treat you like shit? You know what? A little kid. You give a toddler, or even older than that, you give them a couple of spoons or something. They spend hours playing with them. You get some kids some cheap Legos. Doesn't have to be Lego brand. It could be an off-market brand. They spend hours playing with that. They're occupied. They're having fun. But no. They're even buying toddlers' cell phones now. And by golly, them son of a guns actually know how to use the goddamn thing, too, these little kids. It's amazing. You don't have to spend that much on a kid. Don't put your family in jeopardy. You got rent to pay. You got food. You got electric bills. You got loans you're running up. Whatever's going on in your life that pertains to you. You don't have to buy them that stuff. As I said, a little kid, they get presents, they play with it for a while, then it goes in the fucking closet, and you risk your life to go on a Black Friday sale to get that present, and they discard it in a couple of weeks. And they could have been happy with a cardboard box, paint some windows on it. You'd be surprised what these kids do with very little. With very little. My kid never went without. But if there's something really expensive she wanted, if I couldn't do it, I'd tell her, no, I can't do it. Sorry. Can't do it. Won't do it. You can't always get what you want, but if you try so hard, you just might find you get what you need. That's my show.
Oh, and here we go, Bonomo. Kind of a two-part thing I want to talk about here tonight. Two-part thing. Try not to make it too long, so I could go relax in my retirement and watch some kind of a neat movie. Find something cool to watch. Now, as I said, it's kind of multi-topic, but we'll kind of keep it slow and easy. Slow and easy. Slow hand. Before I go on, invited to a wedding for tomorrow. I don't even know the people. She does. I don't. I don't even know if I ever met him. I might have. But if you know how traditional weddings are here in the Philippines, I've been to them. I actually have. If I'm afraid to socialize, I have to wear that special little shirt. What do you call that shirt? Look like a lawyer's shirt. Black pants in the fucking heat. I was like, frying like an egg. Now, weddings are not that simple here in the Philippines. That's not the top topic on here, but it's one of them. Weddings are not simple out here. The rituals that they go through. When someone's getting married, they gotta, I don't know. It's so ritualistic. You think there's the Gettysburg Address or something, but very ritualistic. And before they even get up there to get married, the priest has to, go through about 25 different psalms or whatever, and rituals and ringing bells and smoking incense, and before they even get anywhere near marrying the lovely couple. I've been to them here, so I know what I'm talking about. I've been to weddings here, and they're grueling. They're absolutely grueling, the weddings here. So, I'm not going. Now, don't think so. Hold on, I got background shit on here, so I'll give you a break. And Mission White, new action movie. Jason Statham, of course, Jason Statham. I like him, but I think I've seen just about everything of Jason Statham. Oh my. Nothing exciting going on YouTube except you got Overstay Road smoking a pipe, looking dignified. He's over in Thailand or something. Tell me he ain't taking any of that action out there. Oh, you know he is. He's not really smoking a pipe. He doesn't light it. Don't make sense. He lives in a horrible abode. Anywhere he's ever lived was horrible. But he wants to look dignified, smoking a pipe. But you know him. Getting off him. A couple of topics, yeah. Okay. Where was I when I rudely interrupted myself in my train of thought, which is very easy for me to do. So I'm always thinking. That's my problem. I'm always thinking. Where did I start off? I don't remember where I started off. Oh my God, I'm not kidding. Brain fog. Blonde moment. No. Special hair color for men. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we got a chick out there. And don't ask me, I never watch her, so I don't remember their handles of their channels if I don't watch them on a regular basis, Even when I do, I sometimes forget their names too. It's not important enough for me to remember, really, is what it really comes down to. But she's now the savior of all the loser expats that come to this country and fuck up royally. And she's really, really, really naive and very gullible. She means well, but come on, folks, let's face it. She does this
because it brings viewers. It brings subs. Okay, the money sign is always in there somewhere. Does she have just a kind heart? She's a kind, kindred soul? I don't think so. And not on YouTube. I don't buy into that shit. Never will. Believes all their stories. Oh, he had a story. I don't know. This guy was in America, but he worked as a manager of Taco Bell and another place. He worked at Taco Bell and somewhere else. And now he's in this little room for $3,000 a month. I mean, it's just like a tiny little thing, enough for this little bed, which used to be part of a Sorry store. It didn't go well because of a bad location in Manila. Yeah. And I'm glad you like my show, sir. Thanks for your opinion. I'll put it in my opinion box. How's that? Is this, what's his fucking name? Is this that idiot that has a show on here? Oh, is this the Estonian guy? Tell me, is this the Estonian guy? Russian, same fucking thing. The one that's going out on his wife to keep the ratings going up on his show. Is this the same guy? Buying her all the different gifts so to be forgiving for him cheating on her. I mean, it's a planned arrangement. We know that. Yeah, right. And I'm Donald Trump. Hey, if you have anything good to say, go away. Don't go at me mad, just go away. Anyway, everybody's going to find their niche on YouTube, and this girl is basically trying to rescue foreigners. On one hand, you'll probably say, well, that's really nice of her, that she really cares. But does she really care? Is it just the hype that goes on YouTube? Let me find my niche. Let me make myself sound like Cinderella or something, you know. Let me help these poor white people out that come and screw up in the country. Senior moment. And what does that mean, Big Birch? Prove your point. You haven't proved anything, Philippine Life Pro. You haven't proved shit. I don't even know what you're talking about. What you're making reference to. But there's some people that are caring out there. Most of them are not. And it's all about ratings. It's all about subs. It's all about making money on here. Gaia, duh. We haven't figured that out yet? Of course it is. They're not like me. I come on here and I don't even try to be monetized even when I had enough. I don't even care. This is totally free. There's no niche, whatever, that I'm doing here to get you people to come and listen to me. Nothing at all. I'm not looking for money. I'm not looking for nothing. Zero. But I think that's what's basically going on. I think a lot of these foreigners that come here, okay, this guy comes here with a little bit of money. He marries some girl. Live together. They try to do some kind of a, I don't know, sorry store, which they all do. It didn't work out. Timing and location. So that went downhill. No matter what he tried, it went downhill. That's his story anyway. I'm just repeating. That's all it is. Damn right I am. There's always an excuse. And on top of that, let's see. He has a cane in there for show. Now, first of all, he said that he has disabilities, but why isn't he not collecting disability in America that he could live on here? First question. First valid question. Oh, he broke his back. What else he's got going? He's got high blood pressure. He's got diabetes, broken back. What else? He had a whole lot of shit going on. You know, got to get the little, tiny little violins out there with the tiny little violin players. He comes out here and screws up. And people said, they made comments. He said, well, you know, you could work for a call center. You speak English, right? Seems to speak English very well. He's 50, age 50 or something. Speaks English very well. You know, maybe he could work for a call center. He don't even want to try. He's basically begging for money on the street with a sign. A fucking foreigner. And you do see this more and more now. They get screwed up by some Filipino somehow, or they screw up themselves. Well, I'm still with her. I mean, we're separated, but we're not separated. Occasionally, if she has any money, she'll help him with food. And he said he makes about 300 pesos a day begging on the streets of the Philippines. Come on, man. The guy can get repatriated back to America and get situated with Social Security. I think he's collecting Social Security is what I'm thinking. He's just looking for that extra push, that extra money. But this chick, she either believes everything everybody says or she don't give a shit either way. Because she'll even cry on camera, on cue, to get the viewers to cooperate, to build her channel. That's what it's all about, to build her channel. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that there's nobody out there who really cares. I'm sure there is. But to believe all these bullshit stories that these foreigners come up with, that's another thing. I can tell listening to this guy, he's full of shit. Totally full of shit. I'm pretty good at that, figuring people out. And he didn't have any backup money. Mistake they always make. Didn't have any backup money. Now he wants to go to the streets, and it's really an embarrassing thing to see a foreigner, a white-skinned guy from America, in the streets with a sign, oh, I need money for food, I need money for... I mean, come on, man. Seriously. Don't get me wrong, sometimes things happen, sure, you know. I'm open-minded to some stuff like that, but how do you allow that to happen? What he needs to do, which he doesn't want to do, because he wants to stay in the Philippines, get repatriated back to America, go back to work again. After all, he was supposedly communicating with this girl for 6 years. Well, if he waited 6 years, that long, to come to the Philippines and marry her, sells lemon water to make money, so really, oh my God. Repatriate and procreate, whatever. Repatriate and satiate, really. Go back, get repatriated, go back to work. Well, there's not many jobs that would hire me because I'm disabled. You know, I got a bad back, I'm in pain. I have to take this medicine every month, and the heart, you know, well, for blood pressure, for diabetes. Oh, it happens, Yes, true, it happens. Sure. In his case, I really don't know. But just like he waited 6 years, I'm telling you, 6 years before he got together with her and got married. He's not that old yet. He'd go back to America. I'm sure there's some jobs that would hire him. He'd sit at a desk, but now he has a special request. He gets a really powerful computer that's good for graphics. He said, oh, within a month or two, I'll be making money, he said. Big Birch, Frank, isn't repatriate a myth? Embassies don't do much for foreigners. Well, you got to give him a good sob story and all that stuff. You can get repatriated if you want. You got to push the embassy, though, I guess. Barry didn't succeed in that. He's trying to say he had bad physical injuries and stuff, and to hold me against my will, and all his stories. No, you can get expatriated. I don't know what paperwork's involved in there, but you can do it. So doesn't it make more sense to you folks? Go back, reinvent yourself. Maybe you can't walk without his cane. Well, that's what he says anyway. Watch, she leaves his abode, and she'll catch him on the street, walking around like normal. Like the blind guys in the streets you see in New York City and other big cities, they're not blind at all, a lot of them. They know what you're putting in this cup. If they decide to put some kind of a phony coin in there or something, they know about it. They'll react to it. That's the oldest trick in the book. Blind people that are not blind. Hey, man, I was in Hawaii, and there's this couple. They were pretty young. Now, on each side of the entryway, the driveway to Safeway at the time, they moved to a different location, but when the old Safeway, one would get one exit corner, and the wife would get the other one. So double the money. And this guy, embarrassing for him, but he didn't care. He'd be collecting money, and they'd be making some good money sometimes, too, between the both of them. Help, I got kids, I need money, and all this bullshit. He just didn't want to work. He's a fucking, a drug creep, And then one person seen him when he left. Where did he go? Where did he go? He went to what looks like a brand spanking new pickup truck, late model. And they saw him counting his a lot. He was flipping his money in there. And this woman seen him, and she's seen him, and he had a big old shit smile on his face, and he took off. There you go. There you go. And there's the famous one, too. It's pretty played out, but some people buy into it. Again, in Hawaii, I've seen this. They walk around with an empty gas can, a 5-gallon gas can, or 2.5-gallon, or a 5-gallon. They don't even have a car. Oh, I ran out of... And they go, of course, near the populated areas, near the supermarkets and so forth. Oh, I ran out of gas. Can you help me with some gas money? You follow him around. He ain't got no car. He ain't got no goddamn car. But the best guy I've ever seen, who was the most legitimate guy I've ever seen, that was back in Seattle. The guy was at right past the freeway entrance on Highway 99. And he had a sign. I'm trying to give you the exact thing he wrote on there, but he says, hey, why lie? I need a beer. And he got donations. Because he was honest. Because there's a lot of drinkers out there. They understand. The guy wasn't going to go to this song and dance. Oh, I got kids I need to feed. I'm hungry. I'm homeless. No, the guy was honest. I need a drink. And his honesty would pay off. And people would stop, and they couldn't stay there long because it's, where it was located. But they'd throw some money out the window, so the guy would clean up. He'd clean up. I'd give him money too. I would. At least he's being honest. He's not saying all this bullshit and give all these bullshit stories to make money. A lot of times, you'll find that a lot of people that are begging, they need food and that, this and that. You go buy them a burger or something. They don't even want it. They want your money so they can go out and buy a fucking bottle of drugs or something. They've actually I've had it happen. They weren't interested in the food. They were interested in your money. Everybody, they all got a scam to make money. But the holidays, oh, well, the time of giving, the Christmas season, when everybody opens up their hearts and spirit and soul, and to please that guy in the sky in the white clouds, with all the angels flying around, all the angels and archangels too, you know. Oh yeah. God says that you got to be generous. Give what you can to those in need. Well, I agree. Not with the God thing, telling them this message. Then the guy winds up speaking in tongue. That was I had a girlfriend like that. We won't go there. It was a story I told already. But speaking in tongues. I said, what's that, pig Latin? No. He said, it's God speaking through me. Big Bird says, Big Kev would never turn down a free meal. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Why would he do that? You can only buy so much noodles from 7-Eleven, you know what I mean? Get serious. Speaking in tongues. I thought it was pig Latin or something. I don't know what the hell it was. She was serious. God is speaking through her. And I'm like, oh, jeez. Get it? Jeez. Give me a break. Well, that didn't last long. Besides, she had a double hymen, if you can believe that or not. At least that's what she told me. A double hymen. You don't hear that too often. Nobody's ever popped their cherry, apparently. It's bad enough you got to fight your way through one layer, but then have to fight your way through both layers. I mean, I can't even imagine. I'd rather not even. That sounds like a bloody mess. Well, everybody's got their scams. The gas can, the wife on one end of the parking lot, the husband on the other. Don't forget the dog. Oh, don't forget the dog. I'd rather just give the dog a can of dog food. Me, my dog gotta eat. How many times I did. Hello, say hello, hello. Many times I fed the dog. I said, fuck the person. They look pretty hefty to me. That big ass belly they got there, they're eating pretty good somewhere, man. But I always feel for the dog. Here's a biscuit for your dog, or a can of dog food for your dog. If he's hungry enough, the guy, he'll eat the can of dog food too. Let's get real. The best time of year is Christmas to do your scamming. But you know, here's the thing. Every day should be Christmas. You shouldn't feel that, you know, one holiday a year that people got to be giving because, you know, they're trying to score points with the big guy in the sky, which you have to have no idea what he looks like. Could be black, could be a woman, could be a unicorn, or may not exist at all, more realistically. But, you know, to each his own. Fair enough, fair enough. I try to be fair on that. You know, your beliefs are yours. I don't have to practice or believe in what you believe in. Fair enough spoken, you know. Gotta be fair about this. But nevertheless, the biggest hypocrites in the goddamn world. Get it? Goddamn world. All scamming. Why can't people be generous every day? Not to wait to one season of the year with all the Christmas music playing, Perry Como and all these different ancient Christmas songs to get people in, they call the holiday spirit. The spirit of giving. And everybody's got that glow on their face, and it's not the snow. They got that red glow on their face, and they're smiling at Christmas, and they never talk to the neighbor except for Christmas. Hi, neighbor. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you, too. Mary? Never talk to each other again. But you got to be jovial. You know, it's a holiday spirit. God's going to be pissed off if you don't. Everybody's fucking phony. Wait a minute, Frank, you're sounding kind of pessimistic. No, I call it realistic, not pessimistic. Call a spade, and don't be afraid to do so. Be yourself. Be real. Don't go along with the other cattle, and that's the biggest mistake people make. I've talked about this for 10 years. The famous cattle of society. If you can't think and make judgments and opinions on your own, and have to have an outside influence like on YouTube, the trolls, the do-gooders, the high-roaders, if you can't formulate your own opinion based on what you have actually heard, which you have actually seen, not being suggested by somebody else or through hearsay, then you ain't got a brain. You don't have the ability to think upon yourself, make your own judgment. I'd work on that if I were you. Sincerely work on that. The giving spirit. Shit. I don't need a holiday to be generous. And not just with people. Shit. I'm freaking feeding the goddamn feral cats around here every dang day. And a neighbor has a couple of dogs that hang around that are old and sick. I'm feeding them too, besides my own 2 dogs. And my family here. I can't save the world. That's another famous statement I make there, and it's a true one. I can't save the world. I got to start with myself and my family first. I cannot save the world. I cannot save every animal out there that needs my help. I'll do what I can, when I can, as something like that comes up. You can only do what you can do. You can't do more. I do a lot of things. I've done a lot of things since I've been here in this country. So much is being called an undesirable. I'll tell you who's undesirable out here, and we got a number of them. You're not undesirable if you help your community. You're not undesirable if you help individuals in your community. You're not undesirable if you help animals in the community. You're not undesirable if you pay for somebody's fucking groceries at the grocery counter, not needing a reason to do it. You're not undesirable if you buy a family who is sleeping on some bamboo slots, 5 people in the family, and buy them a mattress. I don't think you're undesirable to do anything like that. No, I don't think so. You're not undesirable to just indiscriminately just find somebody and throw them a thousand note or a 500 note. That's not undesirable. Not even close. I've done my part. There's not many people out there who say they did. I don't have a little portfolio here, a dossier. No, I don't have anything like that. Numbers 1 to 500 or 1,000 of marking down how many people I've helped in all the years I've lived out here. No, I used to do that with girlfriends still, only because their phone numbers. I had to remember who they were. I knew how many women I was with, only because I had their phone numbers. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all the way to like 120. That's the only reason I know the number. It's not that I'm so fucking vain that I'm actually remembering the number. When I had my little black book, it would give phone numbers. So I know how to contact them. Or I was seeing them at the time, and of course I had their number down. That's all it was. I wasn't, rubbing my knuckles against my chest, saying, "Good boy, you got that one. You got that one too." I didn't write down their features, whether they had big breasts or small breasts, or whether they were a good fuck or nothing. Just their phone numbers and their name. That's what it was. So I can remember who the fuck they were. That's how I get the number from. Made up, you think, huh? No, not made up. Nope. And nope. And nope. Holiday spirit. Only if people could be like that every single day. Don't need a reason to be that way. That's not real human nature. They're all looking for something. They want to score with the big guy. That's what it's all about. As it pertains to YouTube, well, I'm not saying that any Filipino that's willing to help a foreigner in need, because, Filipinos are good people, Filipinos in general. I'm not saying that never happens. No, I never said that. But I pick and choose who I think is bullshit or not. Okay? And I think this one chick is bullshit. So naive. Maybe she's just naive. Helping somebody out is a good thing. But you have to believe the story that the foreigner is giving out. But again, as I said, if you come out here with no backup plan, you fucked yourself up. Why should anybody feel sorry for you? I know, it's a holiday, it's a spirit, holiday spirit. Holiday spirit. Yeah. But it does happen. I mean, it's real. There are very kind Filipinos in this country. They'll give you the shirt off their back. It's true. But are they YouTubers? That's the difference. If they're a YouTuber trying to build up the channel, an act of kindness could bring you lots of subs, lots of views, because people want to see that. Just like all the hard-ons out there with their underwear down to their ankles, watching all these YouTube shows with chicks in it that are good looking. Actually, a lot of them aren't, but when you're that desperate, everything looks good to you. Hey, if it's a Filipino, I'll take it. I'm coming out there, and I'll buy you a house in 3 weeks. Call it like it is, folks. Don't hold back. Call it like you see it, man. I know everybody is agreeing with just about everything I'm talking about on here right now. I see no reason to disagree with me on this. That's why I talk about stuff that we could all relate to somehow, that we've seen, experienced, or witnessed, heard. Can't make this shit up. I mean, because it happens. It just really happens. All right, I don't want a long show. I kind of came on to talk about what I wanted to talk about, watching a movie somewhere. Mission White. The fuck is this? Did I ever see this Jason Statham movie? He doesn't always make great movies. There's some of his movies that are good. He's a good player anyway. God, I can't believe I've seen something on... God, Chuck Norris is really old, but that guy, he was good at martial arts, too. I mean, he was the real deal. And so was Van Damme. But Chuck Norris... God, he's older than the hills now. I understand Van Damme, well, he's been having some health problems, I guess. I don't think he's doing any of those big, wide roundhouse kicks and all that shit. I think he's slowed down quite a bit. He's pretty old himself. You slow down after a while, man. That's reality. Not a lot of the bullshit you hear on it. There's hardly any reality on YouTube at all. Everybody's got their little niche, you know. You got 8 Miles from Home with this family thing, the British accent, the very intelligent girl, and they got a new baby. That's their little spiel. That's their thing. And they know that there's people that are very family-oriented out there that watch. That's the audience he gets. And he's gotten wealthy off it. I mean wealthy. Even gets a lot of the products he sponsored for free. Solar stuff, you name it, solar panels, you know, inverters. I mean, everything you could think of, this guy could open up a store. Because he played it right. He played it right. Hello, Sarah 6566. Because he knows how to play the people. They're all good players on here. Of course, we got Slim. He's been a big topic lately. Pro-life travel. Him and his wife, if that's really his wife, and a lot of us don't believe it. We think it's a kind of a mutually agreed little business situation. Play the husband and the father of the kid, which may not even be real. And he'll buy her all kinds of gifts, rent out the house. It's not a bad house. Not much furnishings. Supposedly giving her a gold watch and Her reaction was less than real. Well, there's a lot you can say about Slim, but it would take a longer show to have to go through some of this shit, which you guys probably have already seen and experienced anyway if you've been to his show. Oh yeah, he's got the subs. He's making money. He's probably making 4,000 to 6,000 American dollars a month. I wouldn't be surprised. And some of the shittiest shows on here are making money. You're saying, wait a minute, how the fuck are they doing that? Maybe I'm doing something wrong here. But I'm not monetized anyway. We got a lot of idiots. We got this one guy who, just like his name, Antisocial, floating around the ocean on a boat with his wife, who probably hasn't douched for 6 months. Not very attractive, actually. And he's a real Weisenheimer. He's a real Weisenheimer on his show, and that's what keeps him going, is his YouTube channel. He makes a couple of bucks now and then to get some gas and for his sailboat and get some supplies and stuff like that. And he's like a real asshole. I like what he's doing though. And there's a dog and a cat on there too. It makes it interesting. And he's a know-it-all type of guy. One of those know-it-all guys. But he has a really bad attitude. Part of his name is Antisocial. Part of his name. Kevin Gonzalez, D3D. How am I what? How are you? Well, that could be answered in a lot of ways. Oh, don't open up a can of worms on that one. Anyway, the bottom line is we got all kinds of characters on here. You've been on YouTube long enough, you get to know the players. You get to figure them out after a while. Sometimes it don't take much. Sometimes it's a long-term mission to really figure them out and research them. If you really want to go that far and you have that much of an interest. But eventually, their true colors show. And it's easy to figure them out. Through their lies, their lifestyle. Okay, with that being said, I'm out of here. I'm trying to keep my shows as short as I can in the future. It gets kind of tiring for me after a while. But I like a little bit more participation on here so I don't fall asleep, which is highly possible to do. And I listen to some shows that literally, not figuratively, put me to sleep. You got to know who to listen to accomplish that. You don't need medicine. You just listen to somebody's show. Something to their voice. It's something, but or how boring they are. It's like watching or listening to, I don't know, watching paint dry or something like that. I think you know what I'm saying. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't fall for all these foreigners that are claiming they're falling on hard times and it wasn't their fault. Feel sorry for me. I was stupid enough to go to a foreign country with just enough money to marry my girlfriend, and I used the money to form a business with my new wife, and you've heard that story, and the business failed, and now they're on the street. You're not even living with the woman. Well, she's got to be living somewhere, right? And if they're married, he's going to live with her.